What's going on, Star Wars fans? It's Andy Gutierrez back at it again with another day of fun-filled Star Wars Celebration live streaming action. Can you believe we're only halfway through Star Wars Celebration Anaheim? I know I can't. Later this afternoon, we're going to go behind the scenes of The Mandalorian and the Book of Boba Fett to learn how the crew at Lucasfilm and ILM brought these groundbreaking series to life. And maybe, just maybe, the cast and crew of The Mandalorian will be sitting down with us to talk about what's next in the further adventures of Din Djarin and Grogu. That and more reports from the floor as our cadre of hosts in the field talking to fans and creators about the one thing that brings us all together, Star Wars. So follow me. This is The Way to Star Wars Celebration Live presented by Geico. Day 3 starts now.
To Star Wars Celebration Live. How are y'all doing today?
Can you guys believe we're only halfway through Celebration?
Well, I am certainly not ready for this long overdue Star Wars party to end anytime soon, or to say my lines.
I'm so distracted by this little baby Grogu.
Look at the Grogu!
I'm sorry, I can't. It's way too cute.
Oh my goodness. The child.
I would like to see the baby.
Too cute.
Okay. Sorry, I'm gonna try and read my lines now.
There.
Look at the baby. Oh. We've already seen so much, and trust us, there's a lot more to come.
I saw that baby throw somebody up against the wall with its mind.
I saw that baby eat a little soup.
Oh, just a little soup.
Did you see that?
I did. Andy, what has gotten you the most excited over the last 2 days?
Aside from that baby?
Aside from the baby.
Just seeing everyone's faces. It's so nice to be back, and this community is just so full of amazing energy and love, and it's an absolute joy to be up here and seeing you guys.
Yeah. I saw this morning coming in the most amazing animatronic Bantha costume.
Oh, cool.
And I saw an adorable little kid dressed in a Tuscan outfit meeting this animatronic Bantha for the first time, and it was the most beautiful, heartwarming thing I have seen, I think, maybe in my entire life. No disrespect, of course, to the baby.
Hey, Cameron, what are the fans down there buzzing about?
Oh my gosh, are they buzzing or what? Come on, are we excited? Hey everybody, it's Cam here for Star Wars Celebration Day 3 out here. And you know, Andy, you're right. I can't get enough of Grogu right here. Baby Grogu right here. Isn't this so cute? This is Noah and Dad Neary. They're from San Diego. Give them some love. Oh my gosh, Neary, how big of a Mandalorian fan are you?
Very much so. Mostly, just Star Wars as a whole, but Mandalorian, definitely.
Definitely Mandalorian. Yeah, I'm a huge. You guys are big Mandalorian fans, right? Oh, and you picked the day to be watching live on StarWars.com because we're bringing it all to you. Yes, I'm so excited that I'm changing my name officially from Cam to Camdalorian. That's what I'm doing. Yes,
it works. It works. It rolls right off the tongue.
Yeah. That's right, it does roll off the tongue. So I'm gonna send it back to you guys. Join us all day long. It's gonna be amazing.
Thank you so much, Cam. That's so good to hear.
And you know, it's not just the fans out there in the audience that can participate in the show. You at home can be part of the live stream as well.
That's right. If you want in on this interactivity extravaganza, use the specially created hashtag YesSWC2022, and maybe, just maybe, you'll see yourself on screen during the show.
Wait, Andy, I think somebody is here. I feel an incredibly tall presence.
A tall presence?
Yeah, like a looming presence over the stage. Do you feel it?
I do have Inky. Might be cousin.
Someone's
Is there somebody at the door? Can we get the blast doors open, please?
ladies and gentlemen, Jonas Ultimo, the Mighty Chewbacca.
How is everybody doing today? Or should I say,
Oh my goodness, it's so wonderful to see you, man. How have you been?
I've been changing nappies for 2 years now, and it's good to be back amongst you guys.
It's absolutely been wonderful just to have everybody back in one place celebrating Star Wars again.
Yeah.
And it's wonderful to have you here with us. Of course, now you've played Chewbacca 4 times now. The last time we talked to you, there were still a couple more to go. How's it feel now to be doing this 4 times?
I mean, the legacy that I got the privilege to jump into was so big and so vast. It was hard to comprehend on the day when I met Peter Mayhew and when I met it's actually how I feel now. I'm a fan foremost, and to be able to give my small part to this wonderful franchise, I've never stopped being grateful to the Star Wars family and the opportunity that I got, and it's just, it's...
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and you got to learn about the art of being Chewie from the man himself. But what did you learn from Peter that you have really like adapted upon or grown as you've gotten more experience playing this character?
I think the biggest part that I learned from Chewie, from Chewie, was that always think with your stomach. So what I mean by that is, Peter, when he first saw me, he really said, "You're too skinny." and I took that and I ate some more. And because, Peter knew in a pragmatic sense what Chewbacca did. And he knew that Chewbacca was an engineer, he could fix the Falcon. And so Peter was very aware if something went wrong in the shot, he knew instantly what needed to be done to fix it. So he was always there to guide me through.
That's fascinating. Did you get a sense after doing the trilogy in Solo of where things go wrong in the Falcon? And did you get that same sense? It's like, I know what I'm supposed to fix in this scene.
Yes, I sort of became a pseudo mechanic, but when I asked Harrison if he has any tips for me on how to fly these things, I think he gave the same answer to Oscar Isaac. He said, "What? It's in space. It doesn't matter."
That's a very good Harrison impression.
Yeah. We have not, I think, gotten to speak to you since Rise of Skywalker, and I just want to say there is one of the most beautifully emotional scenes for Chewbacca in that film, where you find out about Leia and you find out everything that's been going on. And it was an absolutely beautiful performance. Can you take us through that day and sort of what that was like for you?
Well, it was a very intense, I think we took like 4 or 5 shots of that long take. And it was everyone was it was such a heart-wrenching thing to do because we were essentially reacting for real to Carrie Fisher's passing.
Yeah.
And it was one of the I don't know what went into my head at that time, but I just remember feeling that sense of loss and the finality of life ending. That it came very naturally, but it was still a very emotional experience.
Yeah.
And actually, on the Rise of Skywalker premiere, I remember Frances McDormand, the actress who I admire very much, came to say how that moment felt real to her, and I think it really did. There was something that was real about that, and I still feel that to this day.
Yeah, that was an absolutely beautiful scene, wasn't it, y'all? I absolutely. My heart.
Now, Jonas, as somebody who has, during his entire Star Wars journey, been so invested and so open and generous with his time with the fans, what's it like coming back to Celebration?
I mean, I feel the love. What else can I say? And I know it's not necessary, but everyone keeps thanking me for being here. And I want to say thank you to everyone for coming here. It's truly, when I saw the film for Star Wars A New Hope for the first time, I saw bits and pieces. I didn't understand what it was. But when I saw Luke drinking blue milk, and when I saw Chewbacca's legs when he's walking on Mos Eisley, the sandy streets, I knew that there was something special. And after all these years, after my experience, that feeling has never left me. And like I said, first and foremost, I'm a fan of Star Wars.
Yeah. Well, Jonas, we have absolutely, over the last 7 years, having you as part of Star Wars, it's been absolutely wonderful. And you've been so generous with us and our time as well. And we love having you here. It's always wonderful when you stop by. And I know I say this every time, but next time I'm going to come out on stilts. I keep asking them if they will give me stilts so I can finally look you directly in your beautiful, piercing blue eyes.
I was telling him backstage that I think this is the first time we've talked where I've actually kept my shoes on because I like maximizing distance for the comedic effect. But guys, just stick around. There's so much more from Star Wars Celebration Live coming up.
Jonas Sortimo!
Yeah!
Hey, what's up, everybody? Hector here on the celebration floor. Once again, I'm here with Tom with the Mando Mercs. Tom, tell us about this awesome cosplay organization. Who are the Mando Mercs and what do you guys do?
Sure. Well, the Mando Mercs are a 15-year-old organization. We were started in 2007. We've been around doing events, for the last 15 years. You can see these guys in awesome armor back here. That's what we do. We build the costumes. We do a lot of charity events for hospitals, for various charitable organizations. Lucasfilm premiere events, when we get invites from them for like the Mandalorian. Awesome.
I mean, you'd be perfect for that.
Absolutely.
I just love, Tom, also, I just love being able to check with your people. About 15 years, right? 15 years, and you get an awesome head nod. Look at that. Yeah. Look at how cool. That's so great. So, I mean, you guys are part of this amazing cosplay community. We've met so many great groups this weekend, which is so great. What sets the Mando Mercs apart?
So the Mando Mercs are mainly custom. So you get to create your own Mandalorian character in Star Wars. You get to put your own little slice of Star Wars. You get to be that. That's one of the things I think people really love about us is that, it comes from your own vision, your own imagination.
Yeah.
But then we weave it into something that looks like it comes from Star Wars.
I love that. So talk to me a little bit about what it's like to build a Mandalorian suit because they look fantastic.
Sure. So that depends on what you're building it out of. A lot of people use plastic. Some people use like a fiberglass and do it that way. I actually have a forge next to my home.
No.
I do it out of metal. I forge each piece.
Tom, are you serious?
Yes, yes.
Did you do that before the show, or did the show inspire you to?
I was doing it long before the show.
Oh my gosh.
I probably inspired the show, to be honest with you, because I've been doing that for 15 years too.
Wow, is that heavy?
It's about a 55-pound suit of armor.
Oh my gosh, man, dedicated.
So it's fun, and that's what I know. So that's what we do. When you're good at something like that, you want to use that in making your gear.
Absolutely. And just speaking like for the larger fandom, I mean, there's so many great aspects to Star Wars. We can all agree on that, but there's something really special about the Mandalorian aspect to it. You know what I mean? What do you think it is about that side of it that fans just respond to?
It's very family oriented.
Yeah.
And you have this whole aspect of family, clan, sort of this whole
community.
Yeah. And that is something that we take very seriously in the organization itself. We've got around, I want to say 73 clans around the world.
It's international.
Yeah, international.
Wow.
We have people. In fact, we just opened during COVID. We were able to open 2 new clans. One in Colombia, South America, and one in Sweden. So I mean, we're all over. We have clans everywhere.
That's fantastic.
Yes.
And lastly, Tom, talk a little bit about Star Wars Celebration 2022. These amazing photo ops that we have here. What do we have going on? What can fans do to experience the Mando Mercs here at Celebration?
Sure. So we have the Mandalorian Forge, where you can come and forge yourself a set of armor, you know.
Oh, cool.
We also have the Throne of Mandalore, which is the next one over. And then we have our jail cells, which if you get a picture in there, you got to make sure you turn your flash on because the bars light up like energy bars.
Oh, no way.
Yeah.
That is so awesome.
Yeah, they're really awesome.
Tell us about this throne real quick.
So
Look at this.
This is the Throne of Mandalore. You see similar thrones in the Clone Wars. You see the similar thrones in the Clone Wars. We actually have one on the East Coast, so when we do like celebrations over in Orlando and such, we have one there. This is our West Coast throne. So,
West Coast throne.
there, now you are the Mandalore when you sit in the throne. And you have these awesome guards.
This is amazing. I just love head nods. There's nothing cooler.
Nobody does them better than a Mando.
My God.
If Boba Fett started it, we're continuing it on. They can find us online at MandalorianMercs.org.
MandalorianMercs.org.
Yes.
And of course, come and say hi here at Star Wars Celebration if you're here.
Absolutely.
Fantastic. Guys, we got more Star Wars Celebration live right after this. Don't go anywhere.
Now, if y'all ever find yourselves lounging around with the backpack on you, you better make sure you look fly. Hence the country name, Loungefly. I write my own material, people. Now, here to talk about everything new with Loungefly, it's Liz De Silva and Derek Bakker. Hey, everybody.
Hello.
Hello, old friends.
Hello.
Hello.
It's so good to see you.
Long time no
Nice to see you.
I know, this is exciting. We go way back to like May. Now, how do you get inspired for your designs for Loungefly?
Go ahead.
So everything that we do is really centered around our fans and the fandom. So step one, we have the most amazing creative team full of actual fans. So we have the right people working on our product, which is the most important thing to us. So before we even dive into the movies and into characters, we have people that love Star Wars as much as you do working on the bags.
Absolutely. I mean, being fans, but really understanding the little things about Star Wars, I think that's what makes Loungefly a little bit different from the details and the storytelling. That's what we make sure we encompass before we do anything first.
Now, what's your favorite part about creating Loungefly stuff for Star Wars?
All right, well, my last name's Bakker. I've been called Chewie my whole life, so this is kind of a big deal. One of the best things is our partnership with Funko, actually. And pre-pandemic, when we kind of joined, we started doing pop and bags. So where we would actually create backpacks that could actually house pops inside. At our booth, we have an X-Wing with a diamond glitter R2-D2 that actually goes inside properly like he would be driving it. So that collaboration with like Reese that was here earlier, we work with all that team really closely, and that is like super exciting to be able to merch things with pops and backpacks.
For me, we're big Disneyland, we're pass holders, so we're always in Galaxy's Edge and just out in the world. And for me, is seeing all the Star Wars fans wearing their mini backpacks out in real life, meeting fans, and seeing people really appreciate the Easter eggs that we hide in the bags and all the details, and seeing how much you guys love them and rock them in your day-to-day life just makes me and the entire Loungefly team like so happy.
Now, which is your favorite Loungefly exclusive?
So for me, I don't have it right here, but our new R2-D2 crossbody. So anyone who is a longtime Loungefly fan knows that Loungefly used to do a signature dome style bag. I've been a Loungefly fan for a long time. They used to do the dome. So our new R2-D2 bag is like a nod and a tribute to that original bag in like a refreshed way. So that's my fave.
And for me, I love pins. I've been a pin guy since I was a little kid. My mom would go to Disneyland and give me pins. So another fun thing that we were able to do is partner with Funko and actually collaborate on doing pop pins. And then for our exclusive, we have R2-D2 and C-3PO in Tatooine as an exclusive on a 3-inch pin. So pins for me have a big part in my heart, so that's
and we can't forget about apparel. Derek is wearing our lovely Star Wars button-up that is available. Yeah! It's available at our booth today. This is the only place that you can get it now. And little hints into the future, we do have more amazing unisex Star Wars apparel coming for you guys that we're so excited about.
All right, and before we wrap up, I was told backstage that you have some information about a Loungefly exclusive that's coming out that is very germane to my personal interest.
Yeah, so late this summer, we are gonna be introducing the first ever High Republic backpacks.
Yeah,
so
High
we will
Republic
have
fans.
one on our core line, and then we're gonna have a Keeve Trennis cosplay for Loungefly.com exclusive. So I'm a huge comic book fan. I love it. I swear I have like 97, and there's only 15 comics out, but all the variants. But like, we're super excited.
Yeah,
to
and
bring
if
that.
there's something outside of High Republic that you guys think Loungefly should be doing from a fan perspective, come by the booth. We're there all day. We have members of our design team, our amazing social team. We love to chat with you guys. Come by and hang out and say hi.
Thank you guys so much for stopping by. I think I'm gonna need more shelf space at home for all this cool stuff. And we've got more Star Wars Celebration Live coming up right after this.
Tell me, Cal Kestis, why lead when they won't follow? Why fight when you can't win? What is your next move, Jedi?
Our next guest has been such a fan of Star Wars that he has made a career out of restoring and recreating props from the saga. Here to talk about creatures, galactic furnishings, and more from Regal Robot, Mr. Tom Spina.
Hello, Anthony.
Hello,
everybody
Tom.
out there. How are you?
Oh, it's been a few years. It's wonderful to see you.
It's very good to see. It's good to see everybody. It feels like that 3 years has been an eternity since the last celebration. I am so happy to be back.
Oh, same.
How about you guys?
Yeah. And you, as always, I mean, we could not have done this without you. You and your team put together this amazing Mythosaurus skull that we have up on the stage.
Thank you very much.
And of course, our table and chairs here.
That's right. We got to put you guys up in style. That skull is over 7 feet tall, too. It's tough to tell from up there.
That's
And that was
amazing.
hand carved, one of a kind, hand painted. Pat at our
Out
studio
of
is a
real
genius
skull.
with foam. That's right.
Oh,
it's
foam.
real
Out of foam. Okay.
It's skull foam.
Okay.
We cheat. It's a cheat.
Okay, I love it. It looks amazing, and of course,
Thank
you have brought some amazing props here with you today.
I heard you got a little close to my Tauntaun over there.
I might have given the Tauntaun a little smooch. Because
Well-
I remember this Tauntaun because I visited your workshop a couple years ago for the Star Wars show.
That's right. We've been so lucky to just be like working on all the Star Wars stuff for the last, decades now.
Yeah.
And now to be able to do this stuff and like bring it to people's homes is really cool. And something like a Tauntaun over there, I mean,
Can I just tell you, we just did a close-up of the Tauntaun, and I feel like
Yeah.
it was staring into my soul.
It
Did
might
y'all
be.
see that? That was so... That Tauntaun knows my secrets.
It does. It knows where everything is buried, Anthony. And the cool thing there is like, who doesn't want a Tauntaun on their wall, right?
Right.
So, has anybody been to the Mandalorian experience downstairs?
Unbelievable.
I haven't. Can anyone get me in? Do you know anyone? Someone sent me a picture. We did a Tauntaun for the Jabba's Palace set, and it's the
Wow.
same molds we use for the ones we make for people's homes. So, if people get stuff from us, it relates back to the original props, whether it's something we made for the films or if we're going to the Lucasfilm archives and we're scanning stuff. Our whole thing, when it comes to the replica side of things, is give people authenticity and lineage and history. Like, we're making artifacts, really,
Yeah.
And it's just so rewarding to me as a maker, as an effects guy for so long, and as just a prop fan, to be able to give folks that to bring home and to, give them that little piece of the archives for their own space.
Yeah, I think that's so fast. I mean, you've been, like you said, spending decades. You and your team at your workshop are restoring original props. People send you things from their private collections. Studios send you things.
The archive sent us a whole bunch of stuff to restore years ago, and it's like, little kid Tom was just sitting there going like, oh, maybe one day I'll go to a museum and I could see Max Rebo. And then like years later, we're restoring the Max Rebo, like in the studio, and you're
That's
looking at him and you're just like,
amazing.
why is this here?
You can clap for Max
Thank
Rebo. You should always clap for
That's
Max
right.
Rebo.
And
He's
look,
an entertainer.
I'm gonna plug here. If anybody likes Return of the Jedi Aliens, tomorrow, 2:00 on the Twin Sun stage, it's the place to be. They know it.
Yeah.
We're gonna show all kinds of rare behind-the-scenes photos and some breaking Max Rebo anatomy news. You're gonna want to be there. You're gonna want to be there.
Breaking Max Rebo anatomy news.
It will blow
Is
your
this-
mind.
Now, this is family safe.
Totally family safe.
Perfect, thank you.
But so you saw Phil was here yesterday with Dennis and Joe
Yes.
Johnston. So Phil worked with us on a Max Rebo concept maquette that just sold out. It was our exclusive here. We have a numbered edition coming up in about a week. Don't miss it online. It's your way to get this piece of the creation of your favorite character and bring it into your life. But Phil looked at this thing, and one of the folks at our shop was like asking about some element of Max. And I'm like, no, that's this. And then Phil's like, oh no, they're right. And I'm like, are you kidding? I'm not telling. You gotta go to the panel.
Okay. I want to know all the Max Rebo secrets. Now,
That's right.
over here, this Tuscan Mask
Yes.
here. Can you tell us about this? And
Sure.
is this something you restored, or is this something that you made from scratch?
This is made from scratch. This is one of our new pieces for Regal Robot. This will be coming out this summer. It is a one-to-one recreation of the original Tuscan Raider from Star Wars. There are two of these masks in the archives. This one is scanned off the one of them that is on all the white background promo pictures that I would see in the making of books as a kid.
Right, yeah.
And he's the one in the Bantha Rider robes where he's got the sash. And so what we did was we scanned the real prop. So all of this sort of leather look stuff in the mouth, that's all resin, scanned off the prop, wrinkle for wrinkle. And then all of these are real machine parts that go with it, hand-distressed leather bandolier, fabric, everything's aged, torn up, and just as close as we could to giving people that thing that's in the archives. And for me, this whole collection is actually called the Archive Collection. So we're going forward. We have a whole line of maquettes coming out. We have one-to-one busts. We have prop replicas. And even things like Tauntauns that have lineage to the real props. It's the closest you're gonna get to having the real thing in your home.
That's fascinating. And that's one of the things that I love about what y'all are doing at Regal Robot is, a lot of stuff, beautiful stuff is mass produced, you know what I mean? And there's nothing wrong with that. Like,
Not
there's
at all.
some gorgeous stuff coming out. But what I like about the process that y'all go through with Regal Robot is you know that somebody assembled this by hand.
That's right. Christine has a whole thing at the booth. Whenever somebody asks us about the price on something or whatever, they're like, well, the reason that costs that much is because Maria painted it. She's right here. You know, like she points right to whoever did it. And at the shop, you know, we just did a run of 6 Tauntauns. Not 600, not 6,000. We made 6 at a time. And that means that 2 or 3 people in the shop that are effects artists that work on real stuff all the time sat there for a couple of weeks and lovingly recreated this thing from tip of the nostril to tip of the second nostril to the eyes that stare into
Just
your
stare.
soul.
There he goes again.
There it is. Dun, dun, dun. So we're just doing this for us, folks. But so that sort of stuff, all of our stuff, even down to the little magnets, $29 magnet, somebody at our shop in New York hand painted that thing. You know, we are all fans. We all care about this stuff. We're all making this stuff because it means something to us. And you're not, you know, it's not that anything's better than anything else, but it's maybe this just gives it a little more of a connection, and I think it's something special. I'm so proud of the work the team does. They make me look so good. Everyone wants to give me credit for stuff, and I'm just like, no, Max did this, Matt did that, Maria did this, Sam painted this, so-and-so haired that Chewie that's at our booth.
And I'll tell you, I've been in their workshop, and if you all watched the Star Wars show when we were doing it, there was an episode where we went and we visited Tom's workshop and saw the entire team. You have some of the most amazing things. And I mean, not just Star Wars stuff. People send you everything to restore. Is there anything that like has ever come into the shop where you're like, I cannot believe this exists. I cannot believe it is in my hands right now?
All the time. I'm so lucky that I haven't lost that ability to be amazed by this stuff. You know, like everybody's like, oh, aren't you jaded? Or I'll see other licensees that have been around for decades and they're, you know, it's like, no, this is me. I'm not changing. This is how this is always going to be. The biggest one of those was the Star Wars stuff. When we got the first shipment from Lucasfilm Archives, and you just start looking, and it's crate after crate after crate, and you're just going like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Like, I mean, just one piece after the next. And you genuinely are like, why is this close to me? This doesn't make, like, it almost doesn't compute, you know? And then you get to preserve it for future generations to enjoy. You get to take something that maybe was, you know, starting to fall apart, starting to age, and make it so that it's not gonna go away. And that's something that will never lose its value to me. It means the world to me that we get to do this. And then to be able to take all that experience, all that, the decades of that, and the effects work and everything, and with this same great team, share it with people through Regal, it's the coolest thing in the world. I'm the luckiest kid around.
That's amazing. That's amazing. And also terrifying. I've never touched anything that I haven't dropped. And if they gave me anything from the archives, I'd be like, no.
Well, we'll note that the next time you come in. We have a special sign-in sheet for droppers.
Yeah, I have to stay behind a rope when I'm in Tom's
That's
workshop.
right. We'll put a pool noodle around you like a hula hoop, and you just keep you always 3 feet away. Whatever your arm like this.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a wingspan safety thing.
I am a giant toddler in every conceivable
absolutely.
way.
Yeah.
Well, Tom, thank you so much for coming by. If you have not been by the Regal Robot booth, please go see it. Please go to the Twin Suns.
2518. Booth 2518. We're right by Funko and Hallmark. Come see us. Say hi. Tell us you saw us here.
See everything they do because they do amazing work. Our entire team cannot thank you all enough for the work that you have done for us in the past.
Oh, thank you.
So thank you, Tom.
It is always the best email in the world when the Star Wars show says to you, hey, we have an idea for the main stage. It's just like, oh, this is going to be good.
Well, we appreciate it, and we're glad that you're just as excited as we are. Tom Spina, everybody.
Thank you all.
More fun and
great
excitement
show.
coming right up in just a second here on Star Wars Celebration Live, presented by Geico.
Hey guys, guys, Hector here on the Celebration floor, right near the Celebration live stage, and I'm talking with Helen, a member of the Walking Wounded, amazing fan group. Helen, thank you so much for talking to me. Tell us a little bit about this group.
My pleasure. The Walking Wounded Detachment started as an unofficial subgroup of the 501st Legion, but it's now expanded to include some of our sister organizations, such as the Mandalorian Mercs and Rebel Legion. It is the community for all of the troopers and costumers who may have physical and other challenges that they have to face every day.
This is fantastic. Helen, you were telling me right before we started how you got sort of involved in an aspect of the Star Wars fan community in the 501st, and that was sort of your entry. Tell us a little bit about that.
I started in the Star Wars fan community by having one of the first female-centric websites in the mid-90s.
Yes.
I created the Women of Star Wars, and I, through that, met other women who were involved online, such as Laurie Sartre from Star Wars Chicks and some of those. And through that, I got to meet people. But one of the things I started doing was I've written for the Star Wars Insider.
I subscribe to that.
And I also am the co-author of the New Essential Guide to Alien Species from Random House, which was the kind of catch-all book of the aliens in the Star Wars universe. And I met the 501st when they came to troop one of my book signings.
Wow.
So
and then you were like honorarily inducted?
So that got me involved with the 501st. They inducted me as an honorary member of the 501st. But also, I have since now become a costumed member. I costume as a Jawa.
Oh, that's awesome.
So through my friendship with Albin Johnson, the founder of the 501st, I became involved with the Walking Wounded Detachment. Because what a lot of people may not know is even the 501st got started because of a disability.
Really?
As Albin has talked about in a lot of interviews, he built his first set of Stormtrooper armor when recovering from the loss of his leg. So even the 501st has got its starts in troopers meeting challenges.
Yes.
And we keep that up today with the Walking Wounded Detachment.
This is amazing. So if people watching at home right now wanted to learn more about the Walking Wounded group, where can they go? What can they do?
We do have a website, www.detachment.com. But more importantly, they can search for us on Facebook, where we have an active community of over, I think it's 850 members, and we talk on a daily basis, providing support for members who are going through chemo, serious surgeries, and some unseen disabilities.
Yes.
Many of our members are former military and first responders
Yeah.
who are dealing with things like PTSD and some issues from their service.
Absolutely.
So it's an active community, and I welcome everybody to join.
Oh my gosh. Well, Helen, thank you so much for talking to us. This has been an absolute joy, guys. Walking Wounded, one more time, that website as well as the Facebook group. What was the website?
WWD, so it's Walking Wounded Detachment, or the Facebook community.
Facebook community, guys. And if you're here at Star Wars Celebration, come by the booth. You can learn all about this amazing fan group and all the rest of the great cosplay groups here. We have got more Star Wars Celebration live right after this. Don't move.
Well, good morning, Star Wars Celebration afternoon. I've lost track of time because this week's been amazing. Now, for the last year and a half, I've talked with our next guest every other month over Zoom, but right now it's the first time I'm able to talk to them in person outside of our amazing panel that we did the other day. They're also responsible for crafting one of the most exciting eras in Star Wars, as well as proving that a rock can become a beloved character in Star Wars. And also, it's a Ventian if we're getting technical. But here to talk about their upcoming books, it's the authors of The High Republic, Claudia Gray, Kevin Scott, and Charles Soule. Now, this is going to be one of my first interviews where I will not use any cards because I feel as if we have spent the last year and a half together. And
We have, yeah.
How's this weekend been for you all? I mean, I talked to Claudia about this a little while ago. We did the High Republic panel the other day and thought the room was half full.
Yeah.
Look at that, we're glass half full people. And it turned out that we had filled the entire room. What is that like for you after not being able to see fan response in person?
That was amazing. I mean, literally, we were like, oh my gosh, it went so well. We had half that room filled. That is so great. And then the lights came up, and I think all of us just went, whoa.
I was glad we knew that at the end and not the beginning.
Right.
Yeah, if we'd known the room was full, the entire panel would have been like, hi, everybody.
So we had some really exciting reveals. Can each of you tell us what you're working on for the next phase that you were able to talk about the other day now that I'm guessing the embargo is lifted?
Yeah, I'm telling the story of a legendary Jedi named Porter Engle, who was it? Oh, got some Porter Engle fans here? He was arguably the finest lightsaber craftsman, just the best at lightsaber combat in the High Republic, or certainly one of them. And so this is the story of how he got to be that way, all of the incredible battles that he got into. It's called Star Wars The High Republic The Blade, and it is launching next fall. It's going to be great from Marvel Comics.
And Kevin?
So I got two main projects at the minute. I'm returning to the Marvel series with the new #1 for the High Republic with Ario Andito on art in October. That series takes place on a little planet called Jeddah, when the Jedi are just one Force religion amongst many, and so that's been very exciting. And then I'm writing the second YA novel of the initiative, The Path to Vengeance. And then there's a third thing, which I think we're announcing at the Marvel panel later on today.
You're giving somebody else a scoop?
Sorry, Christina.
Wow. Sometimes you just find out who your friends are. And Claudia?
I think my embargo has not been lifted entirely. It's still pretty low. I can say that it's called Quest of the Jedi. I can say that it is a comic, which I'm very excited to get into with Star Wars. And I was able to give some adjectives the other day. I said, mystical and surreal. And then Michael Seguin hit me with a tranq dart, and I had to stop.
We know he carries those around to keep all the stuff from spilling. Now, what's been the most exciting part of Celebration for you this weekend? I mean, obviously meeting the fans, and just what's been the best part of it? What's been the most gratifying for you as creators?
I think it's seeing the reaction, because we have been producing this, obviously, in a little bit of a vacuum until it hit, and then on Twitter and socials and everything, we saw people responding. But actually talk to people. Last night we met a couple who are now a couple because they started reading the High Republic books together. And it's the effect it's having on people's lives. It's incredible.
Obviously all of that is true. The response, there was a cosplay contest yesterday where we saw people dressing up as characters that we'd created, and there's no official, or very, very little official merchandise out there for the High Republic. So these are people who just out of love for what we had all made, they decided to dress as the characters, and that was massive. The other element that's been really, really big for me is being with these guys. There's two other writers on the High Republic, Justina Ireland and Daniel Jose Older, who are amazing, and we've all been able to spend a lot of time together this weekend, and that has been extraordinary too, because we've grown very, very close over the last couple years making this, and getting to spend time in person in this environment has been really special.
Oh. Yeah, it's great to hang out with the fans again and get that incredible energy. I think sometimes purely online fandom feels like, oh, it's too much. And then you get here and you actually see what it's about. You get that love, you get that energy, you get that community, which I think is incredible. Especially seeing the response to the High Republic. And I have to say, I confessed to my husband the day before he got here, I was like, all I want is one Geode cosplayer.
And how many did you get?
3.
Yes.
And someone had a tattoo, didn't they? Someone tattooed a rock on their arm.
Yeah.
It's the best.
Yeah,
there it is.
Behold Geode.
Amazing.
So that was incredible.
We have a geode tattoo in the audience. I'm so excited.
You can say it rocks.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. 2 years I've waited for that joke. 2 years.
This is the guy that groans at all of my puns on Zoom, so.
Yeah, I also liked one of the reporters yesterday. He's like, he's a character you can't take for granted.
Oh, much like Lodum.
Oh, man, that cracks me up.
But what kind of car does Geode drive? A Geode Metro.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
he does. So that's what this is now, I guess. This is now what the High Republic is.
I do have to say,
They hired me. I didn't.
I also met a guy yesterday who has long been nicknamed Geode for years and years, and his last name is because his last name is the Spanish for rock. And he was like, I read this book and I was like, I'm in Star Wars.
Representation matters.
Now, I know we're about to get out of here, but I have to ask you really quickly, Kevin. How excited were you to see a Jackson cosplayer?
I exploded, and I'm not quite there back together now. It was incredible. There was for people who don't know, I love Jackson, who was a Green Rabbit.
Everyone
back in the
knows.
80s.
Everyone knows, Kevin.
Who we've brought back recently, and there was the most perfect Jackson cosplayer walking around. It was phenomenal. Yeah.
Seeing the moment of joy on Kevin's face yesterday will carry me through the next year of my life. It was a beautiful moment. Thank you all so much for being here.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
I'm just happy we're getting to spend this time together in person. And I'm happy you guys are getting to meet all of these amazing people. And thank everybody out there who is... Oh, look! We got the comics! Woo!
Hey.
Thank you guys for all your support. I cannot wait for the new High Republic stories, and I know the rest of the audience is just as appreciative as I am, and how you've crafted this new era of stories. Give it up one more time for the authors of the High Republic.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we've got more from Star Wars Celebration presented
Amazing.
by Geico coming up right after this.
Hey guys, Hector here at the DC Shoes booth at Star Wars Celebration, and I'm here with Emily Blood. Yes, that's her real name. Emily, before we start, can you let us know what your title is at DC Shoes and what are we going to talk about today?
Yes, my title is Lifestyle and Activations at DC Shoes, part of the marketing team, and I'm excited to show you guys our first collaboration with Star Wars.
This is the first ever time DC Shoes Star Wars collaboration.
Ever.
What is happening? What are we looking at here?
So, of course, we have lots of sneakers, which you can see on the bottom. This is our Luke Skywalker capsule, which we're very excited about, and there's a full apparel collection going with it. We also have a Boba Fett collection. We can
Oh my goodness. It's a very specific orange for the Luke.
Yes.
For the Luke. This is beautiful. And look at this Boba Fett has kind of like a camo thing happening. Tell us about this.
Special camo. This is actually a special skate capsule for our skateboarders. So it has a special sole. There's a bunch of special things going on with the shoe. You have a matching kit, jacket, hat, shoebox, etc. So all of this is launching July 9th. This is a sneak peek, and anybody that comes by the booth, if you scan that code, you get early access. So make sure you come check it out.
So this is a sneak peek of the sneakers.
Sure.
Sneakers peek. It's a sneak. You know what? So it reminds me of, I don't know, Emily, if you recall, but I grew up with a little game called Tony Hawk's Pro Skater.
Oh yeah.
And there was some Star Wars characters in some of that. So I feel like the skate culture,
It all comes around.
It all comes around.
Yes, we have some logo tees and a one-size tote. You get to pick a special graphic package. The graphics change every single day. You can pick up to 4 graphics, pick a custom color, and the placement on the tote or the tee, and then they'll make it for you right over here.
And they're completely customizable.
Yep, so no one will have the same as you. You'll have a very one-off special t-shirt or tote bag.
Can we make a shirt?
Yes, let's make one. So go
Emily,
check it out.
okay, so also point out, this is the sign here. These are the designs.
So these are the designs. So you can see by day, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. There's your Rebel Alliance, your Stormtrooper, your Jedi, or your Imperial. You guys can take your pick. He's gonna show you how it's done. Get in there.
Whoa.
Special design. And then he'll lift it up. And there
Oh.
you go. It's gonna go into the dryer, and then we'll do the next graphic. So fully custom. What do you think?
Hello, name's Madolio. How you doing?
He's our specialty man in charge of screen.
How you guys doing tonight?
That was beautiful, man. You're a t-shirt artist.
Thank you.
That was gorgeous.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
That's
I love
awesome.
your shirt too.
Oh, thank you so much. I mean,
It's
it wasn't as great and one of a kind as the one you just made, but
yeah, these are
still
one of
beautiful.
ones. So you know, you have fun doing this here.
This is amazing. So fans can come to the DC Shoes booth every single day during Celebration.
Yep.
Get their own custom shirts.
Yep.
Meet your amazing t-shirt artists.
Yep.
And we've got, when is the line launching again?
So the line is launching July 9th.
July
So you can
9th.
get first sneak peek access here all
Wow.
weekend.
Later this year, the snowboarding stuff.
September.
September.
And then we have a third drop, very secret, coming next year.
Emily Blood, your real name. Thank you so much for talking to us. This is fantastic. Guys, we've got so much more Star Wars Celebration live coming up right now. Don't go anywhere.
You know, yesterday we left many of you hanging with the results of our poll for the all-important question, who is your favorite pod racer? Is it Anakin? Is it Gasgano? Sebulba? Or Ben Quadraneros? After feverishly tabulating the results overnight, our dedicated wing of the Anaheim Convention Center came up with a ranked order. And they are Gasgano with only 2.1%. My boy Ben Quadraneros got robbed, if I'm honest, with 10.6%. Sebulba 13.9%. And of course, the clear winner was Anakin with a whopping 73.4%. Anakin cheated. He was the chosen one. They should test for that in the pod racing league. That's all I'm saying. You just get out a little thing and you look at the number of midichlorians and then you decide whether they're allowed to race. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Anyways, interactivity. Am I right? Social media. Yeah, it's the best. We love it. That's what Star Wars Celebration is all about. And Star Wars on Twitter has a brand new interactive poll ready for you to participate in. Who would make the best pet? Now, this one is very important. Is it a porg? Is it a Lothcat? Is it a Voltex? Is it a Rancor? I'm sort of a Voltex person myself, but I respect everybody who's cheering for Rancor. Let us know your answer right now, and if you want to further participate in this interactivity extravaganza, use the hashtag YesSWC2022, and you can see yourself on the show. Stick around, more from Star Wars Celebration Live coming right up.
They're so proud of themselves, so fat and satisfied.
They're everywhere. They're watching me now.
Soon enough, these days will end. There will be no rules going forward.
People are standing up. That's what a reckoning sounds like.
with Emily at the Hasbro booth. Thanks so much for having us.
No problem. Welcome. We're so excited to be back at a convention after so long. We're just really glad to see the fans again.
Us too. So here at the Hasbro booth, we have some amazing convention exclusives. So what can you tell us about this piece in particular?
Yeah, so the entire Hasbro team is so pumped for the upcoming Obi-Wan Kenobi Disney Plus series, and what we have today in the booth are some awesome new products from that. So this is the Darth Vader Black Series roleplay helmet, and this one is just amazing to see in person. What you're gonna see is that gloss finish across the helm, also the unique paneled gunmetal deco on each of the facets of the face is accurate to the original set prop, which we think is so fun.
That's awesome. What's different between this and other Darth Vader helmets that we've seen before?
Absolutely. There are areas of resculpt as well as areas of uniquely fine-tuned deco, again, to match that original set prop.
Awesome, and I love the red lenses. You got the red lenses.
Totally. When you're looking out of those, you're just mad at the world.
Thank you so much, Emily. Our friend Jing here is going to show us the armory of premium roleplay helmets and lightsabers.
Yeah, there's so much to show you guys, and like you said, it's the army of a lot of our premium roleplay items, starting with our Bokuton Helmet that was revealed not that long ago.
It's a good one.
It's our first female character premium roleplay helmet, so of course we wanted to get her specifically out there. We love her helmet, and so that is here shown with all its glory in the deco. Next to it, we have the Darksaber. We have to get the Darksaber out there.
Has there been a fight about the Darksaber yet?
I mean, there's only been passively amazing fights about who wants to wield it. So that's more than anything. And we had to have it next to Bo-Katan.
Of course.
And next to that, we have Rey. Of course, her beautiful yellow lightsaber, and very unique. And we wanted to have it out there with her. And then right next to it, we have Mandalorian Helmet with that beautiful shine. It's actually fully black metal, and we put a satin sheen over it to give it that effect. So that looks amazing as well. Next to that, Leia's lightsaber. It looks beautiful in person, and it has the display emitter neck on it, so that you can cosplay with it.
Nice.
Because all our premium FX Elite lightsabers have removable hilts. Removable blades.
This one was just announced. This is the new Obi-Wan saber from Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Yes, on May 4th.
Yes.
So we wanted it fully accurate to the new entertainment. So we wanted to get it out there in all its glory. That one also has a displayable neck piece as well. So that's what we see here.
Who's this fine fellow?
Boba Fett himself, re-armored Boba Fett that we saw in Mandalorian.
Great. I love the deco and that you get the nitty gritty. It's a little bit dirty. Maybe it's come out of the Sarlacc pit.
Yeah, it's the cleaner version, but it has a little bit of scuff.
Just a little.
Just like we saw it in the Mandalorian.
And here's our wall of lightsabers.
So we have a wall of lightsabers, but of course we're gonna start with some kid items as well. We wanted to get kid lightsabers into kids' hands. We start them young here. So we're starting here, we have Lightsaber Squatch. It's our youngest segment of lightsabers.
That's great. That's a great one.
So starting at 4 years old, you can flick and extend these. So they're super playable and super fun for our youngest consumer. Moving over, we have Lightsaber Forge. And these are for our slightly older, starting at 6, and they get to mix and match fully customizable different types of lightsabers. So only here can you kind of mix and match, Obi-Wan and Vader and Jedi and Sith, and do different kinds of combinations. So we have thousands of different combos here.
And it wouldn't be Star Wars Celebration without some convention exclusives, and it also wouldn't be Star Wars Celebration without Jon Favreau and Dave Filoni, right? Absolutely not. So I'm here with our friend Eric, who's a lead designer on the Hasbro Black Series. It's one of my personal favorites. What can you tell us about this brand new convention exclusive?
So here we have Jon Favreau dressed as Paz Vizsla. We really wanted to pay homage to that. He's the one that started it all with The Mandalorian. He revitalized the whole franchise, introduced us to Grogu, Paz Vizsla, the Mando, all of that. So we really wanted to pay tribute to him in this new likeness for him. So on this figure in particular, we have a brand new head sculpt based off of Jon Favreau. We went and got that directly approved by him, so he went through, approved it, gave his once over on it, which was really cool. So that was kind of fun to be able to send something directly to him.
Now, as we said, you can't have Jon Favreau without Dave Filoni, and Dave Filoni, of course, plays Trapper Wolf. And this is the first time that fans are getting to see the Trapper Wolf helmet in real life. What can you tell me about it, Eric?
So there is just a ton of detail in this. As you can see, there is just weathering all over it. There's really cool tampo applications for the wolf iconography on the side of the helmet as well. We have a bunch of scratches and weathering, and it just has a lot of life to it. It looks like it's been worn and weathered and lived in, which is something that's really important for these helmets. They have to look and feel like they have a history. So it's just fun to be able to do the creator helmets basically and stuff like that. So this helmet in particular, very different color palette than we're used to seeing. Just very different look for the helmet, and especially since we've done this helmet a few times, to be able to have something that looks this different, it's a lot of fun.
So many cool things at this Hasbro booth, including this photo op. Stay tuned for more Star Wars Celebration Live.
When your stage isn't large enough to handle an entire symphony orchestra, you go for the next best thing. Acapella, here to talk to us and maybe even sing a little Star Wars ditty. It's Disney's premier acapella group, Capella.
What's up, everybody? I'm Antonio, your beatboxer.
I'm Joe, your bass.
I'm RJ, your tenor. I'm Orlando, your baritone.
I'm Morgan, your soprano. I'm Kaylin, your mezzo, and we are so excited to be here with you guys today at Star Wars Celebration. Actually, earlier this month, we had the incredible honor to premiere the very first music video ever shot inside of Oga's Cantina. We filmed it over on Batuu East in Star Wars Galaxy's Edge, and we're here to sing the song for you live today. So I hope you all enjoy a little jizz music with the Cantina Band.
1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Turn Manhattan Beach into a galaxy far, far away for the Star Wars Disney Plus shows. The behind-the-scenes panel for The Mandalorian and the Book of Boba Fett starts right now.
Hello. Hello there. That's somebody else's line. Hi there. Yeah, my name is Anthony Bresnik, and I'm a film writer for Vanity Fair. I wrote this cover story that we had last week. And I got to talk to a lot of the people. How many people were just in the panel that was here previously? The Mandalorian, yeah. So I got to talk to a lot of the actors, but also a lot of the people who work behind the scenes, bringing these stories to life, bringing us to other worlds, showing us other creatures. And how many people were here yesterday for the Light and Magic panel, where they showed the documentary about industrial light and magic? I was sitting out here too watching it, and do you guys know there was a part in one of the scenes where I think it was Ron Howard who said, you know, that the effects of Star Wars are like a magic trick that only gets more interesting when you know how it's done. And I was sitting out here listening to that, and I thought, that's what I was going to say in my introduction for tomorrow's panel. Now everybody's going to think I just copied Ron Howard, but it's a true statement. And we have people from Industrial Light and Magic on the panel today. We have people from Skywalker Sound. We have people from Legacy Effects. And I'm going to throw to a little reel we have that shows The Mandalorian and the Book of Boba Fett. This is what you see and what you hear that doesn't really exist except in our imaginations and, of course, within the universe of Star Wars. So let's watch that and bring out our panel.
I have never met a Mandalorian. I've only read the stories.
This is Moff Gideon's Imperial Light Cruiser.
It's a common courtesy to tell somebody where it is that you're taking them. The hell's that?
Tracks like a rail speeder.
What did I tell you? Razor Crest.
Please welcome Janet Lewin, the series producer and head of Lucasfilm Visual Effects, general manager of Industrial Light and Magic. Janet, come on out. Richard Bluff, production visual effects supervisor, overall VFX supervisor for The Mandalorian and Book of Boba Fett. From Skywalker Sound, Matthew Wood, supervising sound editor, and Bonnie Wild, re-recording mixer, supervising sound editor. And John Rosengrant of Legacy Effects, a supervisor at Legacy Effects, who does a lot of the practical masks and creatures, and is also one of the puppeteers of the child. I love watching those reels that you guys put together that just show all the effects dropping in and happening in rapid time. That's just how it happens, right? You just push a button and it automatically
It's so
appears.
easy. It's so easy. Yeah.
Create battles.
Right, Richard?
Yeah, sure.
But it's fun to watch. I know it's fun to work on, but I wondered if we could begin by talking about the origins of the Mandalorian and the value of obstruction, of having something difficult to overcome, and how that pushes your limits as creative people. Richard, Janet, would you like to begin talking about that?
You know, it's interesting. I was asked to get involved in George Lucas's version of the Star Wars TV show when he was developing something back in, I think, 2007, 2008 time. And I was asked to meet with the team at Skywalker Ranch because their biggest challenge, which was our challenge as well, was the worlds you go to, the environments you go to. And because it's a TV show, we only have 4 stages. We don't have 22 stages like a movie may have. And so back in 2007, 2008, George felt as though he needed a breakthrough in technology in order to achieve the stories. And so those stories, you know, were never developed. Eventually, he sold to Disney. And at that time, I spoke with Janet and Linwin and said, if we ever do TV for Star Wars, I'd love to be involved. Now, back to your point, I didn't think it would be as challenging as it ultimately ended up being. But obviously, as soon as we started talking with John and Dave, John almost repeated verbatim what George said. He needed a huge breakthrough in technology in order to achieve his stories and go to the planets and the worlds that he wanted. And I assumed we would be going to various different locations. It'd be very small in scale, standing sets, what you would assume to be TV. And then I saw the artwork and I read the scripts and I thought, I don't know how we can do this.
Can you talk about
Sure, yeah. I mean, the vision from Jon Favreau was just so ambitious, like you're saying, especially for a TV budget and schedule, which is a fraction of what we're afforded on the feature films. So I remember us reviewing the creative and just scratching our heads, how are we going to do this in the time that we have? And Jon really had this pioneering vision for leveraging what he had learned and developed on Jungle Book and Lion King, and combining that vision with some of the technology that ILM already had in place from decades of virtual production experience, and then bringing Epic to the table as well. And we all just tried to figure out, you know, how to get this done. It had never been done before. We needed a visionary like Jon to bring all the technology together. And Greg Fraser, who pioneered the use of LED technology. So that was really such a fun part of making the first season of Mandalorian, was getting all these geniuses together in a room and imagining the impossible. I remember we had to do a test to prove whether we could actually achieve the vision for in-camera visual effects, which means high-resolution, photoreal environments in real time on a soundstage, which, you know, was just so ambitious, and the test proved successful. I don't know if you want to talk a little bit about that.
Well, before we talk about the test,
sorry.
Is everybody familiar with the volume? You know what that? You know, understand how it works? And for anybody who isn't, it's a giant curved screen that presents these other worlds that can be captured right there on camera, just to orient anybody who might not be full up on it. But so you had to prove that you could shoot this in a way that looked believable without it looking like just an actor standing in front of a big TV, right?
Exactly.
That's the challenge.
This is super helpful that I can see this. So what you're looking at right now is the test that Janet was talking about in June of 2018. We were supposed to start rolling on the show in October of 2018. And the idea was that we were going to show up at a soundstage with these curved screens that are playing on the monitors and prove that this technology would work. And we didn't know if it would. We were working with ILM's R&D team that are some of the most talented software engineers that you could possibly want to meet, as well as the engineers from Epic Games. They were involved as well, and many, many, many other people. And so we basically showed up at this soundstage in June and just started throwing what was effectively game engine visual effects work on the screen, pointing the camera at it, and hoping that you would believe that this character was actually in that world. The other thing that we actually did as well was that because I came from a map painting background, and the people that taught me my craft back in the day, I was always amazed that it was always look at photography, capture photography, introduce photography in your work because it's real and nobody will question it when you have to add the big castle, the big spaceship in the background. So when we showed up for the test in June, one of the things that I was adamant about is that we need to have photographs on the screen because we're not trying to convince anybody that the environment is not stylized or from another planet. What we need to do is convince people that the character is actually in that world. So we showed up with photography that was actually captured for Force Awakens and a bunch of other movies. We threw them on the screen and we had the character in front, and it really did feel like that individual was there because of the marvelous lighting and camera work from Greg Fraser and Baz Idoine. But the real big breakthrough, and you guys may have read this in the article that came out of Vanity Fair, was that Enrico Dam, the visual effects supervisor I work with at ILM, who's a phenomenally talented guy, he went to Angel Island in San Francisco and did photography of a room there, this kind of dilapidated room, and it was thousands and thousands and thousands of photographs that once you put them together in a photogrammetry tool, it builds you the geometry. You know, if you've got your iPhone 13 now and you use that LiDAR scanner, it's the same thing, but a higher resolution. So what you're seeing on the screen right now is that room in Angel Island. It's not a comp, it's Brandon with the costume on, stood in front of that wall, and that was the moment we thought, wow, that works.
But you had a test. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Jan.
I just wanted to add one thing to that, which is, you know, the Mandalorian's helmet is such a key aspect of the project. And if we did not have the volume technology that you're describing, he could have been shot against a green screen or a blue screen. You'd have all these reflections that we would have to take care of, basically make his helmet CG. So it was another reason why this just really worked so well.
Absolutely.
So when I was interviewing you, Richard, for that Vanity Fair cover story, I asked, what was the Eureka moment? And obviously it's this test, as you just said. But you guys are all working on it. Your team is very deep, up close, and personal with this project. You need an outsider to sort of validate you, right? And who was the outsider?
Yeah, it was funny. So it was a 2-week test, and it was like the last 2 days of the test, I think. So we'd already photographed the Angel Island, and we had that footage available to us. And what was on the LED screen when this special guest kind of came in was lots of color charts, nothing interesting, nothing approaching convincing with our actors there. They were doing camera tests. And next door to our stage, they were shooting Avatar 2. We knew this because you could smell the chlorine. And James Cameron came on because he's friends with John, and he came up to the monitors where we were stood, and John said to me, let's throw up the Angel Island test. So we threw up the Angel Island test on the screen, and Jim Cameron kind of looked at the screen and said, yeah, that's really good, that's really good. And he was looking at the reflections on the helmet and things. He goes, yeah, it's really good. And so you guys comped this with the same background that's reflected, and John said, no, that was filmed and photographed against the LED. That's all in camera. That's this screen with the content. And then I'll never forget it because I was just stood over here. I really wanted to kind of just move further and further away. But Jim took his glasses off and leaned into the screen. And he does a silence and said, really? That's amazing. And that was the moment I think we all realized that we had this point of view that wasn't immersed in this technology for the months and months and months that we were, and we thought, this is really going to work.
Is there a more exacting or precise or demanding person on Earth when it comes to visual effects?
No.
James Cameron. You've worked with him.
I could speak from experience.
What did you work with him on?
I've worked with Jim. I started my career really on the first Terminator with Jim. Followed that with Aliens, and then Aliens to T2. And then Avatar 1, 2, and 3. So when Richard says that Jim bought off on that, that's a big deal. It's a big deal.
John, another one of the big hurdles of The Mandalorian was the child. How do we bring the child to life? And you and Richard both have a story about this, but I wondered if we could start.
May I say one thing real quick beforehand?
Sure.
And that is, it's a cliche, but there's an old saying that it takes a village to make a TV show or a movie, and it's so true. It's all these people that are up here. It's the team at Legacy. It's all of the behind-the-scenes craftsmen, all the different departments, the leadership from John and Dave that really makes this all work. Is so many people. When you see those credits go by, all these hundreds of names, and I think Dave said it in the panel beforehand, everyone is so important to the success of this, and I just want to convey that to everybody. There's so many people that go unrecognized that work so hard to make this happen.
Let's hear it for them. Well said.
And this fan base, oh my God, you guys are amazing. You really are. Truly amazing.
So John, the child, he's in the script, you see
I think Richard should start with the child.
I'm going to tee this up.
So you started off.
Very briefly. So when we knew the child was going to be in the show, and as far as I was concerned, despite the fact we had the LED screen, this was something else that kind of kept me up at night. And ILM started building the CG character. And the assumption was, because when we talked with Dave and John, was that it was always going to be CG. There would be a puppet that Legacy was building, and they were building it at the same time we built the CG version, and it was going to be held, it was going to be in the background, and whenever it came close to camera, we would replace it with the CG version. And that's, typically how things are done these days. And so we built this CG version of the baby, and I was asking John, should we wait for Legacy to build ours and scan it? He said, no, you just build yours. So we had a version that looked different, slightly different to what the puppet ended up being. John even wanted to control the performance in editorial for Postviz, so ILM London actually developed an iPhone app where John could perform into the phone, and it would translate onto the CG version of the baby.
Like a Snapchat.
He could edit it, yeah. And then we were reviewing the model build with John, and he came into the review and he said, just hold on a minute, I need to tell you what I've seen.
Okay, so I was almost begging Colin Wilson, the producer, to let us make one, a Grogu, because in my 40 years of doing this, I really felt like we could do this with this little guy, or at least, add to it. And I'm always from the mindset, whatever's best for the shot, whether it had been Richard or us or however to achieve it. But having done a little bit of performing and some stuff in these Star Wars things, anytime you can get a reaction from an actor, in other words, reacting from something, if we could have that little child be there and be real and have actors really looking at it, that, just maybe we could make this thing work. And I put together a test. We were starting to run out of time, about 2 weeks before shooting, and I got all our guys at Legacy, and we put together, in my mind, I was putting together a how-to video of how to shoot Grogu, and to show where the rods go and the cables, and also we backlit the ears. So it just was things that I thought we needed to do. And I think it was that moment when John saw that test that he thought, oh, maybe we can do a little bit more with this. So that was Grogu's entry into the world of Star Wars.
So,
yeah.
So John's original plan was that he would like almost performance capture the child, right? That you would have this app that would read his facial features.
Exactly, and it was really, it was never going to, that was never going to be the final version, even if it was CG, but John wanted to be able to work in editorial and actually manipulate the baby so he could understand how the baby's reaction was working against the actors. So when John would then turn over that work to the visual effects houses, whether it was ILM or whomever else, they could look at it and understand exactly what the emotion of the baby was supposed to be, even though it was a proxy version as a CG. But clearly, with the spectacular work the Legacy did, we didn't need that.
Now, and John, you talked about the effect that it has on actors, and there's one actor in particular from that first season of The Mandalorian who was very taken with Grogu.
Werner.
Tell us about Werner Herzog.
Werner Herzog. If you don't know who he is, go check out his filmography. He's an amazing director, but he was also a great actor. And I was performing in there with the team, the Legacy team, when Werner met the baby for the first time. And I have to say, Werner, he did a lot to help propel the babies into stardom. Thank you, Werner. But there was a funny thing that happened when we were there on set with it. And the first AD told me to just have Grogu there for an eye-line for Werner. It was all of Werner's close-ups, so the baby wasn't really going to be in the shot, so we could turn it off. And so it was there in front of Werner, and he had an affection for the baby. And he thought it was very real, and it added a lot to his performance, I think, and everything that was going on. But when he started filming, he just stopped and he went, "What is wrong with it? It's brain dead." Because it was turned off. He goes, "Is it okay?" And it's like, yeah, hold on, let me go. You know, I'm telling all the guys, let's get him fired back up again. And he's like, okay, very good.
That's hilarious. I also remember a key moment with someone else holding Grogu for the first time, which was George Lucas, who came to visit. And one of the things that's makes Grogu so lovable, and I think to your point really adds to the performance, is that you can't resist cradling the baby.
Everybody holds it like a real baby.
Bouncing the baby, and it's like, it's a puppet, but...
it is a real baby. You're right, Bonnie.
We just saw him about an hour ago out here on this very stage. He's real. It's like Santa Claus. You got to believe. There were two actors, though, that were not so nice to the baby, and we saw them in stormtrooper outfits.
They were actually punching him.
What people don't realize is Jon Favreau is so involved that even when I visited Stagecraft, that's the official name of that wall, the presentation that you guys do in the show. John was saying when he's writing, he's up in his office, but he keeps screens going, so he's sort of like watching from afar. And I hear there's a story about the mean treatment that the child got, that he came charging to the set.
Yeah, John, and it started the greatest rumor of all time, which is absolutely not true. I would have retired ages ago if this was true, but to get them to stop mistreating the baby, John told them, "Stop it, you can't keep hitting it, it costs $5 million. And then, of course, one of those guys went to the press, and then next thing you know, oh, the baby cost $5 million. Trust me, it did not cost $5
million. Matt and Bonnie, can you talk about the sounds of the child? You make a lot of sounds for the Star Wars universe, but what specifically are we hearing? How do you create the noises that bring Grogu to life?
Well, actually, for that particular scene, we had too many noises, and John was like, "No, that is too painful. We have to turn those punches down." We had him, like, I think, screaming in there.
Yeah, it was pretty horrible.
It was quite violent because we were like, well, these stormtroopers are really punching this baby, and you know, we toned that down quite a lot. But Dave Acord, who is our amazing sound designer, he's done everything. He's incredible. Yeah. He made the sound, you know, of the child. And he's a combination of like human and creature. And really our job is to just really evoke the emotion and tell the story. And that's often kind of less is more, you know, and we take direction from everyone, and really our job is just to be there and make, you know, not ruin the baby, because he's the most perfect thing in the world.
Yeah, we wanted to have him sound, you know, because he is 50 years old, right? And so we had a combination of human sounds and some mammal recordings of I think it's called a kinkajou. Yeah, and then David Acord, our sound designer, also performed for some of the areas that needed a bridge to get into a certain scene. So it was. And we once we found that palette of what we want it to sound like, we give that to John and Dave so they can have that in their editorial process. And actually, with anything, when you have a performance that you've put into a show, you want it to sort of live in the picture cut for a while and feel like it's part of the show. And because that's such a subjective thing, what Grogu's going to sound like, you want to have that like really early on determined. And even now, so we'll go through scenes and we'll be like, that little piece right there doesn't really sound like something he'd say, or, you know, and now we kind of know what his personality is, which is pretty fun to know that. But it's kind of a group effort. And when we do our final mix of the show, we really go through and analyze, like, we think that's going to really portray the scene, and we want to give him a sense of not being super young, but not also, you know, not being a totally experienced character, and also have emotion.
John, because the child costs $5 million, as you've confirmed.
No. He's priceless.
No, very few of us will ever get to hold the child. You mentioned George Lucas got to cradle baby Grogu. And an interesting bit of trivia is Rosario Dawson, that was when she was shooting her first appearance as Ahsoka, and she was standing just to the left of that famous photo that Dave, I think it was Dave Filoni or John that tweeted it out. John Favreau tweeted it out. But she was like, I was just out of frame. Like, that would have been epic.
She cradled him too.
But most of us won't get to cradle Baby Yoda. We won't get to have that hands-on experience with the child, even though we feel so close to him, watching him in the show. What does the child feel like? How much does he weigh? Give us a tactile sense. What does Baby Yoda smell?
Well, he's real, everybody. Yeah, no. His skin feels very real because we've crafted it out of a custom blend of silicone to have just the right plasticity to it so it can move, but yet translucency to it so we can backlight the ears and do all of that. So it's very fleshy in how it feels. And, you know, his costume is very rough, and we made it out of different, you know, types of linens and things. And yeah. You know what? And this artwork you're seeing, I would be remiss not to say it all started with the art department team. It was Christian Altsman and, you know, Doug Chang's people that came up with the initial concept. And then what we had to do was take that, and that's from that test. He changed a little bit. John wanted his eyes to be a little different, but
and he's got feet, John, right?
He's got what?
He's got feet.
He does have feet. Believe it or not, he's got feet.
Why do we never see them?
John doesn't like his feet.
You know, he's like
unlike
Gertie
some other famous director that loves feet, apparently.
You know what would be a great idea, actually, is they should try to sell this thing. Do they make a Grogu that's a toy? Do they have any toys? Oh, no.
Oh, there's a few toys.
I'm kidding.
You talk about the realism of it all, and
I'm just reliving and watching this. I think this was the big reveal day that we just saw. Yeah.
There he is. It's easy to get mesmerized in those eyes. So, but the realism of the creature effects and the makeup effects that are created is so important to conveying the realism to the audience. And one of the characters who's also not a digital creation is Cad Bane, who turned up in Book of Boba Fett. Can you talk to me about how Cad Bane came together?
You know, Cad Bane, it first started once I saw, you know, the cartoon version, and Dave wanted to introduce him, and I thought, you know, we got to make sure this really looks like Cad Bane. And an actor that I've worked with throughout the years was named Dorian Kinji, and I thought, he's perfect. He's like 6'5" and about 170 pounds, but all muscly and lean, and he's got a stunt background. I thought he would be perfect. And if you go to the Mandalorian experience, which is, I think, across the way from here, you can see we did like a Legacy put together an exploded version of what that makeup consisted of. And to get it in camera, you know, it's Dorian, it's his physique, and it's the way we did the makeup with these plumpers, and it pushed out his teeth, but yet we attached the makeup to his own lip, and then we had eyes that went in. I mean, it's very elaborate, but it's very simple in what. And Dorian helps to really bring it to life. And then, of course, they get the man who created his voice to do the voice.
Corey Burton.
Yeah. And it's, I think it was a really neat surprise, and it was, you can see it there in the sculpting phase, and we're testing it and putting it together. That's the clay sculpt of it. Shout out to Alexi and the makeup team, putting it together. Yeah.
Bonnie and Matt, can you tell us more about the sound of Cad Bane? So you mentioned Corey Burton does the voice, but is there any other sound associated with him? He has these sort of, what would you call the vents or the little tubes in his neck?
So Corey Burton, I mean, who you guys applauded for him. He's an incredible voice actor that's done, you know, for probably over 50 years of voices. He's and he works out of his. I mean, I think we recorded him during the sort of the pandemic lockdown, and he was out of his house, and we had a little video link with him. And I've recorded him on the Clone Wars as well, which was such a fun series to be part of, and to see him come back and embody this character. He's got a way to act out of the side of his mouth that I don't even know how he does it. He's just an expert at what he does. But having him come back and record gave us all goosebumps, and it was the first time Favreau had worked with them, and so I got to experience like having John hear him for the first time. But then we take the track, and we did a fair amount of processing for him during Clone Wars to sort of illustrate the breathing apparatus. But in this show, I think we went a little more real world with it, because it was, you know, we just wanted to have a different sort of interpretation for him for live action, and also Corey's voice. I felt like what we did in Clone Wars had kind of obfuscated his voice a little bit, and I wanted his pure performance to have more of a realistic approach for the live action version of him, which I thought worked well. And yeah, he's a stunning actor to work with, and just he played Count Dooku for us as well in Clone Wars and a lot of other ancillary characters. But he loves Star Wars and Disney, and it's just an expert in his craft. So we're really lucky to have him. Yeah.
Bonnie, do you have anything you wanted to add to that?
Well, just that we wanted to kind of keep him. I mean, he's terrifying when he shows up, and it's that moment where we wanted to create this kind of real tension, because the screen is doing so much work, the environment, and in that job, I think Filoni was actually with us when we did that, which is quite rare these days, because we're not allowed and everyone's very busy, and so for that moment he was in the room, and for that standoff scene, it's kind of, when Filoni's kind of getting excited because he's kind of like, and there was a few moments during that episode, and he was just like, the wind, of the wind, this is, yeah, and it kind of, you've hit the spot kind of when, people live with it for so long and so long and so long. So when you see, Dave just enjoying it and just completely immersed in the action that he's created, there's a real sense of like, okay, cool, we did it.
Yeah, the part that's always fun for us is sound comes obviously at the end stage, so we usually have pretty up-to-date visual effects that we're working with, and seeing the up-to-date visual effects makes us want to up our game to complement that sound, and then it's just kind of a nice loop that just keeps feeding back on itself to only benefit the show. And having a character like this that Dave brought into Clone Wars, to see it in the live action world was super satisfying for him and all of us that worked on Clone Wars as well. And so, yeah, that was a wonderful moment for us on that show. Yeah, there he is, creepy.
So scary.
Very creepy.
Very creepy. Did Dave talk much about the influences that he, you know, Star Wars often draws from real world scenarios and from fictional scenarios too. I remember when Cad Bane was first introduced in animation, and I did an interview with Dave, and he said that one of the touchstones for him was Lee Van Cleef.
Lee Van Cleef,
The
yeah.
Good, the Bad, and the Ugly.
Yep.
Yeah,
Does that factor in when you're bringing into reality? Those old school.
He always talks about Once Upon a Time in Mexico as well as like an influential movie that he likes to reference, because that had a lot of amazing sound moments where the music kind of goes out and it then leaves you in the environment. You hear like the creaking windmill and the people walking on the wood, and it kind of sets an environmental space. And that's in these shows, in all of Star Wars, that's our main job, is to set a stage for an environment and an atmosphere that's going to feel real, you know, like this lived-in universe. And that's what our job is to do on the sound part of it. You know, George Lucas liked to call sound 50% of your experience that you have on a show, and certainly Kathy Kennedy and the way that Dave Filoni and everybody have pushed that forward is what we do at Skywalker Sound to this day.
Janet, I wondered if you could pick up on something that Matt just talked about, is the way the different teams, sound, visual effects, practical effects, work together, and there's a sort of volley back and forth, and how you up each other's game when you're playing, I guess, with or against, I don't know how you would phrase it, somebody else who's also really talented, another team that's really bringing their A game. Describe for me the effect that has on the finished product.
Sure. I mean, I think one of the central things that distinguishes Star Wars is our brain trust, our reverence for the legacy, the methodologies we use to sort of get that lived-in world experience that Matt was talking about, where we leverage miniatures, we rely on creature effects that is immersive for the actors and for the audience, and then also we bring this innovation to the table as well, like we're talking about with stagecraft. So it really is this blend of techniques and this opportunity for craftspeople to elevate their game, like you're saying. And it's a real collaboration, no decisions made in a silo. When we decide what we're doing in the volume, as an example, it's really the visual effects supervisor, the DP, the production designer, you know, and John and Dave and the directors all kind of weighing the pros and cons and figuring out, you know, as we like to say, is the juice worth the squeeze? Is that's John's motto. So sometimes there's compromises that need to be made to realize one other person's vision or advantage in their world, but it's always in a collaboration. Richard, I think maybe you could speak more to that than me from your experience.
Yeah, I think one of the fascinating things about how we do the show is it's unlike any other project I've been on, and I've been fortunate that I've been involved in Ireland for almost 20 years now, in that when we get into post-production, for example, it's, you know, myself, it's a visual effects producer and a small team, and then it's John and Dave and the editor, and that's largely it. And we basically sit there and we review the edits, we review the visual effects work, and it's an incredibly collaborative process. And I would have never imagined it could have been quite like that. And John and Dave are constantly asking, you know, how should we solve this problem? I want to see this, but please bring your ideas. So, for example, on you know, recent projects we're working on, Dave's got a very clear idea in terms of the previs, what he wants to see with various spaceships. But again, he knows the people at ILM, and he knows the animators, and he knows that they might have an idea that he may not have thought about. So he said, bring me 3 of your best ideas as well as the thing that we're looking for. That's incredible. And again, it's testament to the way that Dave and John work, and all the other filmmakers that they bring in, that we're all going to roll our sleeves up and try and make this the best possible thing we can.
And I think that's what we have to do in order to hit those budgets and schedules. And a lot of that is the willingness for all of the creative teams to problem solve together and think differently. You know, we don't iterate on multiple times on turntables with assets and review shots, 100 times, because we just don't have the time or budget to do it. And I think it makes it that much more, kind of to your earlier question about challenges that elevate the creative process. I think we all have to, be thinking about what's the most important thing to focus on, and what's the intent of the shot. And
you mentioned miniatures. Why are miniatures still important? What excites you about miniatures?
The whole miniatures story was really interesting because when I was working on the show, I was slowly understanding how John communicates, how he asks for things, where his bar is, and obviously what the design of the show needed to be. So during season 1, while we were working on it, we were actually shooting season 1. John made a passing comment about, we should build miniatures. But it was during a conversation where we were throwing lots of different ideas about how they used to do the old movies. I actually dismissed it. I didn't think it was something he was actually requesting, we should build miniatures, because it's not typically how visual effects are done these days. Whether rightly or wrongly, it's just not. And so a couple of weeks later, we were in a review, and he was looking at something, he said, we should really talk about building a miniature. And I'm thinking, that's the second time he said this. So John, are you serious? You want to build a miniature of the Razor Crest? And he said, well, why wouldn't we? And he said, we could build it, and at the very least, we could have a model of the ship. We could have the DP light it with practical lights, just like they used to do, a number of years ago at Island, of course. And that could be our North Star, which is a phrase that John uses all the time. The Christian Altsman image of the baby was the North Star for the baby, and he suggested doing the same thing with the miniature of the Razor Crest. And then, so I immediately called John Knoll up at ILM that was working on the show, and said, this is what John wants to do, but he's talking about using it potentially as a lighting reference, and he's curious to know if we could actually photograph it in a real shot. That's all John Knoll needed to hear, and then he basically went off in his own garage and started building from scratch and engineering himself a new motion control rig in order to animate the Razor Crest. And then John Goodson started building it, Landis Field started doing 3D prints, and then all of a sudden, before we knew it, we're building miniatures on Star Wars again. Fantastic.
I have one little thing to add. And I think it's also interesting to note that, John's vision for maybe using the Razor Crest textures as the North Star, having built a miniature, that actually is something we used in the volume too. We built miniatures, which then we photographed. So it really had that handcrafted feel that Matt was talking about. And then we created photogrammetry of those miniatures, and we were able to project them on our innovative, stagecraft volume. So it was really this blend of techniques.
Yeah, that goes back to understanding how John works and what his aesthetic is and what he's looking for. And it's one of those things where once we opened the door to the Razor Crest being a miniature, it was like, we should be exploring lots of other things. So to Janet's point, we started building environments that way as well. Because when we were racing to get all the content on the wall, after that June test, we basically had 4 months to build 35 different environments in order to get on the screen. And part of the race to get that content on the screen was, let's also build miniatures, because it's using different artisans, different craftsmen and women to provide us the environment to get on the screen as quickly as possible.
Bonnie and Matt, can you tell us about the importance of sound in making these miniatures and making these starships seem real to us? Like there's an oral texture to the Star Wars universe that makes you really feel like you can feel those engines or feel the shudder of a ship that's maybe not going to hold together for much longer.
Well, sometimes it really isn't holding together, and those moments are fun as well. But again, Dave Acord builds, he'll build a big palette of the sounds. And our job is also to combine and keep the legacy elements. Just as in the visual effects, they're using, techniques, we kind of doing the same, because we want Star Wars to sound familiar and warm and give you all those feelings that, the sounds of Star Wars give you. But we also want to, move forward and, give these new characters, their own new character sound, you know. And so yeah, Dave built the Razor Crest, and he help me, Matt. You told me the name of the car, and then I forgot the name. He combined Boba Fett's ship. Yeah. B-51? P-51 Mustang. I'm not a car person. I'm a sound person.
That's a plane. That's an airplane. Yeah, no.
Apparently not.
Yeah, no, we got it right. No, it's a P-51 Mustang, which is like the most throatiest last propeller plane that was used in World War II before they kind of started using jets. So it has this incredible
for the Americans.
Yeah.
Was there a Warthog influence too? The Warthog
exactly
fighter planes
for the Razor Crest.
For the Razor Crest.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. And so as you know, Bonnie was saying, everything that we derive from Star Wars does come from real world things. We want it to have that lived-in feel, so we'll use any kind of engine we can get our hands on to enhance these ships and to give it weight and to give it presence. And you can hear it ripping through the sky. We had a lot of cool moments where it's coming through the atmosphere, so you get to hear ships in real air, not in space. And I know you particularly like it when they're breaking up and falling apart. Bonnie loves it when the ships break.
I do.
But she's really good at like mixing all that material together. Yeah.
But there's always like little bits of detail you can pick out. You know, it's like every frame has a little bit of story to tell. So, you know, we have kind of a lot of material a lot of the time. And, you know, the job in the mix is to, you know, pick out the certain things that are going to propel the story or give you a certain feel, sometimes make you laugh a little bit, you know, kind of what, you know, that particular moment, you know, the whole episode is little moments, and then we're thinking broad as well. You know, when we think about it, we're still thinking about it as a series and giving it an arc. You know, especially. So even like going back to season 1, you know, even in all the flashbacks, you know, we were still thinking, well, these flashbacks will be way more ethereal at the beginning, and as we go through the series, they'll be more present because, you know, they're going to just telling the story of the Mandalorian. You know, he's kind of pushing all these thoughts to the back of his mind, but way more present by the end because it's all way more relevant to him. You know, and you're kind of by that point you've fallen in love with him and the story, and you know. So we are thinking of these whole things as an arc as well.
I think the detailed moments too, which are really fun, are like, what was the episode when he was crashing to land on that sort of the water planet?
Oh, episode 3.
Yeah, and so he's coming down, and so John, I know, and Dave were like kind of telling us every step along the way where the ship was going to be the most crippled and most broken would be at this one spot. So and even with the visual effects, if there was even just a tiny little piece that fell off the ship, Bonnie would have something cut in there to have like a flapping sound of aluminum or something coming off the side of the thing to kind of illustrate the ship's destruction. And a lot of that's where sound and visual just work hand in hand, and we can both enhance the story to tell that this ship is about to break. And then
good old alarm panicking.
Yeah, alarm panicking and alarms increasing in frequency, because sound has this great thing that I really enjoy, that is like the fact that you're not really seeing it on screen. You're hearing it with your ears, and that translates purely into emotion because you're feeling it, and it's almost like we're performing a little Jedi mind trick on the audience to be able to push the story forward, to expand the space that you're looking at, you know. And we're on a very tight schedule on these shows, so sound has a real opportunity to expand what you're looking at and make it feel bigger. So when you put the show up on Disney Plus and you watch it against a Star Wars movie or an animated series, or they're all going to be in that same feel of Star Wars. They're all going to have, you know, music and 5.1 sound and anamorphic lenses, and it's all going to have this. Everything across the board is going to feel the same. So that's our job, is to sort of expand what's been given to us visually and to tell the story. Yeah.
In The Mandalorian and the Book of Boba Fett, we also get to see the return of a character who many of us, well, everyone in the world left behind in the early 80s, and that's Luke Skywalker, post-Return of the Jedi. I think if you've seen the Gallery documentary that's on Disney Plus, people have learned a little bit how that character was brought to life with a combination of Mark Hamill delivering a performance that's then mimicked by a younger actor, and there's also some face swapping that happens digitally. I wondered if you guys could talk about that process and how that is continuing to evolve even now?
Before we started that, I didn't have any gray hair. So this all came from working on that particular...
He's 23 years old.
Wow, what a journey that was. It was, so obviously we started on Peyton's episode in 208 in season 2 for just effectively what was 8 shots. And we worked with our really good friends at Lola, and it was a relationship that Peyton Reed had with them from working on Ant-Man and various other projects. And a lot of the work that Lola does, and their work is spectacular on the Marvel shows, is basically de-aging an actor that's present on set. Samuel L. Jackson, somebody like that. This was a very different ask, of course, because the physical performer was going to be our double on the day, Max. Obviously, Mark was there. He was coaching. He was doing performances. He was doing lines. He was really helping to kind of guide his performance. But obviously, once we're in the head-to-toe shot, it was going to be in Max. So effectively, we were doing a face swap. And everybody saw the results, and it was certainly a journey to get to where we were at the end of 208. But while we were working on it, John was telling us that the Book of Boba Fett was coming around, and we needed to not just do 8 shots, we needed to do 80 shots. And that the character was actually going to carry the whole episode, and he had a huge amount of dialogue. And I just always remember the calls we would have, and you know, Dave would be on there, and you just see kind of Dave doing this and wondering how we're going to do this, because episode 208 was incredibly difficult. But again, testament to John's vision of how he completely embraces technology, and how well-read he is on the technology, and how he's constantly pushing for 208, he wanted to use the deepfake technology or face swap technology. But for us on 208, it really wasn't there. We couldn't get the resolution that we needed to at the 4K resolution we needed to broadcast at. So Landis Fields, I don't know if he's here, he's one of our stars on the show. Landis was working on deepfake and that tool set for over a year, bridging onto Boba Fett to try and kick the tires on where this technology was going. And once we got to the beginning or the end of 208, John decided to pull visual effects, myself, and the rest of the team into the casting reviews. So they actually created a false project. They had a casting group that was a shell group outside of our normal group. They created this project through XLab and through Janet and ILM, where they were basically throwing a casting call out to somebody that needed to be able to perform like Luke, and they would mocap them. Nothing to do with our show. So because they wanted to cast the net out wide. And obviously John and Dave were behind all this. And so we started getting these videos, and it was like iPhone videos and things of these folks casting, and that's where we met this guy, Graham Hamilton. And he was spectacular right from the very beginning. And so...
What makes him spectacular? Because he looks like young Mark Hamill?
His performance. I mean, and that was the thing, you could tell he'd been trying to be this character during his rise through acting. Very well accomplished actor, and you could just see in his performance
the vibe.
Absolutely.
May I add something real quick, Richard? Because we were there with him and with Mark Hamill and Grogu in all those scenes, and it was so helpful. And I think what was this? Patrick was his name? I can't. Graham. Sorry, Graham. He would listen to what Mark would do, and he would channel that. And when we would be doing our thing with Grogu, we'd do it with Mark, we'd do it with Graham, and he was amazing. He really was.
It was incredible. And I think that part of the reason why everybody basically rubber stamped the choice is because Landis, who was literally locked in my office at the studio because he was working on this such top secret material, he actually did a face swap on him, on his casting video, to show that this guy has got what we think we need to make this work. And so once we saw that, obviously Dave and John locked him in, and they had a call with him. And he thought he was going to talk to somebody about this fake project, and instead, John and Dave come on Zoom and tell him what he's going to be doing.
How did he react?
he was gobsmacked, and it was just, you could, the emotion in his face and stuff, but also as well, and Dave and John are great like that, because then they jumped on our visual effects review, because it was the end of 208, I think, when they were having those conversations, or maybe it was the beginning of Boba Fett, and they were so elated of how happy he was to kind of be that character. So then that started the process of us trying to work out how we were going to make him look the way you kind of saw on the screen.
But I think the point that you guys are making is that it's all about performance, right? So, that's sort of the common thread for Jon Favreau's vision, is all about performance, enhanced performance for the actors who are in the stagecraft volume, for holding, Grogu, but also for bringing Mark Hamill into the process and making sure that the performance resonates for all of you. So it feels seamless. And thanks to Landis and visual effects, we were able to review the next day's footage after we were shooting with Graham. So we could confirm, we might not have all the bells and whistles, maybe it's 75% there, but we could confirm that the performance was coming through and we were getting what we wanted. So.
One of the things I would like everybody here to know, and we're going to close out with this story, is there are technological advancements that are happening every year. Every season, I think you have to up your game, right? And maybe every day there's something new that's being developed. But the people who create the effects and the sounds for the Star Wars universe, you're also relying on some very old school techniques that remind me a lot of how fans of Star Wars play. And I wondered if you could tell us the story of the frog scene from the Book of Boba Fett, when Baby Grogu is elevating the frogs. We all know Baby Grogu's favorite snack. Frogs and frog eggs. But tell us about the creation of that scene where he elevates all of the frogs out of the...
this was one of those moments where everybody has a huge amount of responsibility when we're working on this show. And you kind of stick your neck out sometimes and you think, I think this is a good idea. But it's that inside voice. And then when you start talking to people about what you think the idea is, you realize the look on their faces that it doesn't sound like a good idea. So the particular scene you're looking at right now, where he basically lifts all the frogs out of the water, this was obviously a very small set that we had on our backlot, and there was obviously a small pond that was made by the production designer and the art department team, Andrew Jones, fabulous individual and a fabulous crew. And we had this little pond, and I needed them to kind of get some splashing water and some dripping water. So I said, well, let's just go buy some wind-up toy frogs that kids play with in their bath. We'll put string on them, and then we'll just have a bunch of folks in the background just pulling on all these strings and just lifting all these frogs up, and they'll be winding, and the legs are kicking and water dripping off. It'll be excellent. So all of a sudden, we decided to kind of test this, and there's this little paddling pool with these wind-up frogs and all these strings, and there's about 5 guys all pulling on these strings and lifting up. I'm thinking, this is never going to work. But we're already in at that point. So then the next day, we're going to get to this scene, and the crew's all around, and you're trying to move through the scene as quickly as possible. And you've got Mark Hamill on set, you've got Baby Yoda on set, and you've got Graham, and Dave's there, and John's there, and everybody. And then all of a sudden, this rig rolls out that I suggested was going to be a good idea, with this bar and all these frogs, and you see all these guys winding them up, and everybody's thinking, what are we doing now? So all these frogs are in the water, and all these guys are, and then Dave's sitting there, he just looks at me like this. He goes, are you ready for your masterpiece, Rich? So I kind of turn, and he says, okay, action. And then all of a sudden, Graham's kind of doing all this, and then all the frogs start going up, and they're all whining. 2 aren't even working, they're just kind of going up this way. But they're all dripping water, and I'm getting really excited, and I'm thinking, this is actually working, this is working. And they lift it all the way up, and then they drop them in a splash, and it looked fantastic. And the whole crew just started applauding, and I thought, I'll be here tomorrow. They'll bring me back.
And then they got the bill for those wind-up frogs, $5 million.
And of course, they were replaced with a CG, but the water was there and the timing was there, and it was, it was a relief.
Well, that about does it for our panel. I want to thank you guys for joining us. The audience had, let's hear it for Janet Lewin, Richard Bluff, Matthew Wood, Bonnie Wild, and John Rosengrant. Have a great celebration.
Hey everybody, Hector here on the celebration floor. I'm here with Travis from Walt Disney Imagineering, and we're going to talk about Star Wars Galactic Star Cruiser.
Star Wars Galactic Star Cruiser is the ultimate Star Wars experience that you can have. It's at Walt Disney World. It is an immersive 2-night adventure that lets you live your own Star Wars story in an amazing environment, which is the Star Cruiser, the Halcyon Star Cruiser. You are going to be the hero of a Star Wars story.
I've only recently, like in the past few weeks and months, finally made it out to Galaxy's Edge at Disneyland, and it was the most amazing thing I've ever seen. And this fits in with what Galaxy's Edge is doing and kind of takes it to the next level. Isn't that right?
With Star Cruiser, we're really taking that to the next step, which is giving you the opportunity to be there for overnight stays, periods at a time. So it's a 2-night adventure where from the time you arrive on the Star Cruiser to the time you disembark from the Star Cruiser, you are in Star Wars, and it is an intense experience that really you can only have there at Walt Disney World.
I love it. The great thing about being a Star Wars fan is that you don't have to choose a side, you can love both, but what I love about this era of Star Wars is I love the Resistance, but I love the First Order. They are so cool.
Yeah, you get the opportunity to play Star Wars the way you want to play it. You have the opportunity to choose your path, and whether you choose to align yourself with the Resistance or the First Order, or you want to play a little more shady as like more of a smuggler type of character, you have an opportunity to do that. And however you play, your story is going to unfold in such a way that rewards you for that play. And in the end, we all sort of come together and have this finale moment that we each, no matter how we were playing, helped build to. And so it's really an opportunity to really feel like you are having an impact, to have an impact on what is going on in the great galactic struggle at this point in our timeline.
So fans of Star Wars that are here at Star Wars Celebration, they can come to this booth and learn all about this experience. And also, while we're here, there's like a little photo op. Tell us a little bit about this setup here.
Yeah, so this is where you can have your photo as you're waiting for the Halcyon, you're waiting to board the Halcyon through the launch pod. So this is the waiting area where your personal cargo is being stored, and we also have a little photo op where you can sort of hold your luggage as you're waiting to board the Star Cruiser.
There is so much exclusive merch tied to the Galactic Star Cruiser. Star Wars fans, that also comes with being a collector.
So I'm Amanda Luna. I am the brand merchandising manager for Disney Parks for Lucasfilms. We are showcasing just a sampling of some of the merchandise that you can find aboard the Halcyon, part of the Shangri-La collection.
Wow. Okay, so there's so many cool things here. I am so excited to dive in, but I have to start with this little droid right over here.
So you're going to find a lot of characters aboard the Halcyon. One is SK620.
Love them. I love them.
Don't want to give too much away, but of course we have tangible memories of those experiences that you have on the Halcyon.
Yeah.
So we have him in a couple different forms. One is one of my favorites because I'm a fan of the Droid Factory line. So we have our Droid Factory figure, our wind-up with sounds, and of course our remote control.
Amanda, one thing that I love about the Galactic Star Cruiser experience is that it is incredibly glamorous. It is a side of Star Wars that we don't often see, but talk to us a little bit about how you guys picked up on those sides and how you incorporated that sort of inspiration into everything we see here.
Yeah, so we did see some glamorous Star Cruisers in content, in films, such as Solo. We had Drayden Voss's yacht.
Amazing.
We also saw Canto Bight. So we took a lot of inspiration from those places and put some details into our product. One of them comes straight from the film, if you will. It's a silhouette of a goblet that we saw on Drayden Voss's yacht. We have that metal detailing on there, and we also played a lot with the metal. So we have brass, silver, gold, and infuse that all into it. And one of my favorites is actually the Sabacc card set. Something as simple as cards, we really took it to the next level.
You glammed it up. You glammed it.
We gave it a glow up. So we have our metal dice that come with it, and then we also just those cards. They have like a metallic ink that really just brings it to life.
Yeah, that's amazing. So glamorous. And just for people watching at home right now, the way that fans can attain some of these amazing treasures is only through being a part of this experience, correct?
Yes. So once you have a reservation, 60 days before you embark, you are able to purchase some items online. So that way, we have amazing role play items and apparel. So if you really want to immerse yourself in whichever
come
level,
ready.
exactly.
Yeah.
Any level that you want, we have items, even headdresses. So you can become a Twi'lek, you can become a Torgruda, whichever,
Wow.
whatever you want to do. One of my favorites is this tunic that's inspired by Bail Organa. It has metal detailing on it, so you're able to completely immerse yourself and get on the Halcyon ready to go.
Amanda, we have to talk about this shield right here. What is this? What's happening here?
So during your time on aboard the Halcyon, you go through lightsaber training. So you will be able to really hone your skills in there. And also part of that training is this deflection training shield.
Oh my goodness. Okay, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Of course, motion activated.
That is amazing. Oh my gosh. Amanda, thank you so much
Yeah.
for showing all of this off. If you're here at Celebration, you can come to the booth and learn everything you could possibly learn. But if you're at home, all you have to do is go to StarWarsGalacticStarCruiser.com and you can learn everything you could possibly need to know about this amazing, amazing experience. Amanda, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Guys, we've got more Star Wars Celebration Live coming up right after this.
Oh, welcome back. 20 years ago, he was a smug little boy clutching the severed head of his father, which explains why, as an adult, his character turned into one of the most feared bounty hunters in the galaxy. Here to talk about his experience as young Boba Fett, please welcome Daniel Logan.
How are you doing, my brother?
I am wonderful.
I found me a Boba Fett on the way here, so I just claimed
it looks like
him.
you brought your clone.
So if anyone's lost a child, please come and find me at my
No,
autograph
that is
table.
your son. Do not do that.
No, yes, this is mine. This is my little son.
Everybody, this is Caden. Say hi to Caden.
Hi.
Oh, man. Daniel, it has been a few years. It is wonderful to see you. It's wonderful to be back.
Thank you. Thank you. It's so good to be back. Like all the rest of you, I got sick and tired of staying at home, and my wife got sick and tired of seeing my face. So it's really, really good to be back and have you all come back.
Yeah.
You prequel fans have done really good, and over the pandemic, you managed to find jobs, and you're coming and buying our autograph again. So thank you so much.
Well, let's talk about this. I mean, we're here. We're at 20th anniversary of Attack of the Clones. Can you believe it? It's been a while, man.
Wow. I used to look like him in Attack of the Clones.
I'm telling you, when I saw Caden backstage, he really does. Caden, you look just like your dad did in Attack of the Clones.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
He's never this shy.
Well, you know,
I gotta put him in front of.
There are a couple people here.
Yeah, I gotta put him in front of a lot of people more often. What's that?
I'm not shy.
Not shy.
You're not
No. No. So I love this. Did y'all make this? This looks like it's made for Caden, his costume.
Yes. So his mummy decided
There
right
she
there, the lady
is.
jumping up and down. My wonderful wife, who puts up with both her ADHD children, me and him.
Hey, turn around and wave.
So yes, that's his lovely mother, my wife, and she's been making it for about 3 months.
It looks wonderful.
She took over the whole kitchen, so I kind of said one day, well, I'd like to cook and eat dinner on my dinner table. So she started sending me Instagram pictures of good husbands that don't mind that their wives do knots and crafts on the kitchen table.
Did you learn anything?
Just shut my mouth and don't say anything about the kitchen table.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. So, but let's talk about this because, you know, you were maybe just a few years older than Caden when you made Attack of the Clones. I mean, what was that experience like for a kid, and what is it like being here 20 years later?
You know, I never really thought about it till many years later that I was the only child on Attack of the Clones. So there was a reason why I was hanging out with all these adults and forcing them to want to play with me. You know, it was like him and me, tag, come on, play with me. But it wasn't until the 20th anniversary that I looked around and realized I'm the only one who looks different, you know? Everyone else still looks great, and I've weathered with the galaxy, you know? Like, I've been in the Sarlacc pit
You
too
haven't
long.
weathered, you've grown up, you're an adult now. That's the only difference.
Yeah, so
you know?
It's weird now to look at myself with the other guys as a different man when most of my life, especially doing these conventions, I've only just ever thought about myself as being, you know, Daniel Logan. Not that young Boba Fett on Attack of the Clones.
Yeah, and it's been lovely to see, you know, how close you and Tamora are and how, you know, how tight you became on that movie, and to see that you're still friends 20 years later. I mean, you guys are always hanging together.
Yeah, well, we kind of like each other a little. No, yeah, he adopted me, you know, and took me in, and I love him. You know, Star Wars didn't only just give me an opportunity to show my talents, but it gave me an opportunity to meet so many wonderful people within this franchise that really took me in and adopted me, you know. Tim Witter Morrison was the greatest father on and off set, and I really cherish having him. You know, he's been down there on that island, and I've been trying to get him out of his hobbit hole for a long time. So I'm so glad to see how much response has come out in love for Tim Witter Morrison. And
Yes.
I'm just so proud of you all. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah. It's amazing, you know, in those first few episodes of Book of Boba Fett, they have they have that shot of you watching as Jango's ship takes off, you know? And it was wild for me to see it, just being like, oh, that's Daniel. Yeah. Like, it's wonderful to see Daniel doing this, you know? And it's amazing to see you still being part of the story of Boba Fett as this continues.
It's an honor. I mean, you know, I was just as excited as everyone else when I heard Book of Boba Fett was coming out. I went and bought a bigger TV, and my wife was like, really, did we really need one? I'm like, yeah, we need to see Tim's face in high definition. Was my only excuse, really. But no, I got a call like a couple of weeks before saying that they're going to put me in one flashback.
Yeah.
So I was like, great, when do you need me on set? And they're like, no, we already got what we need. But we'll send you a nice check. And I'm like, great. Like, wow, I don't have to work and I get paid. Thank you so much, George.
They're like, oh, no, Daniel. We can do a lot with computers. I don't know if you're aware. Like,
we don't even need you anymore.
No.
We already have 100 million clones of you. We are good.
No, it's fine. You know what? I was just thinking, you were telling me the funniest story at Celebration Chicago about being on set, where you were like, I was trying, because you were talking about hanging out with all the adults, and you were like, I wanted to hang out with Hayden because Hayden was so cool.
Hayden.
And so Hayden invited you to play video games with him, and something happened when you went in to play his PlayStation.
Yeah, it was actually his Dreamcast. I love Hayden, and I'm so glad with the love that he has too, guys. You guys are the best. You guys being able to be in the convention world for so long and be able to finally see the prequel loves that they finally has deserved. When him and when him and Ewan came out on stage yesterday, I mean, it was a different kind of cheer. For me, it was like, ah, yeah. For them, it was like, ah, yeah. It was like this weird noise I'd never heard in my life. But, you know, Hayden Christensen, he was great to me. Thank you. I love you all. I love you all. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Oh, wow.
Thank you very much. Thank you all. What do you think, buddy? Yeah,
How you doing,
be a
kid?
scientist or something. Be a little more quieter, right? But yeah, Hayden, you know, one of my days of filming, he just came up to me and he was like, "Hey kid, like you're doing great. Like, nice to meet you. You want to come and play some video games in my room?" You can tell he's my kid. So sit up. We're in public.
It only took him 2 minutes to learn how to work an audience. He really is your kid.
He's my kid. Thank you. He's the love of my life. But yeah, so Hayden's like, "Hey, come and hang out with me in my room." And my mom was there, and I'm like, look over at my mom like, is this called technically stranger danger, you know?
Yeah.
21-year-old guy like, "Hey, come play video games with me in my room." Like, I went anyway. And we were playing video games. Well, we kind of did. He had a Dreamcast, and he plugged the Dreamcast in, but he had gotten the Dreamcast from his managers in Canada. So the voltage to Australia was different than what the voltage to Canada is. You got it. I tried to tell him, don't use the Force and play something else, but he decided he wanted to play his Dreamcast, so he plugs it in, turns it on, pushes the button, and it goes. You got it. The Force was too strong out there. So it starts smoking, and then, well, before that, he actually gave me a PlayStation 1, because he just gotten the new upgraded version. So he's like, "Go ahead and take my old thing, you know, PlayStation 1 with like 20 games." I was like, "Thank you." So as soon as it started raining down in his changing room, I grabbed the PlayStation and I hightailed it out of there.
You were like, "He's gonna want that back."
Yeah, I'm like, "I ain't going to Dreamcast anymore. I'm keeping this." So I got my PlayStation and I was out of there. So the poor guy, he lost the Dreamcast, the PlayStation with a ton of games, and I think he got fined.
All of his limbs.
All of his limbs too by the end of the movie. But that was the kind of fun that I got to have on the Star Wars set. I got to go and, you know, interact with people. I mean, I remember when I met Natalie Portman for the first time. My wife is okay with this, but she was my very first crush. 13 years old, something started changing in my body every time I saw her. It was a different feeling. I'm like, she was gorgeous, especially in that white outfit. Sorry, babe, sorry. I'm going back to my childhood again. Terrible childhood I had.
Goodness.
But yeah, Natalie was wonderful. I remember when I went up and got her autograph, everybody said, "Kid, good luck getting her autograph." She only was signed for charity at the time. So I was like, "I'm cute, I can get it done." So I walk out with my eyes, and I hand her my book, and I say, "Miss Portman, would you sign my book, please?" And she says, "Oh my God, little cutie, I would love to sign your book." And everyone on set was like, as I walked away with my Natalie Portman autograph.
He's walking off with the Natalie Portman autograph in one arm, the PlayStation in the other, and he's like, "I got you all." He's like, "I've got this set wired."
That's a real bounty hunter.
I love this though, because all of these stories, like, you know, it really does, you know, out here in the audience, here on the stage, in the productions, Star Wars really is a community that takes care of each other. You know what I mean? And I love that you were the only kid on set there, and everybody was like, "We're gonna take care of this kid."
They did, yeah.
You know, and you're all still friends 20 years later. It's amazing.
You know, it's good, but it's bad. Some of the things I forgot, I would tell the story about you and McGregor calling me the fart kid. But then he told the story yesterday, and it reminded me I was the fart kid. I started crying. I was like, you know, tormented and happy at the same time that he still remembered me. I said, you know, he was a big part of my childhood, the memories he gave me. But the fact is he remembered a little bit about me this whole time, too. It was so awesome. I'm like, dude, you and McGregor remembered me this whole time. Get back here.
You're just
Thank
like,
you.
"That is me. I am the fart kid."
I am the fart kid. My wife's like, "I'm gonna make you a t-shirt that says I was the fart kid." I was like, no, that's okay. I've already told everyone your idea, I'm sorry. They're gonna be on Instagram like, "I'm the fart kid." Instagram, it's gonna be taken tomorrow. Sorry, babe. You can't tell me anything. I'm like the Star Wars Spider-Man kid.
Has everybody, did they get at the panel, did they get a chance to meet Caden yesterday? Caden,
K2.
did you get to meet everybody yesterday?
Have you been meeting lots of people? Hey, Have you been meeting lots of people?
Yeah.
Yeah? What do you think? You like it?
Who is your favorite?
Yeah.
Who is your favorite? Who are you excited to meet?
Yeah, Boba.
Boba?
Yeah.
What's his last name?
Boba.
Boba.
Yeah. Are you saying that because Dad told you to say that? It's okay if you are.
Yeah, I've been grooming him since he could walk.
It's okay if you are.
I'm like, son, everything besides that the light touches will be yours.
Yeah.
Wait, sorry. Wrong movie franchise.
Aw. I love this.
Love you.
Daniel, it is always a pleasure seeing you. We
You
love
too.
having you here on the stage.
You too. Thank you.
Caden, it is lovely to meet you. Everybody, please stay tuned. We have more from Star Wars Celebration Live, presented by Geico in a moment. Daniel Logan!
Thank you. Have a wonderful celebration, and may the Force be with you and your families always. Take care. Thank you.
Hey guys, Hector here on the celebration floor. I'm at the Jazzwares booth talking to Max Lux, and we have got some awesome toys that we're about to show off. First of all, before we start, Max, what is your official title and what are we about to talk about?
So I'm Senior Brand Manager at Jazzwares, and we are about to talk about Star Wars Micro Galaxy Squadron.
Okay, I am stoked about this. Let's show off this cabinet here.
So Micro Galaxy Squadron is a really unique line. We have a new micro scale. We have incredible authenticity with precision tooling to bring out the biggest level of detail of these ships that fans have ever seen before.
This is amazing.
We have playable action features that are seamlessly integrated to the ships itself. It's really like having a model of the ship in your hand that has maximum playability.
Max, you know me. I feel like we grew up in the same era. We grew up with this amazing era of toys when we were kids. Micro Machines, it was nostalgic. I love that line, and I feel like this is harkening back to that. You mentioned the scale. The scale of this line is so cool because we can actually see it with these figures displayed, with the toys displayed. Tell us a little bit about the scale.
So the scale is really one of the truer scales that we've ever had on a Star Wars line before. And what I mean by that is these small vehicles, our Scout class at $5.99, these guys are small, okay? 2 inches long, but they're in really good scale to our light armor class at $12.99. So your TIE Fighter is bigger than your Speeder, right? Your X-Wing over here is even bigger, right? And then we get into our bigger ships over here.
Yes.
We've got Boba Fett Starship.
Oh my gosh.
We've got the Razor Crest.
Whoa. And you've got multiple versions of the Razor Crest as well.
So the cool thing about Star Wars, and one of my favorite things about Star Wars that really helped with this line, is that the vehicles in Star Wars are like unto characters themselves, right? Absolutely. The Millennium Falcon, which we'll get to, goes through an entire character arc throughout the saga.
Yeah.
And the vehicles themselves are so iconic. And we want to celebrate that by doing multiple versions of these vehicles where it makes sense.
Yeah, not just one Razor Crest. You've got multiple vehicles where it makes sense. I mean, each of those vehicles also come with different characters, right?
Correct. So this is our mainstream Razor Crest. This one comes with Grief Karga,
yes,
the Mandalorian, and Grogu in his pram.
Wow. Okay, Max, you mentioned it earlier, and I feel like I'm thinking what all the collectors are thinking. We got to see the big show, the Millennium Falcon. You guys have a Falcon.
So this is the Millennium Falcon, $44.99. We got retractable landing gear. We've got a rotating radar dish. We've got an opening cockpit that seats all 4 micro figures.
Oh my gosh.
Han Solo, Chewbacca, Obi-Wan Kenobi, and Princess Leia. We've got an opening segment in the back that has an opening an opening smuggling compartment, thermal detonators, and a desert chest table. The center piece rotates here, the turret. You can place a microfigure accessory inside.
All right, don't get cocky now. Okay. You're just showing off at this point. This is so cool.
And the piece de resistance, lights and sounds. motion-activated lights and sounds.
Max, this is such an amazing line. It's so cool. I feel like it's going to be such a great gift, especially for young Star Wars fans.
100%.
Light up their imagination. When is this going to be available for everybody to be able to get?
So we did have pre-orders that sold out instantly, but we do have this coming to Target, Walmart, and Amazon at the end of July, early August.
Max, thank you again, man.
Anything for you guys. Thank you so much, man.
Guys, we have got more Star Wars Celebration Live coming up right after this. Don't go anywhere. I'm going to keep playing with the Millennium Falcon.
May the Force be with you.
Oh my gosh, guys, if you think Carl Weathers is the only person in Star Wars that has dealt with a Predator, you'd be dead wrong. Especially since our next guest actually played one of the Predators. But beyond that, he's also an incredible makeup artist and the man behind everyone's favorite new Wookiee, Chrysanthemum. From the Book of Boba Fett, say hello to Carrie Jones. When a guest has to duck to come through blast doors, you know you're in for a good time. Thank you so much for joining us, Carrie. Welcome to Celebration.
Thank you, guys. Wow.
Now, yeah,
thank you, guys.
Yeah,
it's amazing.
It's crazy. It's so contagious. Now, everybody loves a Wookiee. And so we're...
As they should.
Yeah.
As they should.
And there are a lot of Dr. Aphra fans, a lot of comic fans out here who are so excited to see Chrysanthemum in live action, see him on the Book of Boba Fett. And we have to talk about what it's like bringing a Wookiee to life. I mean, it's such an iconic creature.
It is. Yeah, I mean, first and foremost, I'm a fan just like y'all. All right? I've been a Star Wars fan since I was 5 years old and I saw Empire on the screen. So to then turn around and to become a character is mind-blowing for me. So it's been fun. And to become such an iconic character as a Wookiee is even more fun. And you know, since we have not seen Chrysanthemum on screen and I got a chance to bring him to life, I wanted to make sure that those people that were fans from the Marvel comic, they saw that guy jump off the page. So I went back and I made sure that I looked at all the comics and read each one. And you know, and I wanted to give you guys those iconic poses that he had in some of those comic book panels. So I practiced all that. But no, it's fun. It was fun. And me being a fan of Chewbacca my whole life, you know, and Peter Mayhew, I've been a fan of. Yeah, so it was fun. It was absolutely fun.
How much of Peter's performance or even Jonas' performance did you bring to this? Was there anything you picked up
Well, you know,
from him?
I mean, so if you guys know anything about Chrysanthemum, I know you know Chewbacca. Chrysanthemum is no Chewbacca.
Yeah, very different body language.
Like he's always angry. He always has a chip on his shoulder. He had a more of a sordid life than Chewbacca had. So I didn't really. I wanted to make sure that when you saw Chrysanthemum, he was different, right? You know, he was not this sort of likable guy. You know, I mean, people.
He's super likable.
I was about to say, people ended up liking him. Everybody says they love him, but really, you know, when you look in his eyes, you know, and Robert Rodriguez told me this. He said, whenever people see Chrysanthemum and whenever they look at him, I want them to feel like you're about to snap at any moment. So anything was going to set him off. So I really practiced that. I practiced like how to look, his mannerism, how he stood and how he stared at people, whether his eyes were wide or he squinted. And you know, I stared in the mirror for days and months, just trying to, you know, create that character and sort of.
Yeah. Is it difficult? I mean, yes, it is difficult. It takes a lot of talent and preparation, but to act with only your eyes instead of reciting lines.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, because but I've always said, you know, and you know, mirrors are the eyes of the soul. When you meet someone, you learn a lot about them and how they are and their personality by looking into their eyes. So and that's what I looked at. Like I said, whenever we were, you know, Legacy Effects who made the creature suit, whenever I would go to the shop and they would do their thing, I would ask them to put a mirror in front of me and I would stare at it. You know, and I'd say, okay, how are you angry? How are you mad? How are you drunk? Because, you know, we haven't seen a drunken Wookiee before, and I had to show that and indignant, you know, because had to sit there and get drunk and look at all these Trandoshan's having fun, which was pissing me off. So I had to go out and handle that, you know.
I love it.
And you know, we've heard about it. You know, Han talked about it so many times about ripping arms off, and we got to see it.
Yes.
Right? And I can't tell you guys how much fun that was. You know?
It's like the most satisfying
Oh my
moment.
gosh, we shot it. I think we did it twice, and I said, "Yeah, I can do it again."
Are you sure? Are you sure you
I
got
can
it?
do that again. Sure.
How did your special effects experience and your background in makeup and effects prepare you for this role?
Well, you know, I think a lot of it has to deal with the respect in terms of the people and the artists that go into making it, you know, because a lot of man hours and a lot of time and a lot of individual people in different aspects of the craft creates those things, right? And so whenever we were in between takes or whenever they had to come in and do their job, it's about patience. It's about allowing them to get in there and do their thing to make sure he looks so great on screen. And I think I had, because I've been on that side, and so I had a level of respect of allowing them to do their job and to make sure that they were able to put their best forward when the camera were whirling. And also, too, you know, just knowing what I was getting into. Because I know, you know, about how suits and how they're put together, how uncomfortable they are and how they make you hot or how, you know, you're limited to what you can see or what you can hear. So all that stuff I understood. So it wasn't like I was going into this blind. And so I was a little bit more comfortable probably than most people that have to do that sort of thing. But I embraced it. You know, I loved it. I mean, again, you know, being a fan of Star Wars, I tell the story all the time. Back in the day, you know, I had Star Wars drapes, a pillowcase, bed sheets, and they used to make Star Wars cereal. And on the back of the cereal box, you used to be able to cut out masks of the different characters. Yeah. And the Wookiee, for some reason, was the one that you could not find. So I'd go to the grocery store and I'd turn cereal boxes. Nah, I already got that one. You know, and finally I got the Wookiee one. I cut it out, and that was like the mask that I wore out until it literally, I really could not wear it anymore. So, so yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Hoping that you end up on a cereal box someday. That would just be the dopest thing.
That would be the full circle moment.
Yeah, I mean, that's so cool. I mean, and just talking about, you know, the creature shop and the effects and the absolute care and technology and skill that goes into creating these costumes, and it's just absolutely wild what they're making on The Mandalorian. It's such cool that you're now part of this on the other side.
Yeah, and I love the fact that there is a lot of stuff on set, and not only for the fans, but as an actor, when you're on set and you see something in front of you, your reaction is very different when you have to imagine it being there. And so with The Mandalorian and with Boba Fett and all these Star Wars shows, it's there. Yeah. You know, whether it's the whole thing or part of it. You know, when one day I was on set. And I had to go to get suited up. And I'm walking around where they have my suit at. And as I walk around the corner, I look and I see a Rancor.
And, no big deal.
And they're like, Carrie, you know, they need you on set in like 10 minutes. I'm like, but there's a Rancor. And they said, Carrie, like, come on. I say, did you not hear what I said? There is a Rancor. Like, you know, so again, as a fan, I would walk on set and I would see these things. And again, as an actor, just to be able to react to what you're looking at, you know, and I'm sure with like all the other actors and even with the volume, you know, instead of looking at a green wall, you know, I was in the Rancor pit and the Rancor door raised and I could see all the way out into the sands of Mos Espa and Tatooine and all that stuff just the technology has come such a long way.
Yeah, it's magical. They say you went a bit method with your acting here. Can you walk us through what method acting is like for a Wookiee?
Well,
not putting you on the spot or anything.
This particular Wookiee, he just I'm not I'm not that angry. I always put all things in perspective, and I think Wookiees are very powerful, and I think and for him he had to be intimidating. So and again it was more for me because. Again, I'm a fan first and foremost. So when I watch Star Wars movies, and I will say I'm critical. I'm that critical fan where Luke's like, well, wait a minute, in the comic it was this, or back in the day it was so. I wanted to make sure that what I was giving to the fans was authentic, right? And also too, thank you. And also too, I think the artists created this suit and this character, and they did such a really good job. And I think it was my responsibility to bring it to life so that when I walked on stage and on set, they saw Chrysanthemum. They didn't see me. They didn't see a guy in a suit. It was Chrysanthemum. So I think the first time that I met Jon Favreau and I was Chrysanthemum, I didn't talk. I didn't really, I was not personable. I kind of wouldn't respond to people. I kind of would turn my back on people and kind of, because I wanted, when they saw him for the first time, I wanted them to see what he would look like and how he would be on set. And hopefully that the vision that they had, they were able to look at it and say, oh my God, that's it, Oh, yeah. And I think it all worked out, right? Did it?
Yeah,
Did you?
Yeah, it absolutely did. It's awesome. And yeah, I mean, we're so glad to see him on stage, and you've done such an amazing job, and can't wait to see what's coming up next season.
Me too.
Awesome. It's great talking to you.
Thank you guys so much.
Stick around, guys. More from Star Wars Celebration Live coming right up.
This week and every week, tune in for This Week in Star Wars for the latest and greatest news from around the galaxy far, far away with me, your host, Kristen Baber. Check out all the Star Wars news.
It's a new year, and that means new stories in Star Wars: The High Republic.
We got a look at key supporting characters, exclusive reveals. Ahsoka Tano is on her way.
But first, a new trailer.
Special guests.
Fast pace. Energy, fresh stories.
I'm so proud of this little piece of work.
Let them come.
The occasional furry co-host, and a whole lot of fun sprinkled throughout. Buckets of Blood has arrived on the scene.
Forever and ever.
Come on. I actually do really like sand. No, dude, you're too late. For all that and more, join us every Thursday at noon on StarWars.com and the official Star Wars YouTube channel.
In a roundabout way, we all owe our next guest a huge thank you for not dissecting Grogu in the early days of The Mandalorian. You know him as Dr. Pershing. We know him as Omid Abtahi. Welcome to the show, sir. Welcome to Celebration.
Thank you so much.
It's a pleasure to have you.
I'm so new to this all, so it's I'm just trying to take a mental image of all of you right now so I can have it for the rest of my life.
I think we've got a lot of people holding up Grogu's, I think, to taunt you, sir.
Excellent. If there's a lot of them, then I've done my job really well.
So, speaking of Grogu, what was it like keeping the secret, the huge secret of the child?
That's probably the only drawback of being part of the Star Wars franchise is you get to be part of these amazing stories and amazing projects, and you can't tell anybody about it.
Yeah.
And so you have to sit on it for 9 months to a year, and it's very, very difficult. So it's like stressful because people are like, what have you been up to this last year? And you're like, nothing. I haven't worked for the last year. So it's the hardest part about being part of this franchise is holding on to these secrets, but I've become a lot better at it over the years. I've had a lot of practice.
I can't even buy a birthday present for somebody too far in advance because every time I see them, I'm like, I got you something.
Yeah.
Like, I got you something. I can't imagine keeping all of the secrets that y'all have to keep constantly.
It's tough. It's so tough, yeah.
But of course, the trade-off is you are in The Mandalorian, and you are coming back, which is so exciting. I was so happy to see you coming back.
I gotta tell you this. I was surprised to see myself in the teaser, but so relieved because these next 9 months that I don't have to keep it a secret.
Yeah.
Right? And right now I'm a little shaky. Am I allowed to say this? But you said it first, right?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
I said it. Don't worry. Everything's okay.
Great.
I've tricked him into thinking anything I say he's allowed to corroborate. And now the real secrets come out.
Yeah.
So what has your experience with Star Wars been like since the premiere of The Mandalorian? We were talking about this a little bit backstage.
Yeah, this is one of those questions that I was asked at the premiere, and I've been asked ever since, like, what's it like to be part of Star Wars? And it was the hardest question for me to answer because I didn't have the words to successfully answer it. I was like, this is amazing, it's great, it's fantastic. Until, I don't know if my son's here, but he's 6 years old, he's back there. He's a
little Jedi today.
He's a 6-year-old Obi-Wan, yeah.
Yeah, there he is.
So, there you are, baby. So I think all parents will identify with this. Like, I would take him to Trader Joe's and I would buy him a little fruit strip, and he's like, Daddy, this is the best day ever. And I would take him to trick-or-treating for Halloween, and he'd be like, Daddy, this is the best day ever. I would brought him here, and this is the best day ever. So I was finally able to explain to people what it's like being on the show and being part of Star Wars is that every day is the best day ever. And I haven't thought of a better way to put it than that.
It's amazing. That's amazing. And I mean, the success of The Mandalorian has been incredible, and it's become certainly a huge touchstone to Star Wars, but it's also become a cultural touchstone. I mean, it's one of the biggest things ever. How has it been to be a part of that? Did you expect it?
No. I mean, yes. You know what? To be fair, I didn't allow myself to think about it because I think it would have made me more nervous. It was definitely something where, yeah, you knew you were a part of something big, but as an actor, I couldn't allow myself to let those thoughts infiltrate me and affect my performance.
Right.
So, but no, I didn't think Grogu Baby Yoda was going to be as big as it was. Mm-hmm. I didn't think truthfully, I didn't think. And so this has all been a wonderful surprise, and it means so much, I know, to me and to my castmates and to the crew that we are, showered with so much love from the fans, and I don't have the imagination to think this up.
I'm loving watching you right now because you have such excited kid energy right now. This is so amazing. Yes. Like, I love this for you.
I know, I was so chill backstage, right?
Yeah. Backstage, you're like, yeah, this is gonna be great. And then you came out and you're like, it's a Star Wars.
Yeah.
Like,
I know.
It's amazing though. So listen, aside from accomplishing what I would imagine is probably a lifelong dream of becoming a hologram.
Yes.
Have any other experiences on set or on the show really stuck with you? What's been some of the bigger things that have happened?
That I can talk about?
Yeah, that you can talk about. It all comes back to that.
Listen, one of the biggest trips for me was in season 1, when we were in the bunker with Werner Herzog. Was
when I was in the bunker with Werner Herzog. Which, if you're gonna hang out with Werner Herzog anywhere, I think a bunker is really the only place
Yeah,
you
I mean,
can.
no one can shoot you there, yeah. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Oh, it's an insignificant bullet. I am
Right.
unafraid.
Yeah,
we all know the Werner
okay.
Herzog interview, right? Have you all seen this? Go look it up tonight. It's amazing.
It's on YouTube, yeah.
Nothing can stop that man.
Nothing will stop an interview. Anyways, what's a trip for me, and it was a reminder that I have made it in Hollywood as an actor, was in between takes, the stormtroopers would have their helmets off, talking about the Laker game or their summer barbecue and picking their kids up from school. And that just it just was a reminder to me of how far I've come as an actor. And that was one of the coolest experiences that I'll probably always keep with me for the rest of my life.
Yeah.
Was seeing these stormtroopers talking about their summer barbecue.
Yeah.
It was amazing.
It's wild.
Welcome
It's
to
wild.
Hollywood.
And I have to end with one quick. This is just a question for me as a film nerd.
Yeah.
Just to go back to Werner Herzog. Yeah. What's it like to hang out with that dude?
If I could put it in one word?
Yeah.
Intimidating.
Yeah.
And I wasn't the only one. I mean, I would have some of the directors come up to me I don't know what to say. How can I direct Werner Herzog?
How do I tell Werner what to do in this scene without looking him directly in the eye?
He's in a league of his own.
Yeah.
I mean, we all know this. And he's one of the most fascinating human beings I've ever met. And I remember I was like, what do I say to him between takes? And I was speechless. And I remember between one take, he's like, and I have a horrible impersonation of him, but
we're ready for it.
Forgive me. And so he was looking at me, and I was like, and he's like, so, Amit, he's like, do you think the internet dreams of itself? And I was like, I'm
He does. No, it's wonderful that he really talks like that.
He does. He asked that question. And then I was like, I had no response for him. I was like, yeah. And then so the next question he asks me, he was like, so, Sherman Oaks, huh? Because that's where I'm from.
Yeah.
So that's the level of conversation I took him down to.
Yeah.
And I can talk all about Sherman Oaks all
Can
he
I
wants.
speak to you about the nature of technology and feeling? No? So how's your neighborhood?
Exactly, right, yeah. That's my fault, yeah.
That is amazing. I love that so much.
I just got to say, he's an amazing actor.
He
I
is.
knew of his work as a director. I did not know of his work as an actor. But getting to watch him act, it was, what a joy. Front row seats to that,
He was so brilliant. And you're right, I think of him as a director first, but when I saw him throughout the whole first season, I was like, ooh, this guy is imposing.
He is,
I love
very
this.
much. Yeah.
And when you speak to him, he's very kind of joyful and friendly.
Totally.
And so to see him be that, I'm like, wow, he's good.
He's
but
really
you're
good.
all good. That's the thing. You're all great on the show.
Thank you.
And I'm telling you, I genuinely am so excited to see you back. I'm excited to see Dr. Pershing back. And I'm so happy that you got to spend some time with us here today. Thank you so much,
Thank you so much
Omid.
for having me.
Omid Abtahi, everybody. Thank you. More from Star Wars Celebration Anaheim after this on Star Wars Celebration Live, presented by Geico.
Hey, it's Jordan back on the floor on Celebration with Monogram, and I am with Mike. How are you today?
I'm doing very well.
Okay, now, if I'm not mistaken, this is your very first Star Wars Celebration with Monogram.
That is correct.
How's it going for you?
Very good, very excited.
Okay, well, I have seen this booth busy all day. We actually had to clear it out in order to just film with you. You've got some incredible stuff here. Why don't you take me through a little bit of these product offerings that are right here? I see some really cool banks, yes?
Yes, we do a whole range of different banks from Star Wars. And then we have some key rings. In that case over there is some of our newer banks that are going to be coming out the back half of this year. R2-D2, a Han and Carbonite, and a new Darth Vader.
The really cool thing I like about them is they're really cute. They're really aimed for children. You know, as I go along here, I see you've got these lanyard holders.
Yeah, that'll hold your cell phone and other little important papers.
Okay, so something really cool to put around your neck, and I think you've got, what, a little ID holder right here, too?
Yep, you can put your wallet, your license, and other stuff in there.
Okay, fantastic. This is the stuff that people have been clamoring for all weekend. This is a Celebration exclusive.
Exactly.
Tell me about this.
Only sold at the show. It's our exclusive keyring set with all the different characters for the creatures from Star Wars.
And these are so cute. What you've done is you've actually cutesified them. The Porg, the Dianoga, the Bantha, which I absolutely love. What's the price point of something like this?
The set at the show was $50.
Okay, so $49.99, $50. But if you don't want to get this set, you've got them separately too.
That's right. Then we have all the different sets from all the the different movies: Clone Wars, Book of Boba Fett, Mando Series 1, Series 2, and classic Star Wars.
Oh, fantastic. And going through this booth, because it always gets better, you've got them here as well. You're selling them individually on peg holes.
People can come and trade them, so if they get a character they don't want, they can trade it for another character on the trading post.
This is really what attracted me when I first walked by the booth. How many keychains do you actually have in here?
We think we have over like 60 of them, different ones.
Over 60. And how many do you actually produce?
We're over about 100 right now.
Let's take a look. Oh, Fennec Shan. Actress Ming-Na Wen from the Book of Boba Fett. I love it. You know what? Now I am hooked. Now I want to start collecting as well. Thank you for starting a brand new hobby for me. This is fantastic. This is Mike at the Monogram booth. If you are around on the show floor, definitely check them out. Stay tuned. We have more coverage of Star Wars Celebration Live coming right up.
Star Wars Celebration. One of the most adorable shows online right now is Star Wars Galactic Pals. And wouldn't you know it, we've got Lucasfilm's own Jason Stein here to tell us more about it. Welcome, Jason.
Hi, everybody. This is so cool. I've never gotten to do it from up here before. Hi, everyone. This is awesome. Thank you for coming out to hear me.
This is, it's the wildest thing in the world.
It's
also,
awesome.
High five to you for bringing the babies.
Yes, we brought the babies.
Now, can you tell us a little bit about the Galactic Pals?
Absolutely. So Galactic Pals is a series of animated shorts we've worked on that tells some stories around the galaxy's youngest inhabitants, aliens, creatures, a chance to do a little comedy and tell a little bit of storytelling around those young inhabitants. We've done a series of shorts, and we're working on a few more, and we're here to talk to you guys a little bit more about them today.
All right, now how is Galactic Pals connected to Galaxy of Creatures?
Absolutely. So Galaxy of Creatures, we were lucky enough to introduce a new droid, Ari, and his camera droid, Cam, who took us across the galaxy to see a lot of the different creatures of the galaxy. Well, we thought, if you're going to do younger galactic pals, you need to have a specialized droid who really is good at taking care of those young creatures. So we created a new droid, Miri, who you can see in the center on the video screen there. And Miri is our caretaker droid at the Youngling Care Space Station. Our younglings come for the day to be looked after and hopefully learn something along the way, and hopefully the viewer learns something as well about how to care for these young creatures.
They're so cute, I can't.
Right? They're adorable.
Now, can you talk a bit about the new products and what you have coming out?
Yes. So we were lucky enough to work with our amazing partners at Mattel to not only work on the shorts, but then to create these wonderful guys that your kids at home can bring home and play with, and hopefully carry some of the things they've learned in the shorts home into their play at home, engaging with their own special galactic pal. Pretty cool. Aren't they cute? Really cute, right?
And are there going to be any additional episodes coming soon?
Yes, so we've released the first 6 so far. We have 6 more coming for you guys a little later this summer, so be on the lookout for those.
All right. And what are some of the cute creatures that fans can expect to see next?
Ooh, I guess I can tell a few.
Tell me.
Well, we're going to do the Rancor. Pretty cool, huh? Yeah. Tauntaun. And how about a little Gungan? Wouldn't that be adorable? Yeah? Okay, I think we can do that. And we'll save the others for a surprise later, but there's just a few for you guys to look forward to.
I do have to take 1 second to acknowledge that there is a very adorable baby Yoda in the audience right now being held up. And
That is so cute. There we go.
I am high-key emotional over here. You're so cute. Look, you're on the screen, little baby.
That is so adorable.
All right, and so we've got new episodes coming. Where can people find you this weekend, either here or in person?
Yes, so in person, we'll be over at the Star Wars Kids stage over on the other side of the convention center, so you can check us out there. We're doing activities throughout the day. And then online, you can find the shorts at StarWarsKids.com or the Star Wars Kids YouTube page. And I'm also excited to share, I have another piece of news. Galaxy of Creatures, we're going to be doing additional episodes coming out later this year, so be on the lookout for those as well. And speaking of that, we have a couple character designs to show you guys. We are doing a Gundark and a Puffer Pig, along with a bunch of other creatures, so be on the lookout for those.
You know I love exclusive. Jason, it's so great to have you here.
It is so awesome to be here. I'm so glad to share this stage with you.
Jason and I have actually known each other for years, like pre-Lucasfilm, so this is very exciting. So shout out to our friendship.
Absolutely.
Well, everyone cannot wait for more of these animated shorts. Thank you so much for stopping by.
My pleasure.
We've got more Star Wars Celebration Live presented by Geico in just a moment. Stick around, guys.
Thanks, everybody.
Hey guys, Hector here on the Star Wars Celebration floor. Once again, we're at the Erin Condren booth, and I'm talking to Suzanne. Hi, Suzanne, how are you?
I'm great, thank you so much.
Before we jump into showing off some really awesome Star Wars stuff, what's your official title?
So I'm Suzanne, and I'm the Chief Revenue Officer at Erin Condren.
Officer, wonderful. So you pulled something that is gorgeous here. This is something that you guys are known for.
Yes, this is our life planner. We are a planning and organization brand, and this is exactly what we're known for. This is how we got our start, and it is a planner of all planners to help you stay organized and reduce stress.
And you were saying, Suzanne, that you guys had designed this and you were working very closely with Lucasfilm, which is awesome.
Yes, we have an incredible team of internal designers, and we worked really closely with Lucasfilm to come up with a full assortment to bring something unique to the Star Wars world, but also be completely authentic to Star Wars.
And you got some other stuff too that I'd love to show off right over here.
Well, this is our beautiful planner.
Oh my goodness.
But yes, we have so many fun things today.
Oh my gosh.
People are loving this in our booth at the Star Wars Celebration, these fun sticky notes.
Oh wow. You know, Suzanne, I love being organized. But I also like being fashionably organized is the thing, to have things look nice. If I'm labeling things, to have it look nice. There's no reason it needs to be bland.
Exactly, fashionably organized. It adds a little joy to the day.
Yeah.
There's no reason why, and personality. So this is our beautiful Tatooine.
That is gorgeous.
Softbound notebook. And for those of you at home, you can go online on our website and personalize and customize all these things.
Oh, fantastic! And we've got the website right there appearing on screen. Boom, right there. Look at that. Ooh, look at this.
This is our exclusive notebook.
Wow.
Some beautiful artwork on the pages. We're also known for really high quality paper.
Yes.
We use 80-pound paper. It's very thick. It does not bleed through.
And it's also strong with the Force, that paper.
It is.
Yes,
It
of
is.
course, of course. And then lastly, you've got something here that is a Celebration exclusive, only available here at the booth.
Exactly. This is our show special. Make sure to stop by and come grab it. It is an amazing list pad. Adds a little more fun to the day.
You guys are going to be here Saturday, Sunday. You're selling out of stuff.
We have been. This is our first time at Star Wars Celebration.
Welcome.
We didn't know what to expect.
Welcome.
Awesome.
We did it. We're here.
Newbies.
We're newbies.
So we didn't know what to expect. It's been incredible, and we've definitely been selling out of a lot of things. So do stop by and grab it
Guys,
if you can.
come show Suzanne and the whole team some Star Wars Celebration love. It's their first visit. They have so many amazing, beautiful products. And one more time, what is the website people can check out the rest of the line?
It's erincondren.com, Erin with an E.
Erin with an E. Guys, this is Suzanne. I'm Hector. We've got more Star Wars Celebration Live coming up right after this. Don't move. You know the drill. Don't go anywhere.
so proud of themselves. So fat and satisfied.
They're everywhere. They're watching me now.
Soon enough, these days will end. There will be no rules going forward. People are standing up. That's what a reckoning sounds like.
Trailer. It's so good. Hey, everybody, y'all like collectibles? Do y'all like collectibles? Well, we got some really detailed collectibles right here. You're gonna love what our friends at Kotobukiya are about to show off. Welcome to the show, Dan, everybody. It's Dan. Give it up for Dan. Dan,
Thanks, Jordan.
Thank you so much for being here, man. I got a question for you. What new items do you have coming out this year, Dan?
So one of the items that we have coming out this year is our Yoda fountain. And this was made to commemorate the 50th anniversary of Lucasfilm. This is based off of the fountain that is at the Presidio in San Francisco.
Oh, wow.
It's non-scale, it's resin, and it's individually numbered. It's a one-time edition. Once we're sold out, that's it. It's a done deal.
Gosh, Dan, you guys make it so hard. It's so great. That is a beautiful piece, that statue. Where did the sort of idea for that design come from?
So honestly, our first crack at this statue was we were going to make it an actual working fountain. So we wanted it to have water come out of it. It's just, unfortunately, the cost to do that would have been too high for something that's so limited.
Yeah.
So we just decided to stick with a resin collectible that people could put on their shelf or desks.
Thank you. I can afford it now. Thank you, Dan. What sets Kotobukiya apart from other makers of Star Wars goods?
Well, I mean, and I think a lot of the other manufacturers here, we're all in the same boat. We're all fans. We're all fans of Star Wars. We're passionate about the property. So when we're developing these type of products, we're really putting our heart and soul into it. And we actually have a real interest in what we're doing. So we're really going to push ourselves to really get those fine details. Yeah.
And it comes through. I mean, shout out to Kotobukiya, everybody. Come on. Collectors. We're all collectors. It's so good. Dan, how long does it take to create one of these items here?
So it goes through different stages in the process. First, we have to submit a concept to Lucas for approval.
Right.
And then after that, we get it. We start working on the sculpt. Once the sculpt is approved, we send it off for either a digital printout, or if it's a hand sculpt, we're going to make a mold, create a paint master. I would say anywhere from like 6 to 8 months. It can take sometimes it takes quite a while because there's different levels of approvals that need to happen.
Yeah.
Sometimes it does get pushed back to us. So if we, like this base originally was a little darker. But we lightened it up after we got some feedback from the Lucas licensing team.
Absolutely.
So
Lucasfilm just like peered outside. They're like, we can just tell you exactly what the fountain looks like. And then they got those notes back to you guys. All right, so what is the typical process? You were talking a little bit about the sort of back and forth. I mean, you're saying it's 6 to 8 months. Sometimes it takes longer, I'm sure, for one of these pieces, sometimes even shorter. But what is that typical process, and how excited are you guys when it finally gets to the fans' hands?
Well, I mean, and again, I was really lucky because I got to contribute to the marketing text for this particular piece.
Great.
So to see that text actually appear on the product packaging, it's just like a dream come true.
Awesome.
But I mean, for all our team, just to be involved in any part of the process, from even cost analysis. I mean, we're all Star Wars fans at heart, so it's a great time to be able to work on these type of products.
Absolutely. Dan, where can fans find out more about this specific product and all of Kotobukiya's stuff?
So you can visit us on just type in Kotobukiya, Kotobukiya. I got that memorized. And just do a Google search and you'll come to our website and you can find out more about our products and find out about our distributors and our shop list where you can pre-order and buy these items.
Guys, give it up for Dan from Kotobukiya. Thank you so much for showing all of this off. I cannot wait to get my hot little hands on it in the future. We're going to be back with more Star Wars Celebration Live presented by Geico in a moment. Don't go anywhere.
Think you know every era of Star Wars?
Over 1,000 generations of Jedi Knights were guardians of peace and justice.
Think again. The High Republic Show is the only show on the internet that takes you behind the scenes of this exciting new chapter in the Star Wars saga.
There was just a clear sense of this is going to be exciting.
Guess where the High Republic's going next, guys?
Every other month, the High Republic Show recaps the ongoing story, talks to the creators making this era possible, the fans that can't get enough, and brings you brand new, never-before-seen exclusives that will blow your mind.
Yes, that's right. By watching the High Republic show, you'll go from an average everyday Star Wars fan to this. An esteemed Jedi Master ready to protect the galaxy. So what are you waiting for? Check out the High Republic show today.
If you're like me, you don't have photos of your family on your mantle. Instead, you have a few of the highly detailed products from our friends at Sideshow Collectibles. Here to show off, Sideshow in the house, what's up? Here to show off new and exciting stuff is associate producer for Sideshow Collectibles, Paul Hernandez. Paul, thank you so much for being here, Paul.
Thanks for having me, man. It's a pleasure to be here. How you
doing? I'm doing fantastic. Talking to Paul from Sideshow Collectibles. This is awesome. Paul, can you tell us a little bit about the Darth Vader mythos statue that you have created?
Yes, so the Darth Mythos statue that we have, the Darth Vader mythos, it's the embodiment of everything that Anakin's journey and Vader's journey is.
Wow.
It is. We've got 3 head sculpts on it. You have, the spoilers. Can we spoilers for Star Wars?
For episode 3, Revenge of the Sith? I think so. I think we can. Yeah.
It's, such an incredible piece. The one we see up there is the one by the urban Aztec, Jesse Hernandez.
Ooh.
Yeah, he's a good guy. His last name's Hernandez.
Yeah, absolutely. No relation?
Yeah, no, not yet.
Take credit for it.
Working on it.
Take credit for it, Paul.
Yeah, and this is our Mythos piece that you're seeing here. I mean, everything that we do with the Mythos line is to allow the fan to fill in the blanks, right? Because you're connected, your collection or your fandom doesn't stop on screen. It lives on your mantle, wherever you want. And that's what the Mythos line is, what it wasn't but could be.
It's storytelling. You guys are so good at that. It is pure storytelling. I love that. Speaking of Vader, you also have a new designer bust coming out. Can you talk about that, Paul?
Yeah, so that's what we're working on with Jesse Hernandez, the urban Aztec. He's done quite a few pieces for us. He's done a ton of different licenses, but he's done the Boba Fett, which we've got in our booth now.
Love it.
Looks so good. Yeah. And of course, the Darth Vader coming out. And he's just such a big fan of Star Wars in general. He's got that Aztec style, sharp, it's fun, it's clean, it's Darth Vader.
I love it. There's something about that Aztec style, Paul, when I see it, something awakens inside me that is ancestral, and it makes me very happy. I'm somehow proud of that statue.
I feel that on a personal level as well. You get it, yeah.
Latinos! All right. Oh, okay. All right.
Oh.
Okay. Por supuesto.
In 2 cars.
What's that?
They're all here in 2 cars.
They got here in 2 cars. That's right, carpool all the time. Paul, how long does it take to create a statue like the ones that we're talking about? What goes into their creation?
Right, I mean,
from concept to what people get on their shelves, it's an entire process. So many different people have touched it. So many huge Star Wars fans. So I always, think, how do you even decide to pull back? But I mean, it can take anywhere from 6 months to 2 years.
Wow.
There's a lot. We have in-house artists, in-house sculptors, painters, all huge Star Wars fans who all are trying to leave their mark on this incredible Mythos line.
That is longer than a baby. You guys are giving birth.
Yeah. Couple times a year.
Yeah. Paul, what other Star Wars statues, figures, busts do you guys have coming up?
Yeah, we've got our Mythos line. Again, we've got our Anakin. We've got our Obi-Wan. I think people have heard of Obi-Wan.
Yes,
right?
let me just check. Yes, Obi-Wan.
Yeah, a couple, one or two people.
Popular character. Yeah.
And we were so fortunate. Deborah Chow gave us a nice shout out. She had a little bit of inspiration from that Mythos piece. So we're so happy to have that. And we have we're trying to think what I can say. We're happy to continue the line.
There you go.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Well, guys, give it up for Paul from Sideshow Collectibles, everybody. Thank you so much for coming and showing that stuff off. It is time for me to clear off even more space on my fireplace mantle for these amazing pieces. Thank you again so much for stopping by. Stick around, guys. We got more Star Wars Celebration Live coming right up.
Well, I am back on the Celebration floor, and if you're looking for a booth that is truly sweet, look no further than Gallery Candy. I am here with Rick Ross, truly Rick Ross, and he's with Gallery. How are you today?
I'm great. How are you?
Fantastic. You having a good time at Celebration?
Oh, amazing. I mean, the costumes and what everyone's wearing is unbelievable.
Fantastic. Now, you actually were telling me a lot of stuff about Gallery and all your new products. You actually launched some of them here at Celebration this year, didn't you?
Yeah, actually, this one right here is the first time we've ever shown this in public. It's a brand new item, and it's our jumbo goblet. We've been doing goblets for over 20 years. We have a new one every year, but the jumbo ones are brand new.
So these are the jumbo goblets, and actually, you put liquid in this? It actually almost looks like a soup bowl.
A lot of people put candy in them, or they'll put popcorn or snacks. They'll use them as planters. They put all kinds of stuff in it. It's unbelievable.
Fantastic. And as we move on, I see these incredible Star Wars Celebration coffee mugs filled with candy. Tell me a little bit about these.
Yeah, so we've been making these for 12 years. So there's been 5 celebrations. We've had 5 collections. They're exclusive. Every show, we make 700 of them, and that's it.
700 pieces for every character, or just total?
Period. All of them, and we sell out every year by Saturday.
And I see you have C-3PO, R2-D2, Grogu, and Mandalorian.
2 characters on each mug.
Fantastic. And they are truly highly collectible.
Oh yeah, they're great.
So you were telling me about a #1 selling item of the show, and you got to show me right here. I need to take a look at this.
This is, usually it's a little chocolate egg and toy, but this is gummies, so they're little Star Wars gummies.
Okay.
And we have 7 different toys, and there's collector disc inside as well, 10 of them. And so the kids love them.
So you get everything in there.
Yeah, it's great. And it's only, retails for $2.29.
$2.29. That is a whole lot of fun.
Collectible discs. Yeah, and they're really hard and they're real nice. They're not cheap.
I love it. Fantastic. All right, you guys have got to stop by the Gallery Candy booth, pick up something for the kids, pick up something for yourself. Come say hi to Rick. I'm Jordan. We'll have more coverage of Star Wars Celebration Live presented by Geico coming up next.
Every week. From brand new trailer debuts to never before seen behind the scenes reveals, Star Wars on YouTube is the channel you need to be subscribed to for up to the second Star Wars news and information. Plus exciting original series like This Week in Star Wars.
Ahsoka Tano is on her way.
Fast-paced energy, fresh stories.
Dispatches from the Halcyon.
Star Wars Galactic Star Cruiser is the first of its kind experience in the world.
And the High Republic show.
Nope, she was just waiting for the perfect moment to blow up the temple.
That bring fans the latest and greatest from a galaxy far, far away. So what are you waiting for? Subscribe to Star Wars on YouTube today.
We're here at the Penguin Random House booth with publicist Kristen. Hey, Kristen.
Hey, Kristen. Two Kristen.
It's a good name. It's a good name.
It is a good name.
It's a beautiful name. All right. What can you tell us about this booth? What will fans find here if they stop by during Star Wars Celebration?
Sure. So we have a few exciting titles we're on display this year. So we have Battles That Change the Galaxy, which actually came out this November. Really awesome reference book about basically all of the major battles in Star Wars history throughout all the movies. And we have all 4 authors here, actually. We have a bunch of books on display, but I will say one that I know that we need to talk about is your book.
Yes.
Skywalker,
Yes.
Family at War here.
My firstborn book, baby.
It is
I
so
love it. I love it
exciting.
very much.
Yes.
I love it.
That's one of our big ones here.
Oh, I'm
hello.
sorry.
Hi.
Hello, Dan.
Hi.
Here's our fellow author, Dan Zier. Hello.
Well, hello. It's
Hello.
nice to see you.
Why, what are you reading, Dan?
I'm reading the Star Wars book because I've read this book like 3 or 4 times because it's the best Star Wars book ever written.
Oh,
so I'm
thank
taking
you.
a break
Thank
from
you.
this book by
Your
myself.
check's in the mail.
Yeah, thank you. Myself, Pablo Doggo, and Cohort.
Yes, it's a good pick. I've also read this book, maybe not 4 times, but it's an
Wow,
excellent pick.
you should. Now you've
An
got some
excellent
homework.
pick. Awesome. All right, and what do we have here?
Oh, Dan, I think you have some other books on display in our booth too. We've got the character encyclopedia that you and Amy worked on.
That's
Amy
right.
Rassau.
The amazing Amy Rassau and I got to
Yes.
work on this, collaborate with The Mandalorian and The Rise of Skywalker.
Love it.
Awesome.
Love it. And I think I see one other new one that you might have.
Gosh.
And this one maybe comes out on Tuesday, so maybe a little
first
early
to market.
exclusive.
Yes, I Am Your Father, lessons for parents, protectors, and mentors. For the parent and all of us kids.
Now, Dan, do you think that Darth Vader is a good father figure?
I think he's the worst father figure in the history of father figures, but Mando's pretty good. I will say
Yes,
Mando's good.
the Dadalorian
He's the
is
best
the
one.
best.
The
The
Dadalorian, I
Dadalorian.
like that.
Yeah,
Grogu
yeah.
anytime.
Yes, Grogu forever.
Good father. Good
Awesome,
father.
yes. Yeah, Grogu is growing up so well.
Yes. And Kristen, I think behind us I see another book that
Oh.
you worked on. This
Yes.
one is not out yet, but we are previewing it at the show. We will have a special giveaway this weekend, so definitely come by. I can't tell you yet, but you'll find out over the course of the weekend.
Yes,
Are you
when is that
excited?
giveaway? I am excited.
Oh gosh, I think we have the first one tomorrow around 3 p.m. That's Friday. We also have some giveaways Saturday and Sunday, so check our
Wow.
schedule.
Awesome. Stay tuned for even more from Star Wars Celebration Live.
Claudia Kishi, Mallory Pike, Din Djarin. All 3 have really cool names and are world-class babysitters. But only one knows how to simultaneously ward off a multitude of baddies, all while watching a child. Here to talk about his time as the Mandalorian, it's Pedro Pascal. Oh my goodness. I think they've seen the show.
I love you! I love you!
This is what happens when you tell the internet that they can call you daddy, Pedro.
I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead.
Now,
you've all rendered me useless for any questions for this guy. My heart, I'm dead.
Now listen, I know you all love Pedro. I know you think he's perfect and he can do no wrong.
You guys are the best. You're the best. You're the best.
Let me tell you about the time Pedro Pascal threw me under the bus.
I'm the one that got in trouble.
Do you remember, though, we were doing the reveal of the Mandalorian toys at D23.
I can't believe you're throwing me under the bus.
We showed off the Lego set. We showed off, I believe it was the Razor Crest with the Mandalorian minifig. And I was told before we did this segment, I was like, Anthony, they're gonna be watching you. Don't move those toys from where they're supposed to be. Don't touch them. They all have to go in a specific place. They're coming out of locked briefcases that are handcuffed to somebody. Be very careful. I'm like, oh my gosh, I better not mess this up. We get done and we're looking around the table and we say, the Mando minifig is gone. Where did this is a prototype Mandalorian Lego minifig. It's one of a kind. Security's patting me down. They're checking my pockets. Do you know who goes slinking out of the room?
I was like, that's little and that's me. That's mine. They came for me.
Did they?
Yeah.
Did they knocked on your
They're
door?
like, we need that back. I was like, oh, okay. Here.
And you're like, I eated it. It was small and I swallowed it.
I actually, my neighbors, my neighbor came over that day actually with her young son, and I was like, no one's gonna know, no one's gonna see this, it's tiny. Like a magnet, he was like, what's this? And I was like, oh, I can't give it to him, I'm sorry.
That's amazing, but like, the last 3 years have to have been, incredibly surreal to watch the show blow up like this. I mean, it's everything Star Wars is big, but this is very big, Pedro, the Mandalorian.
Yeah. Jon Favreau, Dave Filoni. We are in the hands of very, very good Star Wars parents. It's honestly, it's their love and all of your love that is basically. Yeah. I say this with all earnestness. It's exactly what's made it what this is, and this is the way.
Yeah. So you're a few seasons in now. I mean, the last time we talked, you had just showed off the trailer. No one knew what this was gonna be yet. We hadn't watched any of it. How has the experience changed for you playing this character over the last 3 years? Because the last time I saw you, you were just about to start.
Lo quiero mucho. I think one of the. I'm just gonna just answer this question real quick. I would say that one of the most fascinating things I think that everyone's gotten to discover with Mando's relationship to Grogu the child is that it's almost Mando discovering himself and discovering his own heart, really.
Yeah.
And there isn't anything more exciting about learning things about yourself, and to see a stoic, armored character like that to discover his heart.
He's a good dad, Pedro.
Yeah.
He's really grown into a good dad.
All by instinct.
Yeah.
All by instinct, yes.
Are you bummed or jealous at all that the baby is definitely more famous than you? Is that a problem? Is that a problem for you?
No, Jelly. Let my baby grow. My God. Oh, man.
We just had Omid up, who is amazing, absolutely wonderful. And he was talking about keeping the secrets. You're great at keeping the secrets, but what's the hardest thing about doing press? Because you're about to start doing press for this show, and you can't say anything. How do you handle that?
The hardest part is how all of the creative ways journalists find to try to trick you. It's insane, but I've gotten really good at it too. I was like, they just like start a sentence, and I know, but in the 4 sentences they're going to ask for a spoiler.
Yeah.
But the easiest part about it actually is that I don't want anything to be spoiled for anybody. I really, really don't. Like, I've protected this, and I'm a big mouth.
Yeah.
I don't keep a lot of secrets, and with this, it's been really easy because I want everyone to experience it for the first time, and I want everything to be a surprise, and there are surprises coming for season 3.
I love it. I love it. And, you know, talking about these surprises, what's it like being at your first celebration where people know the character above and beyond a couple images? I mean, last time we were all like, this guy looks cool, and that's all we knew.
Yeah. Well, now, I mean, the warm embrace is just unbelievable to be able to just see you guys here, to see everybody here, and I'm yours.
Do you see the real baby that is Grogu right now?
Yes, of course. I see him over there. He's beautiful. It's so.
Legally.
Viva Chile! Had to.
So without spoiling it, could you describe season 3 in 3 words to us?
Action.
Mm-hmm.
Spectacle.
Mm-hmm.
Surprises.
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for coming out.
Thank you so much.
I know it's hard for you. I know it's hard in front of such an indifferent audience. But everybody, please give it up one more time for Pedro Pascal. Stick around. More from Star Wars Celebration Live is coming right up.
I am here on the floor with arguably probably one of the most menacing booths I have seen at Star Wars Celebration. I am here with Legion Commanding Officer Justin. How you doing today?
I'm doing very well. Jordan, how are you?
Good. And this, of course, is, if you haven't figured it out yet, the 501st Legion. Justin, why don't you tell us all about the 501st Legion and what you guys do?
Absolutely. 501st Legion is a worldwide international Star Wars costuming group of roughly 15,000 members, anywhere from Australia to Iceland to Malta, with our smallest outpost. And we basically make movie-accurate costumes, and we get together, we troop, which does amazing things for brotherhood, sisterhood, and also raising money for charity worldwide.
That is fantastic. You know, I've been doing this a long time, and in the Star Wars community, the 501st Legion is renowned for their, I guess, their altruistic work that you have done with charities. Yeah. Why don't you tell me a little more about what charities you've done and what charities you work with, and more importantly, like, what do you do? Do you raise money? Do you grant wishes? That type of stuff?
We do all of the above. I mean, it's all about the character interaction, putting smiles on people's faces, young, old, silk, healthy, wherever in the world we can do that. We've raised money for Make-A-Wish. We've raised money for Special Olympics, and currently with Starlight. So we are very, very into it and love doing what we do for everyone else.
And it's, you know, I know that you guys actually show up at children's hospitals as well. This is of no cost to anyone. You do this out of the goodness of your own heart.
There is no cost involved. Our participation is something we love, and anybody can have us come sign up and get us to come to their event.
Okay, so tell me more. If someone wants to reach out to you folks, if someone wants to get in contact with the 501st Legion, how do we contact you?
First is social media, 501st, and then, of course, 501st.com, where you can find anything you want to know about the 501st Legion.
All right, thank you so much, Justin. Truly an amazing, amazing group of people, truly an amazing group of, well, cosplayers, as you can see. Thank you so much. More coverage of Star Wars Celebration Live coming up right now.
waste precious shelf space in your home with a sculpted bust of a boring old Grecian god, but when you could have a dazzling sculpture from Diamond Select instead. Here to talk about what's new in marketing is Supervisor Zach Oates. Zach from Diamond Select, everybody. Zach, thank you for being here, man.
Hey, thank you for having me, Hector. I appreciate it.
So excited. Can you tell us about this Imperial Officer that you've brought?
The Imperial Officer is the exclusive that we're offering this celebration. It's available for, you can see it up on the screen there. It's one of our jumbo action figures. You can see the concept Luke Skywalker jumbo here. These are 12-inch versions of your classic Kenner figures. The concept Luke is obviously a newer version of a new figure that we've sculpted completely from scratch.
Yeah.
But the Imperial Commander is one of those classic vintage figures.
I love
and
that.
when we're offering that here at the show exclusively, you can order it. We'll ship it right to your home from the booth.
Oh, fantastic. Zach, now this Stormtrooper is interesting. It's a little more beat up than we're used to seeing.
Yep, that's one of the remnant stormtroopers from The Mandalorian.
Right there.
Yep,
Oh,
that's
my
our other
gosh.
exclusive from the show. Again, we're doing that same ship-to-home program, but it's a 1/6 scale bust, and it's incredibly detailed. It's a really great-looking piece.
I love it. I love the remnant Stormtroopers from The Mandalorian. I remember when we first saw the bucket heads in the trailers, it was like, what's going on? It's so cool. It's so great. Now, Zach, I heard that you brought somebody kind of special with you. Is that right?
I did. I brought a friend.
You brought a friend?
Yes. Would you like me to bring him out?
Should we bring him out, everybody? Zach, who did you bring? Oh my gosh!
It's Jackson. Everybody knows Jackson.
Yeah, give it up for Jackson! Wow! I can't believe the actual Jackson is here with us, Zach. This is fantastic.
Doesn't he look awesome? He's awesome. And he brought out our Jackson statue. We're showing this right here on this stage for the very first time ever. Nobody's seen this before. We're going to be making this statue. It's going to be coming out sometime next year. But look for that. If you sign up at GeneralGiantLimited.com, you can get all the updates on when this is going to be coming out.
Zach, are you telling me right now that all of the eyeballs that are looking at that are the first ever human eyeballs that have ever seen that item?
Human eyeballs, yes.
Yeah, thank you. I'm glad you picked up on that. That's great. That looks so amazing, man. Tell us a little bit about this Jackson statue that you just brought out. Jackson, good to see you. Hi. Hi. Thanks for being here. Where did the design come from for this? Where did the idea for this statue come from?
This was, he was a character introduced in the Marvel comics back in the day. I believe he's actually now canon. I think they brought him back in the comics.
Yes.
So we're all Jackson is very excited about that himself. But this is, originally we were going to offer this as an exclusive. I don't know where it's going to be now. We're still working on where it's going to show up. This is all, the first time we're showing it, we're still working out all the details, but we're going to let people know as soon as we know where it's going to be. We're very excited about it.
You had to do it at Star Wars Celebration. You had to do it. You had to bring Jackson. That is amazing. So, Zach, you brought Jackson. You have these amazing other figures. Let's talk about these other ones, too. We haven't even mentioned
Sure.
Boba Fett, Ahsoka. Look at this. Tell us about these.
Sure. Boba Fett is one of our 1/6 scale busts, like that remnant stormtrooper we saw.
Yeah.
We've been making the 1/6 scale bust for about 20 years now, since Attack of the Clones came out, when we put out our first 1/6 scale bust under the General Giant Limited banner. This is one of the newest ones we're offering, the Book of Boba Fett.
Yes.
Fett. So he's up for pre-order now, and it's probably going to come out later this summer or fall.
Excellent. And then the Ahsoka?
The Ahsoka, this is based on her appearance in Mandalorian Season 2. And she is about 1/7 scale. And this is our premier collection, we call it, the 1/7 scale statues. And this is based on, obviously, the television appearance. We've done a lot of Ahsoka pieces. She's one of our most popular characters we do. But this is one of the newest pieces we're making it for her, and I think it looks fantastic.
Zach, I love chatting about all these characters, but just between you and me, I feel like your friend is a little green with envy. Let's keep talking about the Jackson statue. Show that off one more time. This is the first time anybody has ever seen this. And Zach, just talk to us. How excited were you guys to be able to bring this type of character to life?
It's just amazing. We've been making these for 20 years, and there's still all these characters that we haven't done. Obviously, this is an incredibly deep cut, but but there's so many characters to do. We're always having fans vote on who we're going to make next. And there's so many just background characters that you want to do just because they're so amazing looking. Just the amount of work that went into making the costumes, you want to do the justice for that when you're making the bust.
Look, it might just be speaking for myself, but I have a feeling that I'm not. But I love Jackson from the comics. I love Jackson when they brought him back in the comics. I've got the Hasbro action figure at home. We got any Jackson fans here today? There we go,
Yeah.
there we go, there we go. And we're going to make a lot more Jackson fans after this. I just want to thank Zach from Diamond Select, Jackson as well for being here. Everybody give it up. Thank you so much, guys, for swinging by today. I am so happy that I'm finally going to have a Jackson suitable for museum display in my home. Stick around. We've got more Star Wars Celebration Live presented by Geico coming up after this.
Kristen Baver here aboard the Halcyon Star Cruiser, where I'm in the lovely Sublight Lounge. This is just one of many places aboard the ship where you can meet engaging characters and interact with them to explore your own story. Let's learn more about them.
The passengers aboard this sailing are actually going on an anniversary cruise that's celebrating the 275th anniversary of the Halcyon. And when you have 275 years of history, there's a lot of really interesting things that have happened during that time. If you want to go all in on the story, definitely recommend talking to characters, engaging with the characters, and you'll really get swept away.
We had such a good time creating all of these new characters for the Halcyon. Captain Keevan is the leader of our ship. She really is one of those impeccable, trustworthy, stalwart leaders.
To safe travels, true adventure, and an unforgettable voyage here aboard the Star Cruiser Halcyon.
The cruise director, Lenka Mock. Lenka's all about the fun and knowing her destination. She's a traveler in her own right. And Lenka has a best friend droid, SK620. The two of them together actually have some deeper secrets.
Oh, see, now we're friends. Now we're friends.
And then you've got Sammy, the mechanic. One of the things that he's done to win over the crew is just that he's this kind of earnest, youthful presence, but also he has aspirations to be a resistance hero.
Okay, all right, I'm freaking out a little bit.
Then you've got this galactic superstar who's coming on board. Her name is Gaia. She has created her own name, and now she's here to really make sure that everything that she has, all of the power that she can wield, stands for something.
Raise your hand if music has ever lifted you up.
And she has a couple of people with her. So she's got a backup musician, Wani. Wani really goes on a voyage of discovery of her own, finding her own voice and her own sound. And then there's Gaia's manager, Wraith Cole. You might think of him as sort of a scoundrel. You might think of him as a really great guy. All I know is he's always looking for friends and allies in new places. And because this is a galactic star cruiser in the Star Wars galaxy, sometimes things just don't go as planned. And very early on in the voyage, we get boarded by Lieutenant Croy and a couple of stormtroopers from the First Order. And Lieutenant Croy, he's going to interrogate every passenger, crew member on that ship until he gets to the bottom of what he believes is going on.
Effective immediately, this ship is under the control of the First Order.
Now, in your cabin, if you hit your droid link, you will wind up talking to D309, our logistics droid.
Good luck on your mission.
Thank you.
The fate of the galaxy may depend on it.
D309 is a limited playtest on board the Halcyon Star Cruiser, which means that there's a droid link panel in every cabin that guests can choose to use to talk with D3. But as part of that playtest, we are helping teach D3 how to talk, how to engage, right? You know, what parts of the story should she pay more attention to? How can she get more involved and understand what's going on in a way that's meaningful, right? This isn't just about a technology piece. We want this to be a character that, just like the rest of the crew that you're going to meet on board the Halcyon Star Cruiser, that you fall in love with, or maybe you betray, or maybe you have to lie to, right? They're stakes. And so I think for us is how do we take some of this technology but transform it into dynamic narrative?
We knew that while we were creating new characters, we also wanted to bring the Star Wars that people know and love to life. So Chewbacca arrives on board the ship. Rey will come aboard. And of course, because Rey is there, Kylo must follow. So we really wanted to be hand in hand with the Star Wars that already exists and then the Star Wars that people want to bring to the table.
The Force is strong in my family. My father has it. I have it. My sister has it. Leia!
Luke, I need someone to show me my place in all this.
Hit the target hard. Give it everything you got.
Destroy the Sith. We must.
Help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi. You're my only hope.
I need to finish what Luke started.
We go together.
Freeze! Don't move. Look at this. Great shot, kid. That was 1 in a million.
Hello there.
The rebellion is reborn today, and I will not be the last Jedi.
Remember, the Force will be with you, always.
Hallmark was just about creating greeting cards and Christmas ornaments, you'd be wrong. They're also creating cute little Star Wars collectibles. And here to talk about what's next for Star Wars and Hallmark, it's Christine Taylor.
Thank you.
Welcome,
Thank you.
Christine.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing fantastic. I'm really excited to hear about everything on that table right now.
Yeah, I brought a lot. I wanted to kind of get all the different ranges of things that we do. One thing I wanted to talk about is if you haven't picked up the exclusives that we're doing for the show, we've got a Bokuton with a dark saber as a 2-pack ornament and a Thrawn itty bitty. Like, who has seen Thrawn look so cute? So your last day is to pick up. Come first thing in the morning to grab those.
And how many years have you been producing Star Wars merchandise?
Since 1994, actually. Or 93, we started greeting cards, and the first ornament was in 95.
Oh,
so, long time. Thanks for being fans, really. Thank you.
Now, can you tell us about the other ornaments you're producing this year?
Yeah, this is just actually a really small part of the actual range, and you're welcome to come by to 2519 is our booth. We're showing all of this stuff. But some of the highlights are a special moment from season 2. We've got Mando and Grogu's goodbye. So cute. And we have the Razor Crest, which is actually out right now. It's got music. And then if you're looking for something for Father's Day, we actually have some greeting cards there. This is one of them that is Mandalorian greeting card. We've got a few of those at the table too. So if you need to check out a greeting card for your dad. And then some other sneak peeks we have coming out later in the year. This Bokuton itty bitty that actually has a removable helmet. So you can see her there.
Oh,
that will be out in October. But we're doing things from the prequels too. We've got a great mace for Attack of the Clones. We've got Anakin and Obi-Wan itty bitties. And for classic fans that are in love, we have I Love You, I Know, Han and Leia mugs, and a cool pen holder, Millennium Falcon pen holder. And I do have a couple of more sneak peeks, but I'm going to turn it over to you. I know you had some more questions.
Yeah, I was actually going to say, you do more than ornaments. Tell us a little more about those special items.
Well, we do gifts. You saw some of them, like a lot of desk accessories, some kitchen stuff. We've got a lightsaber pizza cutter. We've got grilling things, Darth Vader light-up aprons, all of it, you name it. A lot of cool conceptual stuff for your home. And then beyond the ornaments, we do these plush toys as well.
Do you see the Thrawn being held up in the audience?
Yeah! But yeah, I mean, we're known for greeting cards and ornaments, but we do have so much more. So absolutely check us out. But for those fans, is there anybody going to San Diego Comic-Con this year? All right. Well, if you haven't seen it yet, we did a little sneak peek. of what's to come for San Diego and New York. And it's the Gonk droid with the little mouse droid. See if you can see it here. Sorry, I can't turn around. He's gonna have sound, y'all. Let's all make it. Gonk. Gonk.
We want to thank you so much for making my Life Day shopping list even longer this year. And we've got more Star Wars Celebration Live presented by Geico coming at you in mere moments.
Hey guys, Hector here once again on the Star Wars Celebration floor. I'm at the gorgeous Rock Love booth, and I'm here with Allison. Allison, you have a bunch of awesome stuff you're about to show me, but before we do that, what is your official title?
Hey guys, this is Allison Tamino. I am the founder and the designer of Rock Love Jewelry. So we're here at Star Wars Celebration, booth 2230, and I'm excited to tell you all about our Kyber Crystal collection.
Okay, so this is what's really cool. This is exclusive to the show. It's early to the show. Available nowhere else except for Star Wars Celebration. Tell us about this collection.
Right, so this is our first to market. We launched 8 different Kyber crystals across the last year in 2 little pairs, exclusive on rocklove.com. This is the first time that anybody has seen these in person, aside from customers who've ordered. But everybody that is at home ordering has to wait because, of course, we've got it all here at the show, and then we're a really small team, so we're going to go back, we're going to put our feet up, and then we're going to start shipping later on. So.
Very good. Give you guys the break. Give yourself a break for sure.
Absolutely.
For sure. Yeah. Well, you've got some of the examples here right behind you. Let's look at some of these amazing Kyber crystal pieces because they're gorgeous. They're super cool, and I really want to find out what is the most popular one this celebration.
Well, it is obviously Obi-Wan because Obi-Wan Kenobi. The second is neck and neck between Mace Windu and Darksaber.
Wow.
So for the new show, for the con, we have the 4 new collection, and it's our Jedi Master capsule, as we like to dub it.
Okay.
So we have Mace Windu, Yoda, Anakin, and Obi-Wan. And I've got one on here.
Wow.
So it's a big custom cut crystal, and they're all colorful. And then on the top is a metal hilt that is kind of a compressed version of each lightsaber.
Sure.
So it has all those little calling cards in 14 karat yellow gold.
Beautiful.
Black rhodium. Really, for the fan that truly knows what they're looking at, they'll see exactly the silhouette of their favorite lightsaber.
Those details, I love that. I mean, I feel like, I know that you're saying Obi-Wan's the most popular. The show was fantastic, but I keep looking at the Mace Windu one. It is so cool.
Mace is definitely one of my favorites. I had to show up to the show with my Mace manicure.
Okay, so Allison, along with this, people here at Celebration, fans can also get a bunch more stuff from Rock Love. Just kind of tell us about what else you guys have here at the show.
Well, we also brought our Grogu collection. So we have 4 different pieces that represent the child, including a articulated hover pram, because of course Rock Love's calling card is articulations. I'm just obsessed with making things, open and spin and flip in that little reveal nerd moment.
I feel like that's perfect for the Star Wars fandom. We love articulation. That's great.
It's true. And we love to talk about Star Wars. So it's like, hey, look at my necklace. I'm going to show you this, and now we're going to talk about Star Wars. Are you a fan? Am I a fan? Yes. Okay, we can be friends.
Great. Exactly. It's a great entry-level way to meet somebody. So you've got the Grogu collection. I also noticed we have the Beskar pendant, which looks so cool.
The Beskar is really neat. We're normally a sterling silver brand. It's a cornerstone of our brand to be hypoallergenic because I have a very strong metal allergy, so no nickel, and it was an important reason why I, as a jeweler, started the company. But the Beskar necklace is awesome because it's our only stainless steel piece, and we use 2 different types of steel to do the Damascus style.
Oh, cool.
So if we're going to make Beskar, we want to do it in the right way.
You did it.
And so each one, that flow pattern is a little bit different. Each one's pretty much a unique flow, and it says this is the way on the side. So we wanted to go authentic.
Oh, very nice. Allison, you have such amazing products here. They're all so gorgeous. They're really great. You should be so stoked. You are the designer, the founder. This is fantastic. For people watching at home who cannot wait to be able to get to this collection, they got to wait a few weeks, but where online can people find out more about this amazing stuff?
You can find the whole Kyber Crystal collection and the rest of the Star Wars by Rocklove collection on rocklove.com, and follow us on Rocklove Jewelry on Instagram and across social, because we have no chill. So we show reveals and behind the scenes all the time, so you'll see what's coming next.
No chill, but an awesome, awesome booth. Guys, if you're at Star Wars Celebration, come to the Rocklove booth, pick up your great stuff. We've got way more Star Wars Celebration live right after this. Don't go anywhere.
4 years, Star Wars games have given us lightsabers, X-Wings, and blasters, but only one has had the guts to give us what we've always wanted: 2 Jawas in a trench coat. Yeah. Yes. Here to talk about their new game, Star Wars Hunters, it's Caitlin Connor and Craig Derrick. Welcome. I would die for Utuni. I would. 2 Jawas in a trench coat pretending to be one bounty hunter is maybe one of the best jokes I've ever heard in my life. Tell us about your game and these characters.
Yeah, so our game is set in an arena. It's a 4v4 combat game, and it has a ton of amazing original Star Wars characters to play.
And the game takes place in the timeline right after Return of the Jedi, at the fall of the Empire, during a time of like turmoil, but opportunities. And we get to see a little bit of how those opportunities land on a brand new planet in Star Wars called Vespara. And on Vespara is the grand arena where this competition takes place.
I love this. I love that opportunity, like a job opportunity in Star Wars means, do you want to go and fight other bounty hunters?
Pretty much, right.
Like that's like upwardly mobile job in the Star Wars universe.
Yeah.
I love that. So how do you approach making a 4v4 battle arena game with Star Wars? What were some things that you wanted to bring to this?
I think for the characters in this game in particular, like Star Wars is all about diverse characters, and we wanted humans, aliens, droids, 2 Jawas in a trench coat.
Yes.
We wanted a series of really interesting characters that could be authentic and familiar and yet recognizable, but they all have a little bit of a twist to them too.
Yeah, I love it. Look, I think what I love about your lineup is there are going to be characters that stick out to different people. Like for me, when I watch that trailer, the 3 characters that I immediately am drawn to, obviously Utuni, obviously, like for me, Graz, because I'm just a big Wookiee guy. Like I just love Wookiees. And then Slingshot to me looks like a really fun character to play. So you know, when you're thinking about these different archetypes, what do they all play like? What are these play styles? You know, is this kind of like, are we running around? Is it mostly like a blaster kind of thing, or does every character have their own way of combat?
Yeah, so every single character in the game has their own combat and their own abilities. So we really want to have something that everyone can play, and we want everyone to choose, you know, a character that's going to be their main, hopefully, and that they're going to love. So. Like when you were talking about, we've got Graz, if you want to go into the arena with a pair of droid arms and just beat everybody up, like that's what Graz is great for, right? Or if you want to play a character like Slingshot, you're fast and speedy, but you got blasters. So it's something for everybody.
That's wonderful. And y'all had a panel today, yeah?
Amazing panel, yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was great.
How did it go? What did you guys talk about? Anything new you have to tell us? This is me being coy.
I know. We had a lot of great things to talk about at the panel, and we talked a lot about the character development. We talked about how we came up with this amazing roster and characters. We talked about just the abilities of the characters themselves, the creation of this game. It's all brand new characters. It's a brand new world. So the idea of having to kind of come up with that and yet still feel like familiar with Star Wars and have that twist was really what we talked about today.
Yeah.
It was great.
That's wonderful. And do we know when we're going to be able to play Star Wars Hunters and what platforms we'll be able to play it on?
Ooh. He's really picking at this. He's prying.
Well, we can tell you that it will be on mobile and Switch.
That's right.
I love that.
Soon.
More than loving 2 Jawas in a trench coat, I like the ability to take 2 Jawas in a trench coat with me wherever I go.
Yes.
That sounds good.
And we want to see people dressed up like that. That's an
Please.
amazing cosplay.
Oh, if I saw a new Toonie, I would lose my mind. I would lose my mind. Anytime I see Jawa cosplay, I go absolutely nuts. Have y'all had a chance to walk around the floor very much?
Yes.
Yes, absolutely.
Have you seen, you've been working with Star Wars character designs now for a little while, making your characters. Have you seen any good cosplay? What's been your favorite?
I mean, I've seen so much good cosplay, I don't even know where to start, really.
Yeah.
I saw a Jackson yesterday. That was
Yes!
awesome.
There's a Jackson the Space Rabbit out there.
Yeah.
Have you all seen it? It's amazing. It's amazing.
Yes. It was phenomenal. I got a photo with him.
You have to. You have to.
I saw a Santa Claus Jedi.
Yes.
And it was like amazing. And I was
Honestly,
like,
it's the
whoa.
only thing that makes sense. How does he get everywhere? How is he not seen? This is the only thing that makes sense. Up and down the chimney, how quickly? It has to be a Jedi. This makes sense to me, and it's canon now.
And it makes sense for our game. We should totally do that.
Yeah. So people, you have a booth here. If people want to check out Hunters, see what it's all about, where can they go see you?
Do you remember the booth number?
I don't remember the booth number, but if you go out there,
That's my
and
bad.
you're going to see this amazing booth. You can play our game, and then you can also go to the website.
StarWarsHunters.com.
That's right. You can go check it out, but we could go play it right now.
Awesome. Caitlin, Craig, thank you so much for coming by.
Thank you so much.
I really appreciate it. Check out Star Wars Hunters. I got to see the Utini Disney Plus series. I want to see the Marvel comic. I want a cinematic trilogy about 2 Jawas in a trench coat.
It's coming.
Who is with me? Don't go anywhere. We got lots more surprises coming up, though I don't know how we are ever going to top 2 Jawas in a trench coat. Right here on Star Wars Celebration Live, presented by Geico.
Hey everybody, Hector here on the celebration floor. I'm talking to Doug here with Heroes and Villains. Now, before we jump in, Doug, what is your official title at Heroes and Villains?
I am the creative director and brand manager of Heroes and Villains.
What are we talking about today, man? We have so much cool stuff we're going to look at. First of all, let's look at this. This is the Book of Boba Fett stuff. Tell us a little bit about this.
Yeah,
Doug.
so following the series on Disney Plus, we got the Book of Boba Fett collection here. Got some really awesome cut and sew hoodies. Some great accessories to go along with it. Nice headwear pieces. A collection of t-shirts that goes along with it as well. We got this really awesome camo Boba Fett jacket. So yeah, just a bunch of really awesome Boba Fett.
Now, speaking of awesome stuff, we've got some new line launches from you guys at the celebration here. Let's move down here.
Yes, sir.
Look at this. We've got the Bad Batch.
Bad Batch.
Whoa,
Yeah.
what is happening here, man?
Super sick bomber. This is one of our favorite items. Has been really great for us. Just a beautiful piece. It's got the Clone 99 in there.
Oh.
But check this out. Check the reveal.
Oh, no way.
Boom, airbashed all the way down the inside zipper there.
What?
Pretty sick.
Oh, cool. Don't tell us what it says. Don't tell us what it says.
No,
somebody
I
at home
can't
is going to be translating it
That's
right now.
You
That's
got to
awesome.
figure it out.
Clone Force 99, that's so dope. You got the hats. This is so cool.
Yeah, so we got the accessories to go along with it. The trucker, we got a flex fit hat over here, a set of joggers, super comfy fleece joggers. We've got the short sleeve hoodie.
Awesome.
We also have a crop top, women's crop top that goes along with that hoodie really nice, or the joggers really nicely.
Now I think, Doug, because of the Zoom world that we're living in, I think we can call those work pants now. I
Yeah,
think that's what
exactly.
these are work pants down here.
There's
So-
your khakis right there.
Khakis for work when I gotta log into work. Okay,
That's
and then
right.
plus we've got this down here. Doug, look at this.
Yes, this is one of my favorites. So everybody looks at it and says Ahsoka, right? This is the Ahsoka Trooper.
The Trooper.
Yes.
Cool.
So this is inspired by the Ahsoka Trooper. This is
Wow.
one of our newest lines. Super awesome line. It's got a lot of the same stuff we got in the Bad Batch. We got the cut and sew hoodie, kind of like, almost like everyday cosplay vibe. Like got the cut of the Trooper there.
Yeah.
Super dope. So it's like, what the trooper might wear on his day off.
There you go, dude. I love this hat. See,
Yes.
this is beautiful.
This
Look
has
at
been
that.
one of our best bucket hats. This Ahsoka bucket hat.
This is
is
so
awesome.
cool. This is so cool. So, on top of all of this stuff, that fans at Celebration can come to your guys' booth, Heroes and Villains, and get, as well as get online. You guys have exclusive early launches of stuff every single day. Look at this right here.
All right,
Whoa.
so yes, this is the new Bad Batch backpack. This is a full-on commuter backpack. Can fit your big old laptop. It's got a rain sleeve that pops out of the bottom, covers it up, keeps it protected, nice and dry, nice and clean. Just an awesome bag. Today we will be launching a Bad Batch backpack. It's a mini backpack. It's like a junior style mini backpack.
Cool.
Really awesome.
Cool.
And then on Sunday we will have matching wallets launching that match both of those backpacks.
Awesome. And this stuff is all available to fans of Celebration here at Celebration, like 2 months before they're going to be available everywhere else?
Yes. So these are still in production. We brought in a small amount, aired it in. So these will be available on our site in about 2 months. But if you're here at Celebration, stop by. You might be able to get one.
Doug, those are not the only exclusives you got.
They're not.
They're not the only ones. Look at all of these amazing people behind us getting all the stuff here at the Heroes and Villains booth. Talk about a cool little pin that Celebration attendees can also get their hands on.
So all you Celebration congoers, you know about the pin collections, right? So we do have the crosshair pin here.
Bad Batch.
So come and get it because they're going quick.
How can people get it?
So it's a $25 purchase and you get the pin for free.
There you have it.
So you
Doug.
come by our exclusive Obi-Wan tee.
Ooh.
Only here, only at Celebration, only at Heroes and Villains. Buy one of these, you get one of these free.
There you have it, guys.
Boom.
The Heroes and Villains booth here at Star Wars Celebration 2022. For people watching at home, where can they also find all of this amazing stuff?
HeroesVillains.com.
HeroesVillains.com. Doug,
check it out.
Thank you so
Hey,
much for
thank
talking
you,
to us,
man.
man. This has been a blast.
I appreciate
Guys,
it.
stay tuned. We've got more Star Wars Celebration Live happening right after this. Don't move.
Hello, fellow enthusiasts! Ari here on yet another mission for the Galactic Society of Creature Enthusiasts. You have questions about creatures from all over the galaxy, and I'm on a mission to answer them. Tauntauns can be used as mounts in extreme cold conditions, but how are we going to tame one of these noble steeds? The Society wants to know if we can train these guys to be guard animals. This little one has a lot of energy. Oh, wow, porgs! Now sit. Sit. There you have it, enthusiasts. With a keen eye and unshakable determination, a friendship is forged. And shin scratches are a big help too, aren't they?
The stories of the characters from Star Wars Rebels and the Clone Wars in animated form. Now, two fan favorite characters, Ahsoka Tano and Sabine Wren, are making the leap to live action. Here from the new Disney Plus series Ahsoka, it's Rosario Dawson and Natasha Lubordizzo. Ahsoka in the crowd. Wow. Welcome to Star Wars Celebration, ladies.
celebration is aptly named.
Yeah.
This feels very
It's a
celebratory.
celebration. There's nothing quite like it. Now, ladies, both of these characters are beloved in the world of animation. Now, did you go back and watch the animated shows for inspiration and to do research on your way?
Over and over and over
Yeah.
again, yes. Freeze framing. I think actually some of my favorite stuff is actually, so we work with this amazing stunt coordinator, Ming, who is a Jedi.
Literally.
Like literally. We gotta get her your mic, I think. Literally, she was taken into a temple at 9 years old, and from 9 to 19 only saw her family once a year. Wow. So she was basically a youngling and then trained in martial arts for 10 full years, and that's who's training us in wushu and all kinds of things. And I will take freeze frames and clips from the shows and show her and be like, Ahsoka can do this. Can you train me to do this? And she's like, that is not physically possible, but that's an animation. But this we can do, and it's been really, really, really amazing. So thank goodness for all of that research and history that we get to play off of.
Yeah. It's nothing quite like that. Oh, look, we have an actual Ahsoka back there. It's crazy. So let's talk a little bit about what it was like, when you landed this part. There was a huge, fan campaign, especially for Rosario to be Ahsoka. Walk us through sort of the reactions and then the process of getting involved in the series.
I mean, it's just very magical, I think, Natasha kind of has a similar thing. Like, she's been cast for a year.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Can we grab another mic?
Yeah.
Here comes Cam.
Hi, everyone.
Cam to the rescue.
Wait, yeah, this one.
Thank you, Cam. Yes. Live television, guys.
No, this is Cam.
Thank you so much to everyone for being here. Oh my God.
There we go.
Okay. Hi. Thank you so much for being here. Sabine means so much to so many people.
Yes.
I have known that I would be playing Sabine for a year. And I'm so relieved that I can openly fangirl now with the rest of you.
Yes. That's got to be the hardest secret to keep.
That's a trick question. The hardest secret to keep?
No, that has to be the hardest secret
I get
to
it.
keep.
Okay,
Yeah.
I was like, oh my God, she's trying to trick
To
me.
know for a year to not be able to say anything.
Yeah, it really has been. And we started production on Ahsoka 3 weeks ago.
Wow.
And
On my birthday, the best birthday present ever.
And I know that everyone wants to see the next chapter of Rebels, and you guys deserve it. The journey is not over. It's not over.
Yes. I love this. What do you guys think it is about these characters that have resonated with the fans so much over the years? I mean, Ahsoka's had quite a long journey, but these characters have resonated so much with these fans. What do you think it is about them that's really people have grabbed onto?
That they grow, they develop, they're not perfect, they're flawed, they're working through their relationships, their own internal struggles, they're maturing in front of us, with us, like this has been years and years of it, kind of being grown and developed, and now we get to have this next iteration in the journey, which is so incredible. And for us, we get to have all of this history to draw from and feel like, as we keep saying, like memories. Like we're playing these characters, but it feels like I remember her journey. Like I know it. And we have Dave on set every single day. Who is just, the most remarkable collaborator, and any question, no question is dumb. Or too detailed or idiosyncratic. He just has volumes, as you were saying. You'll email him and you'll get paragraphs and paragraphs, an essay back. He loves it. Every single person, by the way, you see how much love You all have. I want you to know, like, you talk to almost anyone on set, and they're in this industry because they saw behind the scenes of the making of Star Wars. And so every single person loves it. So many of our crew is actually here and been here on their day off.
On their day off. That's awesome.
Because they love it so much. So we really, the details that go into it, from every light switch and button and thing that clicks on and works, like, it's because they're living and breathing and seething with it. And Dave is like the king, and John is the king
Dave
on top. Like,
Filoni. John Favreau.
It's awesome because if you ever talk to Dave, you ask him like what you think is a very simple, straightforward question, and he gives you this whole dissertation on film history and Kurosawa and all of these, crazy inspirations. Are there any bits of wisdom that have stuck with you, particularly that Dave has given you?
That Star Wars is about hope, and it's about being uplifting, and it's about family, and these characters go through so much, and I think we all get inspired by how they hold themselves through those challenges. They're still playful, they still have a sense of humor, and they're in the face of great, great danger. And that's how I get inspired by Sabine through all that.
I love that it keeps reminding us, too, that it's not like some story of yore where it's like good guys against the bad guys kind of thing and one trying to defeat the other. It's really about balance and recognizing that in all of us we have that duality, and anger and all of these things can be really important and letting us know what we care about and what's important. But at the same time, we can't let that overwhelm us. And neither can you be too light and not take things seriously, because there's danger in the world. And so about finding and striking that balance with as much humanity as possible, and knowing you're gonna falter and not allowing that to take you completely off your path, and just knowing that you're still capable of making a better choice tomorrow and having the discipline with which to do it. I think that's why this story has lasted so many generations, because it's not just a distraction. It's literally from, a way of life.
Yeah.
And
yes.
I feel it.
Yeah. So you both have had, a big day today, and this is your first celebration. Tell me a little bit about how this experience has been for you in seeing these fans up close and personal.
Now I know why Dave and John are so obsessed with the fans.
They're the best.
We talk about you every day.
They talk about you guys every day at work. For the fans. For the fans.
Well, we will let you get back to filming so we can get the series wrapped up and on our screens as fast as possible. Thank you again so much for coming by to talk with all of us. We're all so happy to see you. And guys, we have lots more coming up from Star Wars Celebration Anaheim 2022. Don't go anywhere.
Hey guys, Hector here on the celebration floor. I'm talking to Raimi, and we're talking about the Galactic Academy, group of cosplaying and fandom and community. Raimi, tell us a little bit about this.
Yeah, so the Galactic Academy is kind of like the 501st Legion or Rebel Legion, but for kids. So, and what's nice about us is we represent both the good guys and the bad guys. So if your kid likes the light side, we've got pilots and Jedi and even Mando characters. If they like the dark side, you can have a Stormtrooper, Darth Vader, a Jawa. So any costume that would be eligible for any of the other clubs, we support here for the kids in the Galactic Academy.
And you've got members in the Galactic Academy. Tell me, do kids join because they're interested in Star Wars? Do parents join because they're interested in Star Wars and they want to get their kids to have these awesome cosplay costumes? How does it work?
Yeah, so honestly, it can be the costumes for the kids. We don't have costume requirements. It can be as simple as a paper plate with a stormtrooper drawn on it, or it can be as elaborate as some of these beautiful costumes that we've got here.
Yeah.
And you know, for a lot of our members, what you find is it's 501st Legion members, Rebel Legion members, the Mercs,
Yeah.
who have kids that want to do what mom and dad are doing.
Absolutely.
And so they'll come out here and the parents use their skills that they used on their costumes to make costumes for the kids. And then they come out with us at events. And I mean, imagine like a bunch of little 8-year-olds running around in Jawa costumes, stealing wallets off of people, and because that's what Jawas do. And it really, I mean, the kids relate to the kids.
Yes.
And so, you know, if we go into a children's hospital or a big event, the kids are drawn to other kids that are, because they're like, that could be me.
Yeah.
So
Remy,
it really is great.
I'm so curious because you're mentioning these amazing organizations that have, a lot of them been around for a long time now.
Yeah.
Have you seen a generational connection where parents that were like, I used to cosplay and now I've got kids and then they're getting into it?
Yeah, I mean, we've got parents who, before the clubs existed, made their costumes at home, who've grown up and then joined the clubs, and their kids or even grandkids are now joining the Galactic Academy.
Wow.
In fact, the founder of the 501st Legion, Alvin Johnson, he's also one of the founders. He and Peter Mayhew of Chewbacca, they founded the Galactic Academy.
That's amazing. I love the focus on Star Wars kids fans. Remy, do you have a favorite memory? Do you have a favorite convention or event memory involving the Galactic Academy?
We have troops where we go to hospitals. And, you know, oftentimes the kids are with us in their costumes. And, you know, when you've got a little kid that was in the hospital and he comes out and he wants to take pictures with you and play with the Jawas and whatever, and then the nurse comes up a few minutes later and she says, that kid had both radiation and chemo this morning.
Wow.
And all he could talk about the whole time he was in the chair was wanting to come out and hang out with you guys and the kids. Like, it's a good thing we have the helmet on. Because, you know.
Just tears. That's beautiful, man. That is so awesome. So, Remy, if people were interested in joining any of these amazing cosplay groups, but specifically the Galactic Academy, what could they do? Where could they go to find out more information?
Galactic-academy.net. Everything, how to join, how it all works, it'll all be found there.
And you guys are also here at Celebration.
Yes,
right
we
next to the Celebration live stage, so people can come and check it out and get all the info there.
Front and center. If you are watching everybody up on the stage and turn around, that's us.
That's amazing. Remy, thank you so much for talking to me, man. Thank you for sharing with us what Galactic Academy is all about, and these amazing costumes too. These are so great. I'm really jealous. I wish I could fit in them.
I could make you one the same.
Exactly. Yeah.
I might know a guy.
Thank you so much, Remy. Guys, we've got more Star Wars Celebration Live coming up right after this, so do not go anywhere. We'll see you in a sec.
When you're creating the sounds of Star Wars, sometimes it's easiest if you just voice a couple of the characters yourself. He's been the voice of General Grievous and countless battle droids, but he's also the supervising sound editor at Skywalker Sound. Please welcome Matthew Wood.
Wow, look at everybody.
I
So
know.
much excitement. Hey.
It's wonderful. It's wonderful to be back, isn't it?
Yes, it's so fun to be back. Oh my gosh, to see everybody in person. I can't do it on Zoom anymore. We have to be in person.
Yes.
Yes.
And I feel like this has got to be great for you because, I mean, normally y'all are crunching on things, and at least every year there gets to be an event, or every other year there gets to be an event where you get to talk about these things and share them, but it's been quite a while, and y'all have really been crunching over the last couple years.
Yes, it's been incredibly exciting. Actually, we're at Skywalker Ranch, and we're working on a whole bunch of things. We just finished Kenobi.
Yeah.
We're very, very excited about it. And we just finished. I've seen the show a million times. I love it, but gosh, seeing it with the audience here and the stage a couple days ago just reinvigorated us so much. The response was really heartfelt, and we take it all the way back to Skywalker Ranch with us.
Yeah.
So thank you for that.
It's got to be tough to do it in a vacuum, right? Like,
Yeah.
Like it's like the same team of you looking at it over and over and over
Right.
again, and you're like, is this like we knew it was good a week ago,
Yeah.
and now we've watched it again so many times, we're not sure.
Yeah,
Like,
I mean, it's like, you just, it becomes normal to you. So now you see it with a crowd and you get to see it through everyone's eyes again. And that's actually another part of working at Skywalker, which I love, is there's so many projects going on. We have Ahsoka, we've got, we just finished up Kenobi, we've got the summer vacation Lego that we're
summer
doing.
vacation, man. Lego doesn't miss, man. I love all
it.
the Lego
Yeah.
animated stuff.
Yeah. And we have a lot of new team members coming in that are like, have been fans of Star Wars that I get to work with and hire, and you get to see the passion, just like all of you have, like working on it and being able to have new people come into the show and work at Skywalker has been so satisfying for me.
Yeah, it really is. We talk so much about how Star Wars is family, but it really is at its core family, and it's been wonderful just to watch people kind of move up and start working and doing more and more. Like David Collins, who hosts with us here sometimes at Celebration. He of course hosts panels.
Yep.
Has been doing a lot of work on Kenobi.
Yeah, I brought him in. He's been working on Kenobi, and then now he's going to do Willow. So
Willow,
fantastic. Very excited.
Oh, Willow.
Yes.
Listen. Just tell me all the secrets about Willow, Matthew. Please.
I'm bad. I sometimes tell secrets I should not tell. So I got busted last time. But no. There's a lot of things going on that are very, very exciting. Yeah, there's lots of exciting things happening that we have to keep under our hat right now. But as you say about family, like we just did that 20th anniversary of Attack of the Clones.
Yes.
It was like being with old friends up on stage and everyone being there with you, like with your, thousands of buddies with you on stage.
Oh,
so,
Daniel Logan came up just earlier today, had his kid with him who is a clone of Daniel Logan, which is very appropriate.
Yeah.
And, he was talking about growing up. He grew up making Star Wars, and it's wonderful to see everybody is still together,
Absolute enthusiasm. And I realized that was I was trying to think about things that had happened on that show that were first, and that was the first time I think I ever said, Roger, Roger. In a movie. Yeah, so certainly that's gone on forever after that. And I always love the battle droids.
I'm obsessed with the battle droids, and you know this. It was when I was working up at Lucasfilm, I'd be in once a week, and if I ever ran into Matthew, I'd be like, "Can you just do a battle droid?" And he's like, "I work here. This is where we work, man." It's like,
but I love it. I love it.
You do. That's what I love, is that you love them as much as I do.
Yeah.
And especially, I love the battle. We talk about this all the time. But I love the battle droid arc on the Clone Wars, where they have like existential crises right before something terrible happens to them.
Yes.
Where they're just like, "Oh, what a world." You know?
Yeah. It won't matter.
Yeah.
Have you ever fought a Jedi before? No. They're poor guys. I always play them sympathetic because I love them. And then we got to do that little series for Freemaker Adventures where Roger actually got to be a good guy and like bake cookies for his crew and stuff.
Yes.
So that was good for me.
That was lovely.
If you haven't
to
seen
see.
Freemaker Adventures, it's amazing.
Freemaker is wonderful. Let's talk about these shows that are coming up and sort of, with Willow.
Yeah.
This is, obviously Willow is a Lucasfilm property, but Lucasfilm hasn't done something like Willow in a very long time.
Yeah,
was that a totally new process for you all, or?
I mean, it's very exciting to have that. Obviously, I grew up with that original film, and to have an amazing crew that's done that to our generation, and then to see it once again through the eyes of a new audience, and that just makes it totally fun for us. And and speaking of family, folks, I mean, like having Dave Filoni and seeing him how he came through the ranks all the way back from Clone Wars, when he came into my office to say, "Hey, we're working on this little show, and we're going to have these tanks climb up a cliff and kind of attack this. Can you help us working on that?" Cut to 5 years later and 100+ episodes later, and working with George Lucas, on every episode.
Yeah.
And now to see what Dave has created at Lucasfilm has been a total success story for all of us inside the company. Like, how amazing is that? I love the guy.
Wonderful. It's wonderful. Just seeing the expansion of this, and seeing that the expansion of it, of course, still includes animation. Animation's not going anywhere, even though these live action Disney Plus shows are of course doing well. I mean, the one that we just announced a couple hours ago.
Oh, the Tales?
The Jedi Tales, yeah. You can talk about it,
Incredible, and Dave somehow fit that into his schedule. I have no idea how he did that, like with everything going on, and it's incredible. It's these amazing little origin stories, and little side stuff that has to do with, I'm not gonna, I don't know what I can talk about, so I'm not gonna say anymore. But
They already gave synopses for every episode.
Yeah.
So you're free to talk about everything, is what they said. Yeah, they said, hey, you're gonna have Matthew Wood out, and just tell him no holds barred. He can say whatever he wants.
Sure.
Yeah.
I've worked here 32 years. I want to do it maybe another 32. We'll see. So I'm not gonna leak anymore. But yeah.
And what's fun is as the Star Wars galaxy continues to grow, I hear familiar voices everywhere. One of the things that I really love is when I hear you in different places at the park.
Yes, yeah, Kylo Ren in the park is
This is
my
Kylo
voice.
Ren at the parks.
Yeah. So that was great. Yeah, Adam, I helped Adam come up with the sound of the way Kylo Ren, Adam Driver, in the helmet.
Yeah.
At a certain point, he was like, you can do everything that's not of the movie. So I did a lot of Kylo for him in the video games and Resistance and in the park, and I love that. I love that.
Yeah.
Do
it.
I didn't know we had the best pilot in the Resistance on board. Comfortable? Yeah. Kylo Ren and Grievous, and then I did this character called Mubo, which is actually in the.
We had somebody scream for Mubo.
I heard it. Oh my God, for Mubo!
We had a scream for Mubo. I love it.
He's like in the droid depot there at Galaxy's Edge.
Yeah.
He runs the droid depot, and then we made a VR experience with ILM X Labs.
Yes.
And I don't know if you played those games, but it was the one that we made Vader immortal. Then we've done these Tales from Galaxy's Edge,
which are wonderful,
and they're really fun if you haven't checked them out. So yeah.
Yeah, those are great. It's fun to explore Batuu that way, and it really is fun to hear more familiar voices too. Like if you play Tales from Galaxy's Edge, obviously Bobby Moynihan is the bartender at the cantina.
So good. Cecil Slack.
Yeah, that tells you all of these stories about what's happening on Batuu. It's fun to see. It's fun to watch all of this come together.
It is.
And watch it all become this cohesive thing.
It's an incredible time to be a Star Wars fan. I'm a fan myself. There's just so much happening. I love it. It's great.
One thing I do want to ask is now that things are spreading so much, and we are doing so many different things. We're talking about things like Willow, things like parks. Is there a different philosophy to the way you all approach all of that stuff, or is it kind of just like it's all one kind of thing?
I think Star Wars is so special, and at Skywalker Sound, where I work, we have a library of all the sound effects that have been created over the years from the original legend of sound, Ben Burt, who's my mentor, who made everything like the lasers and Chewbacca and R2-D2 and the lightsabers.
You can applaud as much as you want for Ben Burt in this house. In this house, we applaud for Ben Burt.
Yes, please. And he, created these amazing sounds. We kind of hold them like our crown jewels, and we don't really let them out onto things unless it's going to be something used in Star Wars, because sound is like a glue for us. Mm-hmm. It's a subconscious way, because you don't see it, you hear it and you feel it, and it's something that affects you emotionally. It's like this back door into your mind, and we want to make sure those sounds are always special. The lightsaber is always special. You hear a TIE fighter, and that's going to sound like a TIE fighter, not from something from another movie. And so we definitely use that as a guiding light for us, as our North Star, as Jon Favreau likes to say, to keep that very special, because it is special for all of us. We want to make sure when you watch a Star Wars film, you look at something on Disney Plus. It could be the animated features. It could be the movies. It could be anything we've made, but you're going to be able to watch it, and it's all going to have a nice cohesive feel that's going to have that emotional response that we want to get. And sound is that glue. That's why I've stayed in that position so long, because I love it. It's a way to tell story through emotion and through heart, and it affects me, and I hope it affects you all too.
Yeah. Before we wrap up, we've seen a bunch of new trailers. We've seen a bunch of new sneak peeks this weekend.
Yeah.
Is there anything that you've seen? And obviously, we had Obi-Wan Kenobi premiere. Is there something that has come out this weekend where you first listened to it here at Celebration with people, and you were like, yes, this worked. We did it.
Well, what's funny is the Ahsoka teaser we made. And have they showed that already? Okay, good. Well, the Ahsoka teaser we made, we had done all these teasers for the show. Celebration is such an exciting time because we're just making all the stuff that we want to show you. That one, Filoni called on a Friday. It was supposed to be ready. We were all done with all the other stuff. He's like, I got something. They've only been shooting for like 8 days at that point.
Yeah.
We cut together this little trailer, and I got to see it with the crowd. And I am so excited to work on that show. I mean, to see a character that has come out of, Filoni and Lucas's vision be personified in live action, which we'd have we've seen in the previous 2 shows, but now to have an entire series to that, I am like 100% in on that show. I cannot wait.
Oh,
cannot wait
to see the journey of Ahsoka as a character this much. It's been wonderful, and it's been so heartwarming.
Yeah.
Matthew, it's always wonderful when you come by and hang out. Thank you so much.
I have to do one thing. Somebody said hello there. Someone said hello there over there, so I'm supposed to respond, I think,
Yes,
right?
do it.
So say it one more time.
General Kenobi, you are a bold one.
There it is, Matthew Wood, everybody. We've got more from Star Wars Celebration presented by Geico coming at you in just a second.
Hey everybody, Hector here on the celebration floor. I'm here with Colin, and we're here at the OtterBox booth. We're gonna be talking about some real cool stuff. Before we get into it, Colin, what is your official title, and what are we about to talk about?
Hi there, so I am the field marketing rep for the Colorado region, but we're gonna talk about all of our exclusive Lucasfilm cases that we've designed for this show.
This is incredibly exciting. So these are phone cases from OtterBox. They're all Star Wars themed, and you guys have some real special stuff. So let's show this off here, right here at the top.
Absolutely.
These are the 3 designs.
You got it. We have Boba, obviously, with a signet in the corner. We have Vader, and then we have Wicket for all of the Ewok fans out there.
Gotta have the Ewok fans as well.
Exactly.
I like how you just listed them. You're like on a first name basis. You're like, we've got Boba, we've got Vader.
Exactly.
No titles, no Darth.
We're buddies now.
We're buddies, yeah, absolutely. Colin, softball question for you, my friend. Who's your favorite Star Wars character?
My favorite Star Wars character, at this point, I'd probably have to go Mando. I know he's new.
It's okay.
But, he's got a great story. I love that, never takes the helmet off.
Great look. Great look. And speaking of Mando, we have this little thing right here. What is this? What is this little Grogu item?
So this is actually specific for Amazon Echo products. And you actually put the Amazon Echo Dot 3rd and 4th gen into Grogu's head, and then the ears actually stick out the side. So this can sit on the side of your bed or wherever you have those little helpers around the house.
Little helpers around the house. That's amazing. So you have got the phone cases, you've got this Amazon Echo holder, and fans here at Star Wars Celebration, they can get them all here at the booth, right?
You got it.
That's amazing. But also, fans at home can get them too, right?
Yes. If you guys want to find any of these and more products that have exclusive Lucasfilm designs, you just go to otterbox.com, look under collections, and click Star Wars, and you'll have a whole plethora of designs and stuff that you can choose from.
So before we go, would you happen to have any of these cases in a phone? I'd love to see it in action.
Yeah, I actually am rocking one right now. I have Boba here.
Oh, beautiful.
On my 12 Pro Max.
The Fett Man.
Fantastic.
That's amazing.
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
These are great high quality prints. These, again, are exclusive designs. We've worked with Lucasfilm for over 5 years now for all of these designs. So we actually designed these in-house, and they're approved by everybody at Lucasfilm, so yeah.
Colin, thank you so much for talking to us, man. Once again, that's otterbox.com. Go to the collection section.
You got it.
Star Wars, they're all laid out right there. Plus, fans at Celebration can get all of these items here at the OtterBox booth.
Yep, come on by. We've got a QR code also to take you straight to the website if you're here at the celebration, but yeah, we'll see you around.
It's Colin, everybody. Guys, we've got more Star Wars Celebration live coming up right after this. Do not go anywhere.
Adults here, but a lot of us still sneak into the toy aisle at various department stores to check out what's new that Star Wars Hasbro has to offer. Here to now show us what we'll be carefully plopping into our shopping carts and making sure we don't damage the packaging is Hasbro's very own Patrick Schneider, Chris Reif, and Eric Frainer. Thank you guys.
Thank you.
So we all saw Obi-Wan this weekend. You guys all saw Obi-Wan this weekend, right? And we have fallen in love with Lola.
Yes.
So when can I get my hands on one?
Absolutely. So this is our Lola animatronic edition, 45 light, sounds, and movement combinations, 3 different modes. You can pre-order this next Wednesday, June 1st at 1 p.m. Eastern Time, and you'll get it later this fall. It's going to be a great addition to your family.
Oh my gosh, it's so cute.
I know, I love her. Don't tell my wife.
I'm such a sucker for droids. Look at it! Oh my gosh.
Yeah, absolutely.
Stop. So we hear that you're revealing 4 new figures this weekend. Can we talk a little bit about them?
Absolutely. Eric.
Yeah, so here we have our new collection of archives. So this is our next wave. Starting off here with Han Solo. So this is an updated version of Han Solo from Episode 7. And we newly sculpted up the head to be able to get better likeness. We also updated the hair color from the previous release as well, just to make it a little bit more accurate. And Chewbacca here, another great one to be able to have out there for for this release. We're really excited to be able to finally get Chewbacca back out. Leia here actually has the most updates. We actually updated her legs in order to be a little bit better of a more accurate height. The previous release of her was way too tall, so we updated her here to be more accurate to her actual height. And obviously she comes with the new inkjet face, which looks phenomenal on this figure. We're really, really excited by that.
Lola's very excited about these figures.
She's
She's going nuts.
Nice round of applause.
Awesome.
That's my favorite Leia.
Yeah.
I just absolutely love it. She looks amazing. Can we talk a little bit more about, we got Tarkin.
Yeah, and then we have Grand Moff Tarkin here at the very end.
So cool.
So,
Oh, we got some Tarkin fans. All right, yes. This is great. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, it's all good. And yeah, this is one of the ones that we're most excited about with just the likeness there. It was one of our most successful ones back when he first released, and just really exciting to get him back out there. He's a great character.
Oh,
and
he looks fabulous. And we have an Inquisitor lightsaber,
Oh,
which we
yeah,
have
we
to
have
see
an
this in
Inquisitor
action.
lightsaber. Look at that.
Wow, look at this, guys.
Whoa. I'm sorry about anything I've ever said about you, Chris.
I'll stand back.
Yeah, so the latest HasLab campaign is open now on HasbroPulse.com. Go there, check it out. Lots of great pictures. This thing is so amazing. So many different configurations. Half ring, full ring, single bladed, double bladed. All of it, custom sounds, interactive blades, just amazing stuff.
That's amazing.
5,000 backers needed by July 11th, so
There you go,
let's make it a
guys.
reality.
Yeah.
And where do they go to back this again?
HasbroPulse.com.
All right, get on it, guys. And now the one question that everyone is dying to have answered. Why isn't there a Kitster figure yet?
A what?
A Kitster figure.
A Kitster. Great question.
The kids want it.
figure. Eric, get on that.
Yeah, no, we can definitely add that to the list. We have a pretty extensive list right now.
Okay, but like put him right up at the top.
There we go. We'll
Okay.
bump him up.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys for coming by. These look awesome. I'm going to be stealing your Lola, so if she disappears, know that she's in good hands. And thank you guys for stopping by. And guys, don't go anywhere. There is more
Thank
Star
you
Wars
so much.
Celebration
Thank
Live
you.
presented by Geico coming up. Just a moment.
Thanks, guys.
We're here at the Mandalorian Experience, an exclusive exhibit assembled only for Star Wars Celebration by Fairview Portals. Now, this exhibit gives everyone a first-hand look at not only props, but concept art and miniature models. This is something not to be missed. that's about it for me at the Mandalorian experience, and trust me, this is one that you do not want to miss. In addition to props and models, there is also store-exclusive merchandise available to purchase. We have more coverage of Star Wars Celebration Live coming up right after this.
You've taken your first step into a larger world. This is the way. Punch it!
Celebrate every moment, every hero, every story that lives on.
The Force will be with you always.
Only on Disney Plus.
With everything happening in the galaxy, StarWars.com is the only place online that is all Star Wars, all the time.
I got a really good feeling about this.
From exclusive reveals and breaking news to interviews with Star Wars luminaries, StarWars.com is the #1 destination for the saga we all love. And with an ever-evolving databank of Star Wars information from all eras, crafts, and quizzes, you'll never run out of Star Wars to explore. StarWars.com. It's all Star Wars, all the time.
If you all can tell by the smile on my face, but I am extremely excited to be up here. This may be one of the highlights of my entire day and experience in life. So hopefully that's not overselling it, but it's not. Our next guest has spent his career playing some of the most conniving, malevolent, and heinous characters on screen. But off screen, he is one of the most charming, kind, warm human beings you could ever meet. Just don't scuff up his Air Jordans or you'll end up on the wrong side of the dark saber. Please welcome the man behind the muff, Giancarlo Esposito!
I love you. I love all of you. Yes, yes, yes.
I'm pretty sure I can hear my mother screaming from home right now. After the numbers of times that we have watched School Days in our lives together, this is one of the greatest moments ever. Giancarlo, thank you so much for being up here with me today.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here with you and all of your friends.
What's it been like being a part of Star Wars for the last few years?
It has been a dream come true. I've been channeling my inner child. It's been a wonderful thing to be in the age of wonder, enchantment, joy, excitement, and anticipation.
Why do the nicest people in real life, such as yourself, always play the best villains in TV and movies?
Because maybe in a past life I was blessed with being a demon. So I'm exercising all of my demons and being the good person that I really am. I always say that sometimes we are not who we think we are. When we're able to do things as I do that are uplifting to people in terms of the entertainment I provide, I really think about my audience. I think about how the audience will see me. I think about committing to the role, whether it be good, bad, evil, indifferent. I think about how I can uplift people through my art because I'm inspired by all of you.
I just want to say the gravitas that you carry yourself with is one of the most beautiful things to see on screen, and it really translates in life. You are fantastic.
Thank you.
If I can fangirl for a minute, yay. What have been some of your favorite moments from filming this season?
My favorite moments, some of which I cannot yet talk about, because this particular season of Mandalorian will blow your minds. My favorite backstage moments are to be honored by the creative team of Jon Favreau and Dave Filoni. Yeah! In a way that makes me feel as if I'm a collaborator and I have something to offer. And I say to them, thank you for inspiring me. One of the things about living a good life and doing what you love to do is that you never work a day in your life. The other thing is that you are called upon in a very subtle way to not only inspire yourself from day to day, to get up and look at life as something new and enchanting. Today is different than yesterday. Not bringing your past experience into this present moment, but allowing this present moment to live with joy and excitement. Yeah, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. You know that. You know that. Look, you know, I feel as if I've been put in a position to not only be Moff Gideon, you have something I want. I want your joy. I want your creativity. I want your life force. I want you to share with others, and I want you to be in service to each other.
What's this celebration been like to you? I mean, I'm sure you feel the absolute beautiful energy from the crowd of these people that care about you, your character, your work, your art. What is it like to be able to revel in that appreciation and receive your flowers?
This has been the best show I've ever been to. I have to tell you that the energy that these fans, all of you, give to me, uplift me. They help me, you help me stay right in the moment and be present. Because to be as excited as all of you are about this particular franchise, this show, and this season shows me that you are excited about life. This is all we have. Love is what we have to give. Love is what we have to share. You know that. As I mature in my years, I understand that not so much of this is about me. It's not about the I and the me. It's about the we and the us. And that changes life. It changes our world. And if we can be on the same page about that, we can be living in utopia.
You're out here giving a word, and I love it. Is there any other message that you would like to leave with your fans today?
I believe that I come to these Comic-Cons to be able to spread a message of joy, love, and hope. I come to respect and say to you how much I love to do what I do, and to be an example for all of you that you can do it too. There are no theys, there are no walls being built up other than the ones that we build in our own hearts and minds. And if we can overcome that, we can realize that we have the power to do whatever we want in life. And then we can realize also that there's nothing and no one against us, that we are a life force of energy and creativity and beauty and efficiency and intelligence and love. So I leave you with this. What you do today determines your tomorrow. If you spend 10 minutes visualizing what your dream is, you will achieve it. Dream big, dream large, and dream long. I love you. I love you all.
give it up once again for Giancarlo Esposito.
Love, love, love!
More from Star Wars Celebration Live 2022 coming up. Don't go anywhere.
Thank you! Thank you, thank you!
Well, I am down here on the floor at the Garmin booth, and if you're in the vicinity of the show floor, why don't you make the smart choice and check out Garmin, the leading manufacturer of smart watches. How's that for a segue? I am here with Kirsten. How are you doing today?
Good, how are you?
Very well, thank you. You enjoying Star Wars Celebration?
We are. It's our first time here and we're really excited.
Fantastic. First timers here. Well, you have an incredible offering in front of us. Why don't you take us through and tell us what we have?
Yeah, so we are here today. We have our smartwatch line right here with Darth Vader and Rey, and I'm wearing the Darth Vader one right here. These are our special edition line of smartwatches, all the great smartwatch features, health and fitness features, everything you can imagine. And it also comes with 2 bands, so you get a leather band and a silicone band in the box. And then up front here, we have our brand new line of Boba Fett Jr. 3, Mandalorian, and Grogu. So we just came out with these on Star Wars Day. So they're kids fitness trackers. They have a year-long battery life. They're swim-friendly, shower-friendly. Kids don't have to take them off to charge them. They also connect to a great parent-controlled app. So in the app, every day that kids hit their activity goals, they unlock a part of a Star Wars story that we worked on with your team.
Oh, that's fantastic. Yeah. So not only are you getting the time, you're getting fitness, you're getting safety, you're getting health. And what's really cool is if you actually look closely, they're adorned with great Star Wars icons. These are fantastic. Now, are these only show exclusives?
So we have them also available on Garmin.com, but at the show this weekend, if you're here, they are discounted. So we're giving everyone 10% off. So come see us. We're at $27.05.
Fantastic. Well, there you have it. Come on down to the Garmin booth, check out some incredible smartwatches. I'm Jordan. Stay tuned for more live coverage of Star Wars Celebration Live coming up now.
Doug Chiang is a modern master. He's sculpted countless creatures, ships, and worlds that we've all enjoyed. Now he's here to share more of his behind-the-scenes stories of his time creating the look of Star Wars, and even showing off some never-before-seen pieces of concept art that never made it to the screen. Here now is Doug Chiang presents Star Wars Designs.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, David. It's such an honor to be here today, and especially after 3 long years from the last celebration in Chicago. And the best part is that we can finally talk about the Mandalorian. So, yeah. So today, I want to share with you sort of some of the design challenges that we faced in designing the Mandalorian. How we overcame tight budgets, short schedules, and high expectations. I'll share how we designed about 24 episodes. That's over 960 minutes of content. That's the equivalent of 7 feature films in 4 years. It's a lot of work. And I'll also highlight key character designs, like Grogu, Baby Yoda, and the Mandalorian, and I'll talk about spaceship designs, and at the very end, I'll leave about 20 minutes, hopefully, for some questions. So, to get started, this year marks my 18th year designing for Star Wars. 7 of those were working directly with George Lucas. Many of us in the Lucasfilm art department grew up with the original trilogy. For us, Ralph McQuarrie and Joe Johnston were our design heroes. Ralph had this amazing sensibility that was Star Wars. And Star Wars design was Ralph. Ralph could express so much with just a few strokes. These pencil sketches are still some of my favorites. And that's because each one is a frame that I want to see in a movie. In designing The Mandalorian, we wanted to capture that essence that Ralph did so well. And from Joe Johnston, we wanted to capture his iconic designs, his simple, memorable designs. They're classic Star Wars designs. So Ralph and Joe's work would make up the first half of our design philosophy for The Mandalorian. In my 7 years working at Skywalker Ranch with George would make up that second half. For The Mandalorian, we wanted to merge the aesthetics of the prequels with the original trilogy and treat it as one cohesive universe, as George has always intended. It was important to us that the designs drew on the foreign language that George firmly established. Now, after nearly 2 decades of designing for Star Wars, I'm often asked if I ever get tired of it. And the short answer is, of course, no. There's still so many new characters and worlds to develop. When I first started working with George in 1995, the world of Star Wars was just opening up for me. The playground was vast, and the boundaries were limitless, and it was super exciting. Flash forward to the summer of 2017, and I got that exact same feeling again. When John and Dave teamed up to create The Mandalorian, the Star Wars playground opened up once more. I've been wanting to work with John and Dave for years, so I immediately started doing some paintings, even though I had no idea what they were planning. This is one of my first paintings for The Mandalorian, and it was inspired by Ralph McQuarrie's painting of the original Boba Fett when he was in white. Dave also began drawing dozens of sketches to help guide us. Both John and Dave are very accomplished artists. John would often sketch along with Dave. Working with filmmakers who can draw really well makes a huge difference in the design process because it allowed us to design faster because we had a visual shorthand. With the combined forces of both John and Dave, the idea of The Mandalorian started to take shape and become a reality. This sketch from Dave finally clinched it for Disney. This single image conveyed the essence of the story, the mystery, and the drama. Like Ralph's work, Dave's sketches are iconic. They're images that I want to see in a movie. And then here's Ryan Church's finished painting of that moment. With Disney's approval, we quickly realized that what John and Dave was planning, the story that they were doing was vast. It was far more than a feature film's worth. And to tell the story, John and Dave felt that the longer format of a live-action series would be the best. But we've never done a live-action Star Wars TV show before. George Lucas actually explored that idea in the late 2000s, but his vision was huge. It was so big, it would have been super expensive because the technology wasn't ready. But now, almost 10 years later, the timing seemed right. However, in order to pull it off, it would demand innovation in all aspects of the filmmaking process, including design. We wanted to achieve theatrical quality for TV on an unparalleled level. And Jon Favreau took on that challenge. Like George, Jon is an innovative filmmaker. Coming off of his successes of The Jungle Book and his innovation of virtual filmmaking tools for The Lion King, Jon was indeed the filmmaker to lead that charge. Over the holidays of 2017, he surprised everybody and wrote 2 scripts. On January 8th, 2018, we started designing. I gathered a small team of artists, Ryan Church, Eric Tiemens, Christian Osmond, and Brian Mathias. Over the next 4 months, more artists would join the team to sort of help Jon's writing. As Jon wrote, the art inspired his writing, and likewise, the art inspired his process as well. And this mirrored my process working with George back in 1995. That team would eventually grow to over 18 artists, including sculptors, practical modelers, and CG modelers. This was a really highly seasoned team of Star Wars artists, the best that I could gather. Most of us have worked together for years. Now here's a fun fact. We created over 4,000 designs per season per show. And this was despite the fact that the concept team was about half the size of a typical feature film. We were designing not only sets and environments, but also vehicles, ships, costumes, characters, creatures, props, hair and makeup, and visual effects. That's over 12,000 concepts for 3 seasons. Almost all the art that you see in the end credits were created in the first 4 months of our 21-month production schedule. So let's talk about Mandalorian design. What makes a Mandalorian design? We follow the guidelines set by George. Keep it simple, design as if a child could draw it, design for the silhouette, design for the iconic logo. People often perceive shapes first, so it's critical that they understand what they're looking at very quickly. So the silhouette is key. Next comes color and detail. Both of those complete the design but don't define it. Star Wars design in many ways is like archaeology. You're digging into the past to uncover ideas and make them your own. We never design in a vacuum. We always use research to ground the designs. These guidelines from George are easy to understand. Thank you. And they're easy to understand, but really hard to do well. In fact, I'm still learning it after 18 years. One of the key aspects of Star Wars design is that George insisted that it should not look designed. Now that's a really curious statement, considering that everything in Star Wars needs to be designed, from door handles to entire planets. This is perhaps the most important aspect of Star Wars design and the one that is most often misunderstood. Here's a quote from George that explains it. He said, "I don't want anything to stand out. I want to make everything look casual, natural, almost I've seen it before look. I don't want any costumes, any sets, anything in the movie to stand out. The design should look familiar, but not familiar at the same time. Nothing should match." To do this, one of the guidelines I use is to keep 80% of it grounded in reality. To give it a foundation in the real world, that 80% makes it authentic. The next 20% is what makes it Star Wars. For example, using a Gothic church as the foundation for the Naboo hangar. That 20% can be invented. It can be mixing old with new, changing scale, blending different eras or cultures. Again, it's very easy to say, but really hard to do right. As we started to design The Mandalorian, we were tasked with designing 2.5 films worth of content for each season with only half the budget and a third the time. This was my first time designing for a TV show, and it was tough. The restrictions of our smaller budget and reduced schedules were really challenging. But Orson Welles once said, "The enemy of art is the absence of limitations." In art, the amount of time you spend on a piece doesn't determine how good it is. Often the opposite is true. There is a law of diminishing returns. The quality of art plateaus. So we decided to embrace the limitations and use them for our advantage. This, of course, creates tremendous compromises and stress on the team. But the shorter schedule actually allowed us to be more efficient, make quicker decisions, and not overthink. In order to do that, we had to invent new design workflows, like using VR tools to scout sets virtually. And that allowed us to make decisions on staging and designs, often months before construction. And I was very fortunate to collaborate with my amazing production design partner, Andrew Jones. Yes. Andrew spent years developing these techniques with Jon Favreau on The Jungle Book and with James Cameron on Avatar. These new tools allowed us to design efficiently and effectively. So we typically start designing about 31 weeks, or about 7 months from our filming date. Once the filming date is set, the clock starts ticking, and it becomes a race. This gives us about 4 months to design the entire show, and then another 3 to fine-tune as the scripts are finalized. The reality, however, is that the design process never really ends. It continues long after we finish filming into post-production and editing. So let's talk about specific designs now for The Mandalorian. One of our first assignments was the Razor Crest. The brief that we got from Jon Favreau was to make it a workhorse spaceship with 2 powerful engines. He asked us to reference the A-10 Warthog. I've always loved the Warthog because I think it's a funky design, but it's practical, and it's a great inspiration for a Star Wars ship. And as I was putting this presentation together, I was surprised how quickly we landed on this design, in about 2 weeks. Normally, spaceship designs take a long time, and I was shocked to find so few drawings. By contrast, for example, in Rogue One, we chased the U-Wing for over 6 months and over 780 drawings. These are some of Ryan Church's first ideas for the Razor Crest, and they were super cool, but the silhouette didn't have the clarity that we wanted. But this one did, and we all knew right away this was the winner. In design, sometimes you get lucky, and you get that immediate emotional reaction that it just feels right. And this was one of those cases. The design is iconic, it's simple, easy to draw, and it's memorable. And John liked the powerful, no-nonsense aesthetic. And it matches Mando's personality really well. It looks like a spaceship that he would fly. So we refined the initial design further by rounding the nose to give it a retro quality. The blunt nose also mirrored his helmet design, which gave it a lot of personality. And then we gave it a shiny metal finish to match his Beskar armor. And this was really fun because it reminded me of the Chrome Naboo ships, and I like to mix old and new. And here's the Razor Crest in an early keyframe painting. We often present designs and keyframes to allow John a chance to evaluate them in the context of the film, how they'll be seen in the shot, to find out if they're working cinematically. And that's really critical because the designs have to work cinematically. That's why we do most of our designs and present them as keyframes. Here's our final Razor Crest model. This phase of the refinement takes weeks to do because it's important to work out all the details. How the landing gears work, how the doors close, how long the ramp should be. Sometimes things look great in artwork, but don't translate well practically into the real world. Ramps are really challenging. It's a running joke that our first ramps are almost always too steep. I mean, what looks good in artwork are often unwalkable. Like even 20 degrees is hard to walk, and the ramps quickly become a slide. So with the 3D model finish, we can test different lighting conditions and textures to see how it looks in different environments, like in a desert, in harsh sunlight, or in a forest with filtered light. We want to make sure it looks good in a variety of environments and adjust the material as necessary. This gives us the opportunity to solve issues early on before we actually commit to construction. Now, this is one of my favorite paintings from Ralph McQuarrie. It's from A New Hope of the Millennium Falcon on Tatooine. I've been trying forever to try to recreate this scene, and we finally got a chance with the Razor Crest in Peli's hangar. And here's that keyframe of that painting. This painting just made me really happy to see Ralph's painting reimagined this way for the Mandalorian. So let's talk about the costume design for the Mandalorian himself. We knew that our hero Mando would have to be iconic, but how do we distinguish him from Boba Fett? This was way before we knew that there was going to be any other Mandalorian. And all the Mandalorians at this time was either Boba Fett or Jango Fett. So Dave kicked us off by sketching some initial ideas on the right. The left images is an early image from Ralph McQuarrie of Boba Fett, and the right images are Dave's. To the casual fan, our Mando could easily be mistaken for Boba because the details are very similar. So we focused on changing the silhouette to differentiate him. We gave him a longer cape, a distinct pulse rifle. The ambient pulse rifle, ironically, was first seen in Boba Fett in the 1978 holiday special. Yeah. But since we thought no one saw that special, it would be okay to give it to Mando. These early paintings from Brian Mathias combine Dave's sketches to create our signature Mando silhouette. And here's the final design. In addition to the longer cape, the pulse rifle was critical. We discovered that the angle of how he wore it was critical to his silhouette. A bit too vertical or too horizontal completely changed the character's personality. And even the length of the rifle was important. And here's a diagram that shows his armor is made up of mix and match pieces from his previous bounties. This chart shows where some of those parts might have come from. His shoulder pauldrons, for example, and his shin guards came from a shore trooper, and the death trooper provided his codpiece. His helmet and Beskar vambrace, however, were custom to him. So here are the stages of his armor in season 1. This is how we saw him in the beginning. And then in stage 2, his very first new piece of armor, his Beskar pauldron. And then stage 3, after he was beaten up by the Mudhorn. And then stage 4, after he repaired himself. And then finally stage 5. This is, of course, the Mando that we know now and love. While we were developing Mando's costume, we were also thinking about his character. And we referenced great buddy films like Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, and used it as a framework for Mando and IG-11's relationship. And this is an early concept showing that relationship. We deliberately mirrored that moment from Butch Cassidy and Sundance in their last standoff. Baby Yoda. Let's talk about Grogu. This was our trickiest and rickiest design, sorry. And we spent the most time developing him, about 4 to 5 weeks. Inspired by the Japanese film Lone Wolf and Cub, Dave kicked us off with these sketches of a little Yoda-like creature. And we had to walk this very fine line of not going too cute. And yet, we wanted to create a character that fans would love. This was our first pass. We translated Dave's sketches literally, but it didn't capture the cuteness that John was looking for. So we started exploring character expressions to see if we could find the right level of charm and personality to define his character design. We also took a pass to make him look more like a gnome, but it wasn't quite working. And finally, we came back to something that was more Yoda-like. This seemed to be the direction that worked the best. We were all circling something, and we knew we were in the zone, but none of these were hitting the perfect note for John. And John kept describing him as ugly cute, something that's not designed to be cute. And it turned out that the eyes were the key. John wanted them to be dog-like, with giant dark pupils. And not human-like. Yeah. When they're human eyes, where you can see the white color of his eyes, it gets very strange very fast. And this is really curious because Yoda has human eyes, and it looks great for him. But oddly, when we gave Grogu human eyes, he just looked creepy and psychotic. And then finally, Christian Osman cracked it with these designs. Like a puppy dog, there's just enough white in his eyes visible to make him look adorable. Seeing that tiny bit of white gave his eyes a very charming, sympathetic look. Then dressing him in this oversized sack completely captured that ugly cute factor. Yes. Yay. Yeah. As you can see, there's incredible charm in his eyes and his pouty mouth with a slight overbite. Taken individually, these features are not cute by themselves, but together, it's an adorable combination. And in case you're curious, this is what he looks like underneath. Okay, moving on. So, for season 1 for the Mud Planet, we wanted to bring back the blurgs from the Ewok movie Battle for Endor. Yes. Phil Tippett's original design was really fun and whimsical and really cool. But, that's because they look like giant Muppet monsters, which gave them a lot of personality. I really liked the weird tadpole body and the wide mouth and the giant elephant legs. It had a lot of quirky charm that made it a really great Star Wars creature. In bringing the blurg back into our world, though, we were worried at first that the original designs might not work for today's more sophisticated audience. So we decided to update the design to make it more believable. This is our early pass with more realistic proportions. But as you can see, ironically, by making it more realistic, we lost the whimsy that made the original so successful. So we decided to return back to the original proportions by shortening the midsections, giving it no neck. It basically became a giant head with 2 legs. This sculpt by Tony McVeigh returned to those cartoony proportions again. And this captured the Muppet-like quality that we want. This is a really good example of the fine line that we constantly walk between cartoony and realism for the Mandalorian. Star Wars creatures are a perfect blend between the two. When you think of the Space Slug, or Jabba the Hutt, or any of the pod race aliens, the funkiness is what makes them memorable Star Wars characters. And even though the blurb was going to be created digitally, Jon Favreau thought it might be fun to explore building it as a stop-motion puppet, just as an experiment to go with old school. Maybe we could even film a shot or 2 of it, or at minimum, it would become a really good reference for our CGI work later on. So we decided to build a puppet, and this is the ball and socket armature in progress. This model is about 8 inches tall. And here's the clay sculpt over that armature. And then the foam latex cast of that clay sculpt. And then finally, the finished painted stop-motion puppet made of foam latex over that ball and socket armature. And we even made a tiny quill puppet to ride the blurg. And to film this, we enlisted our friends at Stupid Buddies Studios, the robot chicken creators. And they did some stop motion for it. Two shots of this puppet ended up in season 1. And I won't tell you which ones, you'll have to find out. At the end of season 1, we want to stage this grand scene where Moff Gideon lands his TIE fighter in the Navarro courtyard. Now, there's been a lot of debate about how TIE fighters should land. To me, it never made sense that it would land on its wings tips. To me, it would have landing gears, and the wings would fold up like an airplane on an aircraft carrier. And there's been a lot of controversy. I stand by this design, even though I've gotten a lot of grief for it. Yes. Yeah. Thank you. I mean, to me, this version just makes sense, and I was thrilled that John agreed. Plus, it just looks really cool. It looks like a menacing jet fighter insect. And this is how you would get in and out of the TIE fighter when it's landed on the ground. There are footholds built into the back of the ball, and they're the same kind of footholds that you would find on the side of a fighter jet. And then you would climb up and through and go through the top like a tank. And we actually built a full-size ball and partial wings and landing gear for filming. Then the wings and the rest of the ship would be added digitally in post later on. This was built by one of our off-site contractors. And this was how it was wrapped when it was delivered to our stages on a flatbed truck. I think any Star Wars fan seeing this driving down the 405 freeway would immediately know what it is. For season 2, we also wanted to design a new hidden base for Navarro. This was Moff Gideon's secret lab, built high on the cliff walls of the lava canyons. And I wanted to design the base so that it tied into our previous films. So we referenced the Edo base from Rogue One. And it made sense. Yeah. It made sense that the bases should look similar. Both were secret Imperial bases on remote planets conducting secret experiments. So here's our early version of that for Navarro. We kept the landing platform and the cylindrical architecture exactly the same, and those two elements connected it to Imperial construction for secret bases. And then the large cannons were added on top as an early idea, as a reference to the 1961 film, The Guns of Navarone. And this is a close-up of the landing platform and hangar. You'll notice that the control bridge is exactly the same as the light cruiser control bridge. Or, yeah, the bridge itself. This was deliberate for both construction and budget purposes. This allowed us to use the same interior for both sets, and we just redressed and painted them differently. And this is the inside of the hangar. The fun part of this design was taking the classic Imperial hangar design and changing the material to be concrete instead of metal. It's always fun to take something that's familiar in our films and make it unfamiliar. And we even added the folding wing TIE fighter in here. And then during the climactic chase, our heroes escape in the Marauder transport. For those of you who grew up in the 1980s, the Marauder was based on this old Kenner toy. Yeah, yes. It was never seen in our films before, and it was strictly just a toy. But we thought it would be fun to bring it back and update it for season 1. And it's briefly seen in our final episode. For season 2, we decided to upgrade the design further and lose the side base for the trooper and add a rear ball turret. The turret was inspired by the tail gunner on a B-17 Flying Fortress bomber, but turned upside down. And this gave us a really fun opportunity to have a hanging gunner seat that swiveled. The Juggernaut. Joe Johnston designed this originally as an assault vehicle for Hoth. When we saw a version of this on Kashyyyk in Revenge of the Sith, I've always loved this design, and we updated it for Rogue One. When we needed a new ground transport for season 2 for the planet of Morok, we thought we could create a smaller version of this for our jungle planet. Taking that idea, we scaled it down to be truck size. This was an interesting idea, but it wasn't unique enough. So we tried another version where we made the wheels even bigger. This worked better, but it was still too ordinary. Then John said that he wanted to stage a fight sequence on the transport and asked for it to be more unstable. He said, we want to do a fight like you're on top of a train to make it more chaotic. So Ryan took that idea and broke up the rear section into individual segments, giving each section a set of wheels. This was now fun and looking really unique. It became a land train, a centipede truck, where each segment could move independently. This is our hero CG model made by Rene Garcia. And like a train, we could add more segments if needed, or remove the containers to create an articulating flatbed. Once the designs are approved, we start to develop and finalize the details for all the functionality that we would need for filming. So we have to figure out the full cab interior, the controls, the seats, how the doors work, how you would get in and out of it. And this is what we ended up building, just a full-size exterior and interior of the cab, plus a portion of the top for the stunt work. And the blue sections were added in post. In this episode, the Juggernaut transport was carrying Rhydonium cargo to this Imperial refinery. We designed the refinery based on an actual dam in Costa Rica. And grounding that refinery in a real dam made it look authentic. And in our story, since the facility was still under construction, we decided that it should have that familiar red construction from the Death Star 2. And it's a small detail, but it helps to make that visual connection to something that we've seen before in our films. Okay, let's talk about the Crate Dragon. This was one of our most interesting challenges for season 2. The dragon was first referenced in A New Hope as a skeleton in the desert. And it was originally meant to be just a cool background element, detail. But then a whole mythology grew around it, along with a debate about what it should look like. Ralph McQuarrie did a version that was, on the left side for the illustrated Star Wars Universe book. And then other interpretations were seen in our comic books. And all of them were really cool, and all of them are really different. Even Tara Whitlatch did a version for her Wildlife of Star Wars book. And all of them circled a common theme, but each of them contradicted each other as well. One of the most interesting concepts, though, was that the dragon grew legs as it grew older, like antlers on a deer. And this helped explain why there are so many different versions, and it gave us license to design our own unique creature. While we were still filming season 1, John gave me a verbal description of what he wanted. He wanted a crate dragon to be mysterious. We would never see its whole body. This was the first painting that I did for season 2, where you see a giant creature underneath the sand. In this early concept, you can just make out the multiple legs through the sand. John compared it to the shark in Jaws, where you only see the fin or the tail, while most of it is underwater. But we would also see the head very clearly. And this was an early idea of having it burst out of the sand like an alligator lurching out of the water. For this version, I combined Ralph's head and mixed it with an alligator. And we also tried a version where it burst vertically out of the sand like a whale breaching out of the ocean. These were all interesting ideas and concepts, but the design itself wasn't working. And John encouraged us to depart from the previous interpretations and asked us to make it more mythological. And that was the key. He wanted us to be bolder. With that in mind, Christian combined different creatures to create our own Chimera dragon, adding a Triceratops horn shield, an alligator body, and a shark nose. And this started to work. It started to look really cool. The torpedo head made it look like it could push through sand. And it started to have the quality that John was looking for. It looked like a giant sand shark monster. And then we started to refine the head in clay to work it out practically. It's always helpful to sculpt physical maquettes. Even though we model in 3D in a lot of our design process, you can't replace having a physical sculpt because it's something that you can hold in front of you, and there's something very tangible about that to evaluate the design. This is the full body maquette, and you can see the shark head, the Triceratops shield, the alligator body, tail, and legs. The rear legs we thought would be the more mature legs, and the smaller ones in the front were newer limbs. So as the creature grew, smaller legs would sprout from the front. Our mature dragon had 8 pairs of legs, 16 altogether. And this version of the dragon was 150 feet long, even though the version that you see in our series is probably closer to 300 feet or more. Also for season 2, we wanted to design a new ice planet. And this was really fun. This is the planet where Mando crash lands on. However, we discovered that anytime you design an ice or snow planet, it instantly becomes Hoth. So we decided to distinguish it from the planet by making it glacial, adding fissures and canyons. And we referenced the Icelandic glacier fields. And this gave us a really fun opportunity to have Mando flying through these vertical ice canyons to escape the X-Wing. And as we were designing it, the chase reminded me of the asteroid chase of the Falcon through the TIE Fighter in Empire Strikes Back. And I thought, well, how about if we design the landscape like an asteroid field from Empire Strikes Back, but taking that idea and turning it into ice. Antal Grandhart did this beautiful painting. It's not exactly one-to-one with the asteroid crater, but I like the similarities. And the call back to the fans, I think it would just be a fun little Easter egg connection if they can get it. And speaking of Empire Strikes Back, I've always loved Ralph McQuarrie's swamp spiders from Dagobah. When we needed a creature on this planet, we thought, wouldn't it be fun to have these spiders on this ice planet? So we turned the swamp spiders into ice spiders. And Mando stumbles upon a whole layer of these creatures. Their white seems to be more fitting to this environment, too. This was an early painting by Christian where we tried to add more glowing red eyes to make it creepier. And we also explored the idea of making the monster mother super huge, the size of a kaiju. I mean, this would have been super fun, but we probably pushed it too far. Once we get to the scale, it actually becomes another movie. For the book of Boba Fett, John wanted to return to Mos Espa from the Phantom Menace, and I love that idea. And I suggested that we go back to a part of Mos Espa that was designed and approved by George Lucas back in 1995, but was never seen. These were some of my sketches of Mos Espa back then. I'd always envisioned that Mos Espa was going to be a sunken city like Luke's homestead. And so for Book of Boba Fett, we did that. We put downtown Mos Espa in the sinkhole, and it worked really well. It was terrific to see Mos Espa finally as the way it was envisioned by George over 20 years ago. And the great thing about putting the city in the sinkhole is that it completely changed the horizon and gave it a new, distinct look. That's very different from Mos Eisley, even though all the architecture is pretty much the same. For the wide establishing shot, Anton took this location photo and painted over it. And this was quite successful. The sunken part is the old downtown district, and to the far right, off screen, would be Anakin's slave quarters that we saw in Phantom Menace. And then in the distance, where the pod race arena would be, is way on the horizon line, and you'll see Beggar's Canyon way out there too. And speaking of pod racers, John wanted to give Cobb Vanth a unique speeder, something that he might have salvaged from a junkyard. And we thought, well, how about if we salvage the old pod racer engine that might have been refitted to be a speeder? And this was a really interesting idea, but most of the pod race engines were huge. As you can see here, we tried it with Sebulba's engines, but it got ridiculously big. Yeah. Then we thought, okay, well, how about if we use Anakin's pod racer, which was based on a smaller F-15 fighter jet engine? Maybe Cobb Vanth bought one of those engines at a garage sale and added a sidecar. This worked. Even if we hadn't used Anakin's pod engine, this is a really cool idea for a speeder bike. But the fact that it's built around Anakin's made it even more special for fans who may recognize it. We kept Anakin's colors in the two front fins, and we matched all the details from the original. Okay. Okay. The Naboo starfighter, the N1. Back in 1995, we took a huge chance on this design. George wanted an elegant starfighter, something that's the equivalent of an F1 racing car version of an X-Wing. This design was either going to be super cool or fail spectacularly. Thankfully, it stood the test of time. So I was thrilled when John asked if we could somehow rework this ship to be Mando's new spaceship. And I loved that idea. But at first, it was really hard to figure out how to make that work. The N1 is too elegant, and it's not Mando style. But then we thought, well, maybe it's like a barn find by Capella, like discovering an old vintage car in an old abandoned farm. This gave us the opportunity to rebuild it and make it new and unique for Mando. And I want to retain the automotive quality to give it a real car-like chassis, since the original was designed to be handcrafted. We wanted the undercarriage to look like a piece of art underneath the exterior shell. Rene Garcia took on this task and stripped it down to his chassis and built this elegant framework. And then next we started to add body panels, building up from the inside out. Then we added the mechanical guts of the ship, all the internal components, and then finally we refurbished the outer skin, leaving it raw and unpainted. We left the front edge exposed to look like teeth and the side vents to look like gills. Then we souped up this ship by adding a third engine underneath the cockpit. And then we added superchargers to the side engines. This became our Star Wars version of a 1950s hot rod. And I have to say, this is now one of my favorite designs for The Mandalorian. And speaking of favorite ships, The Millennium Falcon and the X-Wing are definitely mine favorite from the original trilogy, but Slave One is the all-time classic for me. Ryan Church did this painting of an action beat that quickly became an iconic moment that I had to see. For the Book of Boba Fett, we wanted to figure out how Slave One would actually work, how it would rotate, and what that meant inside. For Mando, for season 2 of Mando, we actually pitched the idea that the ship survived. Jabba kept it in his palace after Return of the Jedi. This concept wasn't used for season 2, so we updated it for Book of Boba. In the scene here, Boba and Fennec are stealing it back. And so our biggest challenge was, how do we figure out the interior? How do we make it work? In the prequels, we never saw the interior transition from horizontal to vertical flight. In the Attack of the Clones, we only built the partial cockpit. The cockpit pivoted on those 2 swing arms to stay upright like a self-riding gimbal. That worked okay if you were only seeing the cockpit, but it didn't really explain how the rest of the ship would work. And we wanted to see how the rest of the ship would work because we were going to be down in the main hold. And we realized just having the cockpit rotate didn't make sense. So we decided to reverse the idea. Keep the cockpit fixed and swivel the main hold instead. This, of course, created all kinds of design challenges. It was super tricky and complicated to figure out. So I gave it to Ryan Church to figure out. And he did it beautifully. This is the main room just underneath the cockpit. So the floor would stay level while the ship rotated around it. And as the ship rotated, the ladders in the access rooms would line up for the 2 different configurations. And as it rotated, the large front window would come into view. And that would create lighting changes to help sell the idea. Having figured it out conceptually, the next step was to figure out how to execute this practically. This would have been an incredibly expensive and difficult set to build practically. But using the LED screen, we could actually rotate the set virtually. And this became one of the best examples of how we use LED technology to pull off a complex set like this with minimal construction. In fact, the only thing we built was the floor, the seat, and some controls. The rest of the ship was virtual and projected onto our screens. This is the animatic that shows how that virtual environment would work. All the movement you see would be virtual CG extensions that are projected, rendered real time. And then this, it's pretty dark, but this is how the shot looked in the final shot. And all this was achieved in camera. This is one of those great examples where our new technology is actually making this a very reasonable set for very low cost, but with powerful visual impact. And here's a cross-section of how it actually works, how the ship would rotate around the main hold. I think Slave One is an amazing design, and I'm just glad that we finally had a chance to figure out the inside and how it worked. Scorpionic droid. This was another fun one. This was a fun idea that we brought back for the prequels for a Book of Boba Fett. I originally designed this back in 2000 as the Annihilator droid for Attack of the Clones. It was meant to be the successor to the Destroyer droids. It was going to be bigger, badder, and badder. But unfortunately, we never used it. And I always liked the design, so I was really happy when John said, hey, let's try to use it for the Pike at the end in the final episode. So Rene Garcia took that concept model and built this beautiful model, working on all of the details to make sure that it actually works. I wanted to keep the metallic finish in the spider legs of the Destroyer droid, but the Scorpion neck is definitely a meaner version with its Cyclops eyes. For personality, the guns were raised to shoulder height, and the gun belts were meant to look like flexed shoulder muscles. And here's an early keyframe from Anton of the Scorpion neck laying siege to Garsa's sanctuary. The guns were much bigger than the Destroyer because these don't have to fold up. And then finally, I want to highlight one of the best aspects of working with John and Dave. During the first weeks of Boba Fett, John posed the question. He asked us, what would happen if a Rancor got loose on Tatooine? And it's one of those questions that
left off in just a moment.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Hi. Thanks. Thank you so much. Thanks, guys. Thank you. Thanks. Thank you so much. Thanks. Woof. Wow, you guys are too much. I just wanted to say, I can hardly speak after speaking to you all for the last 2 days, but I just wanted to come out and say thank you to you, because I've never done a convention before, I've never been a celebration before. I didn't really know, I guess, what it was like. And what's been really amazing is to be able to, when I'm signing autographs or taking photographs, is to be able to meet you, even though if it's just for a second. I just wanted you to know. I just wanted you to know that it's meant something to me very special, and I've loved every minute of it. And so I wanted to say thank you. And I'll be back next year, yeah. Yeah. I'm going to see some of you in Edinburgh, and I'll see some of you in San Antonio as well, I think. But on another note, there's some people that have signed up for autographs who haven't come yet, and I've got to leave soon, so I just wanted to give you the sort of a last chance. If you signed up and you haven't come to do it, I'm available for another 20 minutes or so, so come and get them. But listen, from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much. Thanks, guys. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It was amazing watching the first 2 episodes with you the other night. I hope you love episode 3 and then 4 and 5 and 6 and 7 and 8 and 9 and 10. Woo!
We now return to the Doug Chang panel from Star Wars Celebration Live.
Godzilla rampaging through the city. And we also envisioned the standoff between the Scorpionek and the Rancor. And then we thought, well, Godzilla's cool. How about King Kong? And so Anton worked up this early concept of the Rancor climbing up a tower, holding a Twi'lek Fey Ray. These last paintings demonstrate how we would often design and brainstorm ideas very early in the writing process. John and Dave gave us complete license to explore our wildest ideas, and it was our job to push it as far as we could. And not surprisingly, John would always push us further still. It was a beautiful synergy of art and words. This is what excites me about designing for the Mandalorian universe. It's always fun, fresh, and filled with unexpected surprises. And when you think about it, that's exactly what Star Wars design should be. Thank you. Thank you.
Doug Chang, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Doug Chang.
Thank you.
If you have burning questions for Doug Chang, we are going to set a microphone up on this aisle and a microphone up on this aisle. If you don't get a chance to have your question answered or even ask it, please remember he'll be at the university stage from 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. this evening. But why don't we go ahead and kick off some Q&A if you're ready?
Yes.
And we'll start right over here if you're ready. With Poe Dameron from Rise of Skywalker here.
Hi, everyone. Hey, Doug.
Hey.
Nice to meet you. So I noticed that you had different versions of traditional work, blueprint, and then photo bashing. At what point do you decide which approach you're going to take when designing something?
Yeah, no, all of those techniques are available. And for us, it's really about, finding what's the best for inspiration. So I still do a lot of the initial concepts on a post-it paper, post-it note, just because I like the size of that. Other times we'll do collages, old school collages, cutting apart photos. But because Photoshop is so powerful now, you can just use that as one sort of tool platform. But it's really all available to us, so it doesn't really matter. It's whatever inspires the artist. And as you'll know, if you attend the next session of, where you'll meet some of the artists that created this beautiful artwork and design, we all have different backgrounds and different techniques.
Okay, cool. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Sure.
Right here.
Hi, Doug.
Hey.
My name is Skip Torvinen, and I had a question about it. Is it overwhelming with all the different properties now to design everything for all the shows that Lucasfilm and Disney are coming out with?
Yes. Yeah. No, the past 2 years, it's been absolutely crazy because we were literally doing 4 to 5 shows simultaneously. You're seeing all the results of that now, which is great. But honestly, the one thing that saves it is because it's all in the Star Wars universe, so there's a lot common language there, and it's all within roughly the same time frame. And honestly, all the homework that George had us develop, back in the 90s, they're paying off because essentially that laid the foundation for all design aesthetics. So I know specifically if our shows target a specific time frame, I know the aesthetics that's going to ground that. So it really helps to have that foundation there. Mm-hmm.
Right here.
Sure.
Hi. I was wondering, you've shown us how you're informed by real-world vehicles, and is there anything you've designed that you'd like to see come into our world?
Yes, and one of those actually is part of the campaign that you're seeing out there with the VW car and also our Porsche campaign. So we're starting to merge the two, and what I find fascinating about that is a lot of the film work that I do is really kind of blue sky. I mean, we really don't have to worry about practicality because we're designing stuff that only exists on screen. What I appreciate from working with other design disciplines is that they're able to kind of come into our world and inform, how do we make this more real? And so it becomes this beautiful collaboration. And one of the best examples of that is, when we were working with Porsche last year, or 2 years ago, for Rise of Skywalker, the Pegasus spaceship, the Tri-Wing. That was a collaboration with a team where we worked with the Porsche team and our team to design this spaceship that exists in the Star Wars universe, but can also exist in our real world.
Right here.
Thank you very much for being here, Doug. I'm from the prequel generation of Star Wars fans, so all your designs for prequels were a really big inspiration for me. One of my favorites from those films is Obi-Wan's Jedi Starfighter in Episode 2. I was wondering if you could just talk about the design process for that ship.
Yeah. No, that was a really fun one. And it was really funny because, when I was designing that, George just gave me a really short brief. And I didn't understand the history of where he was going. I didn't know at that time that he was going to imply that the Jedi and the Republic were becoming the Empire. And when he said, okay, I want a mini Star Destroyer as a Jedi ship. And I thought at first, I was like, wait, that's the wrong form language. We're establishing something different. But he had a very specific reason. And he said, literally just take the Star Destroyer triangle and turn it into a jet fighter. And it works. And where he was going with it was he was really establishing, he was thinking big picture of the whole universe. And that's what I really appreciate is that, as a designer, sometimes I get too focused on the little thing and I think that I know the rules. Only George knows the rules. And I'm trying to learn them. Yeah. So it's really great that, there were those little nuggets that he kind of planted in there. And if you look at it, that goes across everything. Form, language, shapes, materials, textures, colors.
It's a wonderful question. Right here.
Hi there, Doug.
Hey.
What I would love to know is, what are some of the inspirations for you from film or real life that you find yourself going back to when it comes to generating ideas?
Yeah, for me, it's actually nature. I think nature is one of the best designers, of course. And I grew up, I originally wanted to be a zoologist or at minimum a wildlife painter because I just love that, combining nature. And if you see any of the early designs, there's a lot of animal influences in terms of what I do for mechanical design. And it's mainly because I like the personality that you get from it. But it's also, when you look at nature, there's a lot of elegance that we can derive from in terms of forms that we can use for our spaceships. And the easiest equivalent is you look at our stealth fighters. They're taken right out of birds, falcons, in terms of the foreign language. And that makes a lot of sense. So I always kind of go back to that to sort of find that inspiration. And you're not literally translating nature into our world, but you're using it as a seed of sort of the foundation of the idea.
Thank you. Right here.
Hello, my name is Cassie. Thanks for coming out
Hello.
here. My main question is about software that you use, or if you prefer more traditional art. And looking at each of the 3 stages of the Star Wars films, you can see there's neoclassical, Renaissance, high and low, medieval ages, and grunge from the 1990s. So how do you take all those different art and historical factors and put it into your traditional or digital work?
Yeah, no, it's a really good question. And that's where, there's a good core group of Lucasfilm artists, and we all use different tools that are available to us. Most of it is digital now. I mean, all of us come from a traditional background, so we all drew traditionally on pencil and paper. I'm probably the oldest school of them because I don't have sort of the ability that these guys have in terms of working with software, sophisticated software. But it's all there. And the great thing about it is that they are only tools. And the great thing about designing, whether in 2D or 3D or using traditional tools or new software, is that we gather all the reference that we have. And honestly, our jobs are so much easier now because back in '95, when we were researching for The Phantom Menace and the prequels, we had, George had a fantastic research library, but it was old school. Books and card catalogs to find what you wanted. And it took forever. Now we just Google it. And so I think that actually allows us to find quicker material quickly, and then importing those images into the computer, we can actually mix different eras, classical eras, modern eras and stuff, to really experiment. And the whole idea is really to make it more efficient, to generate ideas and throw out the bad ones quickly.
Thank you. Right here.
Hey, Doug, I'm Chris.
Hi.
Welcome. For us now being able to talk about The Mandalorian, what influenced you guys to commit to Ahsoka Tano's age and her tendrils? I'm sure that's a lot of controversy for y'all.
Yeah, no, and that's a really good one because we're trying to be very respectful and having, of course, Dave Filoni guide us. He's the creator of it, so I always default to him. And it's one of the things that we're finding is that as we're bringing sort of, whether it's Clone Wars or Rebels or Resistance, or, the animated designs, they're very stylized. And so Dave actually gave us a lot of license to improve on them if necessary. So our default is always to pay great respect to what has been done already because the fans have grown in love with it. And we actually reverse think it so that we almost pretend like, okay, let's pretend that the animated version actually existed in the future. And now we're going back and we're designing the live action version of that inspired the animated version. And so that connection then gives us that flexibility to kind of maybe improve on certain things here and there. The biggest challenge that we have with characters like Ahsoka is really the actors, actor comfort. One of the things that we discovered is with her cues, if we were to match the animated version, the actor couldn't perform well. It just interfered with the stunts. And plus, it was too much that they couldn't hear, and it affected their visibility. So we have to take all those things into consideration in live action to kind of factor that in. And it's a fine line. And honestly, it's Dave's, baby who he actually sets those boundaries in terms of how far we can go. And it evolves. It evolves all the time because we bring and engage the actor as well. Say like, is this comfortable? Do you like it? Should we make this thinner? Do you need an earpiece in here? Should we make this thinner so you can actually hear without an earpiece? So there's a lot of different factors that goes in, and it becomes a very complex, multi-dimensional, thing to solve these things. So it's not as simple as like, okay, here's the animated version, here's the live action version. Why does it not sync up? There's a lot of reasons why.
Wow, yeah, round of applause for that. I'm still reacting to that one. That's great. Right here.
Hi, huge fan of all of this. I have a question. I've always loved the Orson Welles quote, "The absence of limitations is the enemy of art." But I wonder about the technology of limitation. There are certain things in Star Wars that can just float. Like the lightsabers just take off, defy gravity, lift straight up, then they have jets to move forward. But they never explain what that is. Why do some robots just float? But like R2-D2, for example, needs little rockets to float.
Yeah.
But I mean, does that technology of hovering, which seems like a key part of all Star Wars technology, is that got a name? Do you talk about that stuff?
It's called cinematic reason. It's whatever, when I was working with George, it was whatever he wanted. And it just made sense because, that was our easiest go-to was like, okay, in order to make something Star Wars, just levitate it. But there were certain rules that we wanted, because there were certain story reasons why things had to float and could not float at the same time. And so he didn't want to break those. And it's one of those things where we are really just kind of like, we're trying to create a very thorough world, but we are living kind of in an artificial fantasy world where, the rules don't have to be explained. And in some ways, I like the mystery of that, where he doesn't explain, like, why does Luke's speeder can just float outside when it's powered off? I don't know. And why does the Naboo starfighter float? And why does the X-Wing need landing gears? And in fact, the X-Wing is supposed to be, later technology. Yeah, I know.
It's a great question. Right here.
I guess my question was actually similar to the last person, but it's more about the translation into animation, or like the reverse, like Fennec Shand, who was like first introduced in The Mandalorian, then brought animated into the Bad Batch, and then the Darksaber, how that whole hilt was changed slightly for The Mandalorian, like the post-credit scene and all that. I'm just curious more about, do you find it as like different, like a feature interpretation, or just like two, I guess, similar things, just different times?
We always start with the animated version. We always stay true to that. And then where the changes comes in would be either for stunt or for actor or for just, reality purposes. One of the things, like for lightsabers, we always give the actors an opportunity to determine, what is the diameter of it, because they have to hold it. And how can they perform with it? And so then that starts to inform the design. So we factor all those things in there to try to create that original design. But we always start with what the original inspiration is. And then we always try very hard to not deviate too far from that, so it doesn't look like it's a completely new invention. And so it's one of those tricky things where, even though we're in this very fabricated world, it's a big collaboration. It's not just me or the directors deciding this. It's a whole team of people. You have the prop master, you have the fabricator, you have the actors, you have the cinematographer to determine the material. So it's a whole team effort to kind of get the best results. And what you're seeing on screen is that.
Great question. Right here.
Thank you. Doug, I wanted to thank you. I've had your books since I was a kid, the art books for Star Wars, so it's so cool to get to see you in person. What I wanted to ask is, Ralph McQuarrie helped define the look of this universe, and now you've helped carry it forward. How much of a connection did you have to Ralph, and are there any of his designs that you haven't gotten to pull from that you would like to?
Oh, yeah, always. I mean, that was one of the great things of, working with George in '95 is, got to know Ralph, and speak with him and kind of like really get into his mind in terms of, what his process was. And it was terrific. I mean, he's such a gentle, modest person. He had no idea how talented he was. And one of the things that we have now is that, we have a huge legacy of all of his designs. And I still go back to them all the time, because we have to. I mean, honestly, Star Wars design is Ralph. It's not me, it's not anybody else, it's Ralph. It really is. It's Ralph and George. So between the two of them, you can't replace that. And so the challenge for us moving forward is really to try to find that, channel Ralph's energy. And Ralph didn't hit it 100% all the time. There are some designs that weren't quite Star Wars, and you'll see those kind of, in the art books as well. But 99% of the time, he was there. I mean, he got it, and he nailed it. And so in the art department now, we always try to channel him. So if we run into a mental block of, okay, what is this design? How can we improve on it? I mean, my go-to is pull out an old Ralph book and say, like, let's see how he would have solved this.
Thank you. Thank you. I think we have time for a couple more right here.
Hi, Doug. You're a legend, by the way. I was 2 years old when The Phantom Menace came out, and I was at the midnight showing, thanks to my parents. But the N1 Starfighter is such an integral part to my experience growing up with Star Wars. And I know you already touched on it a little bit, but I'm a little bit curious on how it was revisiting your work from something like The Phantom Menace when you were working with George to now in a time where George isn't as involved, but paying respect to that design and to your personal experience with it.
Yeah, no, I have to say it's the N1 specifically is one of my favorite designs, and for a couple of reasons. I mean, one, it was because George really pushed me out of my comfort zone. By challenging myself and the other designers to create something that was new, something that was more elegant, that actually tied it within the whole design workflow. For me, when I was designing it, I was really trying to get outside of my comfort zone to design something that was going to be unique, and I had no idea if it would be successful. And thank God that George was there to say yes or no, because I had to default to him. The sad part now is, of course, that responsibility falls on us and our team to try to determine, where that line is. And I always try my best to kind of like take those 7 years of George Lucas film and art school and channel that energy, and we try our best. And what I find is that, when I was working with George in '95, the best ideas were the ones that were the most uncomfortable for me. The ones that I thought, oh man, we can't do this. And they turned out to be the best. And so I use that as a little bit of a gauge, and it's not to say that we should just go out there and just throw all the design history away and try something completely off the wall. No, my job right now is to really try to push it as far as we can with that boundary. And the N1 is a great example of that because it was a very unique design. I mean, people can tear it apart because it looks like a flying boat, and it was done that way because it was on Naboo, and originally it was supposed to land in water. That's why it has a boat hull, and that's why we gave it no landing gears. And then George gave it the bright yellow and the chrome because he wanted an F1, a racing car. I could never have thought like, okay, you want to paint a Star Wars spaceship bright yellow? How does that work? But it now makes sense in terms of the whole timeline. So what I love about The Mandalorian is we're starting to make all those things make sense. We're making that cohesive universe that George had envisioned, and it's all there now. And now we're slowly getting an opportunity to bring all those designs, connect the dots to make it work. So having the N1 come back, refurbishing it, making a Mando ship was a really terrific example of that process.
Thank you for that. Last question right here.
Hi, Doug. I'm Dylan, and I just wanted to ask, which of the 5 versions of the Mandalorian's armor is your favorite, and which piece of the armor is your favorite, other than the helmet?
The last one, and it says helmet.
Oh, thank you.
That was
great.
it.
Wow, that was great. Doug Chang, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Doug.
All right. Thank you so much.
We met our next guest at Celebration Orlando when she made her debut as the Imperial officer gone rebel, Iden Versio, in Star Wars Battlefront 2. Now she's back in the brand new animated series, Star Wars Tales of the Jedi. Give a huge Star Wars Celebration welcome to my good friend, Janina Gavankar. Hey girl, hey.
Hey girl, hey.
How's it going?
How's everyone doing? Oh my gosh. What's new?
Yeah. What's new with you? You've had a big day, huh?
It's been a big day. I've been keeping it secret for quite some time, as we do in the galaxy, but it was really special to sit alongside Dave Filoni while he introduced a new piece of his heart to all of you.
Yeah, tell us a little bit about your role in Tales of the Jedi.
I get to play Ahsoka Tano's mother.
What? No big deal. No big deal.
My joke that I didn't tell Dave I was going to say was, I think I'm playing you, Dave, because you are her parent, so, you've birthed her in your own way, yes.
So let's talk a little bit about, well, first, you know what? How did that panel go? Because that must have been an incredible way to return back to Celebration after a few years.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's so nice to see you all in real life.
Yes.
And to share all of this with you again, it means the galaxy to me.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about your Star Wars journey. You've had, quite a run here over the past couple of years.
You and I have done fun things together.
That will never see the light of day. There's a package from D23 that's just, mwah.
It's so beautiful, and ask for it. Ask the internet for it until somebody lets it go. It's on a hard drive somewhere.
Never happened.
No, you know what? The most beautiful and unexpected thing about joining Star Wars is that they kind of can tell if you just want to have fun, if you just want to support, if you just want to do, if you can lend yourself in any way that they might find valuable, you just kind of get these random calls to do things. And I was telling Carboni, I was like, I got to make a list of the cool things that I've done. So I think I've got it right. So here you go, ready? So obviously, Battlefront 2. No. And then I read the audiobook for Aiden's backstory.
So cool.
Which I got to say a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. I got to do it, and the music comes on, and like the whole thing, you know. It's so good. And then I voiced additional voices in two of the three new movies. So like I'm randomly in the background of that. It's just a way to hang out with your friends, basically.
Yeah.
And then, I'm already forgetting one. Oh, the nostril, thank you.
See, if you're ever lost, just ask the fans because they know all.
Yeah, but this is also like, I got friends everywhere in this galaxy. Emily. Yeah, I puppeteered the nostrils of that super hot Mon Calamari dock worker with that very iconic cable knit sweater. I was the second puppeteer for his nostrils.
That's like my dream job, to be a nostril puppeteer.
Well, so my friend Frank Ippolito, who is an artist that I collaborate a lot with, he made and was in that man. So he needed a second person, and he knew that the secret would be safe with me if, we went to the Mando set, so we went.
That's amazing.
And now
now you're Ahsoka's mom. No big deal.
So I'm telling you guys, like, if you have your heart in the right place, the galaxy will keep you inside of it, And we can all tell whose heart is in the right place. Everybody who's coming here, you guys mean it,
That's the best. Is there anything about Star Wars, after all these years and all of the amazing things that you've gotten to see and do, is there anything that still surprises you about Star Wars?
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's always something. Because even I don't know all the secrets, right? So there's always some, like, what kind of moment. One thing that really surprised me, that means a lot to me, is I was, like, going by the food trucks. And I saw a lot of cosplay I'd never seen before.
Yeah.
And I saw a lot of people who clearly have faces that look like theirs, that they can dress up as, and that they feel that they can identify with. And that is a huge shift that the galaxy has made purposefully for not just us now, but all of the children that we will have in the future. And that was really a big surprise, really beautiful to me.
What's it like seeing people cosplay Iden Versio?
That's crazy. That's crazy. I just saw one. She got engaged yesterday here.
No way.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah. It's wild. It's wild. And now, Iden has lived inside of me and my heart and my mind for half a decade now, which is wild to think about.
Oh my gosh, time flies.
And now there's this deep feeling that I have for my daughter. And I'm going to get to watch her, live her life and be fine and good in the world because I had to give her away. And that's a huge sacrifice. And so, we get to watch my daughter.
Don't do it.
In the live
Don't do it.
action.
She's tearing up.
Film.
You see this?
But you know what I mean?
It's not a Janina Gavankar interview if the tears aren't shed.
Shut up, Andy. No, we don't have to do that. We don't have to do that. We don't have to do that. I hate you.
I know.
I was reeling it in. But it's wild to have a new gift given to you that can fill your heart in just a completely new way that you never dreamed you would have in the first place.
Well, we can't wait to see it, and we love you so much and are so glad to see these new stories. Oh, girl.
I love you guys so much. I'm so happy to see you.
But
I really am.
Yeah. Unfortunately, guys, we do have to go. We have to wrap.
Yeah. Can you believe it? This is like it's time to go.
It's time to go. And Anthony's not here. So.
No, but I'll close with you, girl.
Okay.
Let me get this tear out of the way real fast. Oh my God. Second to last day, but you know what? You can come back here tomorrow for more celebration.
Yes.
We got one more day.
Yes.
Unbelievable.
So, all right, let's do this. Here goes. What an unbelievable day of Star Wars Celebration!
Yes, such a good time.
What was your favorite moment, Anthony? No, Gina.
Well, Andy, my favorite moment was doing the Anthony show that I'm currently doing right now in another place. That's what I call Anthony Carboni when he goes and works with the other Anthony. I call him the Anthony. Okay, listen, I didn't do this well at all. Well, I have some bad news. Oh, no, wait, that's yours. Go. Can we start this again? Can we start this again? Because you might have to actually make it a package that you edit later, right?
Possibly, I don't know.
Okay, you want to try it again?
All right.
Here we go.
Well, I have some bad news for you, Janina. Star Wars Celebration comes to an end tomorrow.
Oh. But we're coming back tomorrow with one more fun-filled day of Star Wars Celebration. Yes.
Yay! So come back tomorrow for even more live Star Wars action right here on Star Wars Celebration Live.
That's right. Thank you for watching, and may the Force be with you.